Chapter 182, Just Getting a Few Samples. Jake walked through the cave again, the first time in quite a while. He was heading for the biodome with the indigo fungus, ignoring anything on the way. He was just there for a few samples, but he wanted to test a few things if he was there anyway. He wanted to test how effective the poison mist from his wings of the malefic viper was, and to try and fight the mushroom a bit. He had already made a dozen bottles of common rarity fungicide, and he wanted to test the effect of those too. Heck, maybe he could even kill it without the need to create an uncommon rarity poison. In that case, he could switch to making a better necrotic poison or something like that. He sure as hell wouldn't complain about one less massive blue mushroom in the world. When the entrance to the biodome was within sight, he already began scouting inside. He didn't see any movement, so maybe he had come just after feeding time, assuming the mushroom was still doing its lure and kill strategy. He had felt the monolure for a while now, so he was pretty sure it was. Jake walked into the biodome, and everything was as idyllic as last time he came here, even more so as there weren't murder mantises running around the place. Moving in a bit further, he did spot some signs of life in the form of a large centipede crawling on one of the larger mushrooms, munching on it. It was only level 40, so not really worth noting, but it did show that at least he hadn't come just after the mushroom had eaten everything. It only became more apparent as he got closer to the monolure. More centipedes appeared, fighting some beetle-like creatures, all of them the size of horses, none of them below level 50. It was quite the brawl, but Jake didn't have any intentions of getting involved. He wasn't there for them. They didn't get in his way either, but kept just fighting each other. Jake needed to wake up the monster lurking below to hopefully get a good sample. The needle-like tendrils had to be connected to the rest of the fungus to deliver nutrients, so he wanted a few of those. He prepared himself by summoning his wings and jumping up, flying towards the ceiling. They were only around 130 meters from ceiling to floor, but it was enough to get a bit of a vantage point. Jake found a small pockets in the wall, just slightly large enough for him to stand on. He closed his eyes as he tried to focus on his foe and summon his arrow of the ambitious hunter. Wait, what is that damn blue mushroom even? It was called a mycorrhiza, which according to the books, is a type of fungus creating a symbiotic relationship between itself and plants. What kind of arrow can be used against that? This was when Jake discovered a weakness of his arrow of the ambitious hunter that he hadn't even considered. He could only summon an arrow specially made to slay a particular enemy if he had a good enough idea of what was needed to kill the aforementioned enemy. Sure, Jake could imagine an arrow that would impact the ground and spread deadly energy throughout the entire area, but he couldn't focus on it and summon the arrow with confidence. He knew what kind of attack worked well against the cloud elementals and pretty much anything made of flesh and blood, but against this damn mushroom, he just held too many doubts, the most significant doubt being if arrows were even of any use. In summary, he just didn't know enough about the enemy to summon his arrow of the ambitious hunter. So learning more about the damn mushroom was another item added to his to-do list. Mushrooms are truly my bane. He thought disgruntledly, but soon picked himself up again when he imagined making an uncommon rarity poison that would slowly make the entire fungi nightmare wither. His vain hope of maybe slaying the damn thing had waned by now, however. Let's just get some samples and get a feel for the thing before getting the hell out of here. So Jake took out a regular arrow, nocked it, and aimed down for the monolure. He was pretty sure breaking it would piss off the big bad boss, so naturally he began charging a power shot to ensure breaking it. At the same time, he opened his wings as the blood within began boiling. A faint mist began being emanated as he channeled the infused power shot for a full 10 seconds. Wakey wakey little mushroom. Boom. Stone and soil flew everywhere as he released the arrow. It flew straight down towards the crystal that functioned as a monolure, shattering it completely. To double up on the pain, he flapped his wings to send a cloud of poison gas down into the biodome as he pushed even more mana into the wings to increase the output. Shattering the lure and blanketing the biodome in poison did wonders to wake up the sleeping mushroom, and identify once more worked as he used it on one of the giant mushrooms. Indigo fungus mycorrhiza LVL. Jake also finally felt its aura, and could tell that it was slightly stronger than the last time he came. It had likely grown a few levels since then from eating all the insects coming there, or maybe it just grew naturally like beasts. Quite frankly, he didn't know and didn't care. The many insects scattered around the biodome panicked, but had little time to react as nature itself came alive to devour them. Like last time, the fungus didn't respond by attacking him directly, but just by killing everything within its domain. Or maybe it hadn't detected him yet. It actually wouldn't be surprising if it lacked perception. It allowed Jake to get an excellent aerial view as tendrils shot up all over the place, and some of the mushrooms released paralyzing gas. Hundreds of insects died in seconds, sucked dry of all nutrients. 10 or so seconds after awakening, the fungus finally found the one that was attacking it. At least Jake assumed it had, as beams of mana headed towards him, forcing him to die. Tendrils also began worming their way up the dome from all sides, coming towards him. It was quite a lot easier to deal with than last time, his progress showing. He saw the poison mist dig its way into the many plants on the dome below, but the effects were minimal. The plants had some inherent resistance to poison, while the mushrooms clearly didn't care that much about the poison whatsoever. It did a bit of damage still, but it wasn't very reassuring. That is until something else was mixed in. A drop of liquid hit one of the mushrooms and sank into it unnoticed, as Jake kept dodging the many attacks from the giant fungus monster. However, he barely focused on it as he instead zoned in on sensing the movement of his poison. He did shoot off a few needle tendrils with his bow, and with a quick flyby, threw them into his spatial storage. Jake felt like the mushroom was barely trying. As soon a minute had passed, the fungicide was slowly making its way into the creature. With dozens of samples already in his storage, he didn't need anything more as he also just began cutting off parts of the other plants and threw them in his storage. Soon he would be the only living thing in the biodome besides the fungus, and he was considering to spread some more fungicide to see if he could maybe actually kill the damn thing before it. To test swoosh, Jake barely managed to react as a whip-like tendril came up from below, and without his danger sense, he would have now been one arm lighter. But he still had a several centimeter deep cut in his shoulder. One thing was clear. It now knew about the fungicide, and it wasn't happy. The tendril that attacked him before was different. It was teal and even thinner than any prior. Moreover, it was stronger, a lot stronger. Jake scrambled, able to focus on nothing but the two tendrils that now attacked him. Both of them were like whips as they cut through the entire biodome, carving deep gashes into the walls. Time to get the fuck out of here. He activated limit break to 20% as he flew towards the exit of the biodome. Attempting to avoid the two tender, a third one flew out of one of the walls, and even if he tried to dodge, it was too late. His right wing was cut off, and one of the original two tendrils returned and severed the left one. Fuck, Jake muttered under his breath as he air-stepped to avoid getting his legs cut off. With difficulty, he leaned to the side, allowing himself to fall once more as he accelerated himself downwards with two blasts of mana from his gloves. He barely got a bit of leeway from that move, but soon two thin beams of mana flew towards him, fired from one of the teal tendrils. Jake quickly summoned his scales, dodging one of them, but the other scratched his side. His entire body was consumed in a blue explosion, sending him flying. He had enough foresight to make sure he flew towards the exit of the cavern, but he had made a colossal miscalculation when it came to the power of the beam. Scales and blood flew everywhere as his entire right side became a bloody mess. Without the scales, the strike would have done far worse, and Jake could barely make heads or tails of what the fuck was happening. All he knew was that he had to get the fuck out of there now. For every passing second, it mobilized more and more tendrils to kill him, and soon a fourth one joined the assault. Luckily, Jake was finally on the ground, allowing him to move far more elusively. With a step forward, he teleported back 50 meters, and with another, he stood right in front of the exit of the cavern, two tendrils sticking out behind him from where he had just taken 2 steps. The entrance was blocked off by a mass of tendrils, with even one of the blue ones reinforcing it. Jake ran straight for it and tried to use Shadow Vault to phase through, which resulted in it feeling like he had just run headfirst into a wall. He smashed into the barrier of vines that simply contained too much mana for him to phase through. They also counted as living things, which he wasn't even sure he could phase through to begin with. He could sometimes barely get through a tree, but the vines were just too much. No, he would have to break it instead, but that was far from easy. Jake couldn't find any opportunity to use infused power shot, so he tried to cut a hole with descending Dark Fang. He managed to cut through a part of it before a tendril came up from below him, forcing him to interrupt his attack. He leaped back a bit, but his thigh was still pierced by a thin tendril, sending even more blood and scales flying. Stumbling, he couldn't avoid in time as 2 thin needles came straight for his head. The wounded hunter stared directly at them, his eyes shining yellow as the tendrils stopped midair. Gaze of the apex hunter, Jake made his way to the wall of tendrils again with a one-step mile and threw a dozen bottles on it while also spraying some of his own poisoned blood over it. It wasn't to break it, but to just weaken it a little. The tendrils had stopped longer than expected, proving his gaze of the apex hunter was very effective. It had bought him quite a lot of time, even allowing him to summon 3 mana bolts that he fired towards a tendril, charging up another magic attack. He would have used his bow, but he needed his hands to throw bottles and spray blood. When he fired them, he observed something interesting. A tendril flew for each of them, making them explode, but the way they moved was as if they attacked him. Mana-based vision. Jake barely managed to think before the next tendrils came for him. This was when he saw movement, not from the tendrils but below him. He saw a whole net of roots coming up towards him, far more than he could possibly handle. Jake turned to hack away at the barrier, closing off the exit, cleaving off vine after vine. But it was just too thick, and when he had to continually avoid getting impaled or have limbs sliced off, it went far too slow. The roots from below got closer and closer before they soon finally emerged. A single very small blue tendril came first, followed by a dozen more moments later. They weren't whipping at Jake or trying to damage him directly. Instead, they just grew. It was like hundreds of small, thin stalks of fungi grew around him. They all swayed slightly towards him as the first one hit his arm. Jake wanted to move away but found it stuck to his arm as it slowly began wrapping itself around him. He ripped some of it off, but the damn things were even adhesive. More and more wrapped him up as he found it harder and harder to move. With them touching him, he couldn't use his one-step mile. Shadow Vault didn't help either, as he looked up and saw more than 10 of the indigo tendrils forming a pattern together in midair, with a huge ball of mana forming. He could barely move at this point, as he used Touch of the Malefic Viper to try and grab some of the small tendrils to wither them. Jake looked towards the tendrils, channeling the spell, and used Gaze of the Apex Hunter on them, freezing them and the stalks growing on him. But the spell wasn't interrupted, just paused, as if the fungus knew Jake would do something like this. Jake saw only one final solution as he managed to get himself to stand right in front of the exit to the biodome. At the same time, he began condensing a giant mana bolt above himself. After barely getting there, the blast was released as the entire biodome was enveloped in intense blue light. His danger sense screamed at him to dodge, and Jake tried to but couldn't move. He desperately cut and ripped the small tendrils to get himself free, but it was too late. The massive beam of mana was heading straight for him, and Jake knew it wasn't something he could tank. His scales were already summoned, and he pushed mana all around him to form a barrier. The massive mana was already forming above his head, looking vaguely like a mana bolt but far too big. The beam tore through the air, but when it was just 5 or so meters from its target, it slowed. Moment of the Primal Hunter, every spore floating in the air looked frozen midair, the now thousands of ever-growing stalks motionless. The only thing that moved was the massive mana floating above Jake and the hunter himself. Moment of the Primal Hunter was Jake's final gambit as he sent the massive mana above himself straight down. It exploded as all the tiny tendrils were broken, and Jake could finally move. He managed to sway to the side, and his foot was midair preparing to use one-step mile when time resumed, and the beam arrived. The barrier blocking off the entrance was sheared away as the massive beam continued into the tunnel he had entered from, killing any weak creature within, only stopping when it hit a wall. Jake's foot landed a millisecond after the barrier was impacted, and he teleported, parts of him. Jake noticed that his peripheral vision wasn't what it should be, and that his balance was absolutely off, but he couldn't think straight and diagnose the problem. Yet even when his mind couldn't process what exactly had just happened, his body still moved. A single wing sprung from his back as he flapped to get out through the hole formed by the massive beam in a single mighty flap. He flapped once more, allowing his foot to touch down, taking him 40 meters forward, before another flap took him around a corner. The move had been haphazardous as he fell to the ground. He took out a potion with his left hand and tried to drink it, but half the liquid didn't enter his body but just fell to the ground below. The effect still worked, but he only now truly noticed what was wrong. The entire right side of his body was gone. Even large parts of his head were no longer there. Jake couldn't think straight. His body just laying there as flesh was already wriggling as his massive vitality, boosted further by the potion, got to work. Back in the biodome, the hundreds of small indigo tendrils slowly receded back to the ground as everything began being restored. New plants and mushrooms grew, and all traces of the massive fight were gone in less than half an hour. A small crystal appeared in the middle of the biodome once more, and an hour later, a small group of unsuspecting beetles crawled into the biodome, lured by the mana to continue the feeding cycle of the indigo fungus mycorrhiza. Chapter 183, Important Jobs. Jake felt an itch on his right side that he just couldn't scratch, the kind that felt like it was just below the skin. It woke him up as he tried to rub it anyway, but his arm didn't move. He finally opened his eyes but found the sight in his right one blurry. Oh, yeah, Jake thought as he remembered what had happened. A quarter of a second. No, even less than that. That was the difference between Jake perfectly avoiding the attack and losing half his body. He moved his left hand and summoned a healing potion. He rolled onto his back and drank the potion down, finally getting a good look at himself through his sphere. The entire right side of his body was gone. In fact, if the human heart weren't slightly to the left, his heart would have been sheared away. He hadn't been as lucky when it came to his head, however. While his head had regenerated already, his hair hadn't, making him aware of how extensive the damage was. A large part of his head had been gone, a good part of his brain too. Needless to say, if it had happened before the system, Jake would have died instantly. He could perfectly remember what had happened after he was hit, even if he couldn't recognize the thoughts he had at the time. He had just moved on instinct to run and had managed to tumble away. The mask had helped a lot, resulting in only parts of his head being fried. The mana had still entered where his eye holes were, and had clearly exploded through that tiny hole in a cone, taking out a large part of his head. He had a completely bald spot at the back of his skull, several centimeters across. showing the energy had burned straight through his skull. The mask itself was undamaged, besides looking a bit burnt. Nothing a quick rinse couldn't fix. As he lay there, his arm and leg still hadn't regenerated, as clearly his vitality prioritized getting organs and other more vital things fixed first. The health potion he had just consumed helped speed up the process drastically, but it was still taking its time. Jake knew that to heal an injury like this would require more than his full health pool. Without his potions or a healer, it would take weeks for him to return to his peak condition. But with potions, he should be up and about within the day. "I fucked up," he spoke out loud as he stared up at the ceiling of the cave. It was the second time he found himself lying there, his body broken. The second time he had faced the damn mushroom and gotten his ass handed to him. Was the damn mushroom really his bane? Also, what the hell happened back there? The last time he came, he handled it pretty well, and he even had thoughts of just killing it, but it had been hiding so much power. Those blue vines were just so damn strong it was insane. Was it perhaps the actual body of the fungus? As a mycorrhiza, it mainly lived inside other plants, using them to fuel itself. Did this mean it had an entire body hidden deep beneath, just like all those vines? And why hadn't it used the vines to begin with? Did it perhaps take too much energy? Next time, I will come prepared, and I'll take it down, Jake thought as he closed his eyes, replaying the fight. The fungicide had worked quite well, and he could feel it doing damage. But what had worked even better was his gaze of the apex hunter. He had theorized that it should be pretty weak to it, and that had been confirmed today. He could freeze it even longer than the Thunder Rock by quite a bit, and even when he came last, the gaze worked wonders too. To him, that indicated its soul wasn't very resilient, which boded well for the poison he was planning on concocting. Looking at his resources, he was actually quite fine in that department. Well, besides health points. His stamina and mana were both looking healthy, so he didn't really need to meditate. Instead, he summoned the book he was currently reading from his spatial storage and began reading. An hour later, the human lying in the middle of a damp cavern with a book consumed another potion before he resumed reading. The more he read on fungi, the more confident he became in using a poison that partially attacked the soul. In fact, fungi or plant-based lifeforms tended to have relatively weaker souls, as theirs are awakened, and typically not something they're born with. The hours passed as Jake slowly felt his entire right side regenerate. The vision on his right eye was back to normal again too, and his hair was growing out at a near-visible pace. With enough strength to get up, he managed to shakily stand on his feet. He once more gave himself a good look over and even checked his status menu. Nothing had changed, but he had expected it to. He had assumed he would have lost a few stats because during it all, he had lost one of his boots. His boots of the Wandering Alchemist was the only piece of equipment he had that didn't either sink into his body and thus couldn't be destroyed or had the overpowered self-repair enchant. Yet. He hadn't lost the stats provided by it even when one was gone. Jake tried to feel a bit for his mana and noticed something in the direction of the biodome. He walked over there, and after going only a bit, he saw the carnage left by the mana blast. The entire hallway from the biodome to the first bend had been utterly annihilated, with nothing living remaining. The walls were still faintly sizzling with energy even after such a long time, and the wall where the blast had impacted was now just a large hole, creating a small cave inside the cavern. It was from within that newly created cave he felt the boot. Jake walked in there and saw nothing but sizzling dirt and two things lying on the ground. One of them was a boot that didn't look any different from the day he got it, except for the half-destroyed bloody foot still within it. Jake didn't hesitate to pick it up and rip his own foot out before taking out a barrel of water as he quickly cleaned it. He even used Alchemist's purification a few times before he put it back on. Is this old boot indestructible or what? Should I make a shield out of it? Jake thought as he couldn't help but double-check its description to see if he had missed anything. Boots of the Wandering Alchemist, rare. Boots once offered to an alchemist before setting out on a journey to experience the world outside. Despite being made of simple leather, the records of the alchemist has left a deep mark on this item, allowing it to transcend many ranks. Enchantments, plus 20 endurance, plus 15 agility, reduces stamina expenditure from all movement-related skills by a small amount, increases sensitivity towards earthbound plants. Requirements, LVL 25+ in any humanoid race. He couldn't spot anything he missed, so his only conclusion was that the alchemist that once owned these boots was awesome. He would need to see if he could find a way to improve them at some point. Moving on, he went to the other thing lying on the ground, when he recognized instantly. It was the blue vine that reinforced the exit barrier to the biodome. It had apparently been caught up in the blast, maybe on purpose or because Jake had frozen the entire plant with gaze shortly before firing. He didn't know, and after using Identify on it, he was just happy he got it. Indigo fungus mycorrhiza lifevine rare. The lifevine of an indigo fungus mycorrhiza. The lifevine is a part of the main body of the fungus, contains intense amounts of vital energy, and is incredibly resilient. Can be used in a myriad of alchemical creations. The blue vine was nearly 4 meters long and a few centimeters thick. Jake could feel the intense energy still contained within as he smiled, putting it in his inventory. A better sample than I could hope for. He threw one last glance towards the biodome as he gave the damn mushroom within the finger. He had promised not to badmouth mushrooms, but he could still hate them internally and outwardly just without saying anything. Within 10 minutes he was back at the valley, not a single person noticing him on his way back. It would ruin his whole mysterious owner look a bit if he walked through the settlement in tattered clothes. When he entered the valley, he saw the family of hawks and smiled. The tiny bird also noticed him. Chirp, chirp, chirp. She ran towards him, taking small leaps along the way. Jake squatted down as he allowed her to run onto his arm as she headed straight for the top of his head. He just chuckled as Sylphie sat down on top of him while he brought a finger up to rub the little girl. The mother and father hawk just looked on happily as Jake waved at them in greeting. They threw him a glance and he nodded as they took off. He knew their plan already, as he had seen Hawkie reach level 99 just the day before. They were trying to get him to degrade like his wife, and Jake was more than supportive. So he entered the lodge, continuing his job as an alchemist, but more importantly, the vital role of baby hawk sitter. "I can ask, but do not expect a meeting any time soon, if ever," Miranda said with a steadfast voice to the man in front of her. "We insist on setting up a formal meeting with this owner to discuss the future of this settlement. We have many points of improvement and offers that we belie. I said I would ask. Now stop pestering me," Miranda said, annoyed, shooing away the man. He scoffed as he turned around and left the rather large building that was the mayoral office. Or the city lord's office. They hadn't really settled on any official name, but most knew what people were talking about no matter the term used. Miranda leaned back in her chair as the annoying man finally left. He represented a group of newish settlers. They had come only a few days ago with a group of around 400, led to Haven by their leader, who was also a lord. He had decided to find a pylon after the notification about 10 being claimed appeared and had found his way to here. When he learned that Miranda was just a mayor and not the actual owner, he had insisted on meeting Jake, but she had refused him every time. The man had then had the gall to try and go to the valley on his own, but she heard reports of him running away when he saw the degrade hawk. If he was just another opportunity seeker, she could handle it, but the man was more than that. He was a damn fanatic. His name was Kenneth Copefield, and he fancied himself a preacher. His 400 followers weren't just travel companions, but truly did follow him as a spiritual leader. He had apparently been blessed by a god or something, and Miranda was more than a little skeptical. Kenneth's level was high, though. He was level 62 and followed a religion Miranda found a bit suspect. It didn't sound like he was after ritual sacrifices or the like, but just looking for more people to pray to the god. The god was related to metal and stone from what she could tell. At least he was very adamant about constructing a temple made up entirely of expensive ores and stones. And that was actually the root of their issues. She didn't allow him to construct a giant temple to some god that was most likely imaginary. To use religion as a way of leading people wasn't anything new, but the way he went about it was weird. He gave her bad vibes. I will have to ask Jake tomorrow during the weekly visit. Maybe he has some insight into this. She didn't like relying on him, but she honestly was unsure how to handle all of this. Philip hadn't been of any help with this particular case as he was far too busy handling the integration of the residents of the fort. There were especially issues with those mind-controlled and taken hostage by the Minotaur mine chief. All of them were scarred in different ways, and especially their view of Jake varied. Some saw him as a savior, while others blamed him for how he saved them. From what she could tell, the Minotaur had tried to use them as hostages to make him surrender, and he hadn't cared but just attacked, making some of them kill each other. While it wasn't the best way to handle it, Miranda felt like she couldn't blame him either. She wasn't there, and could they really ask him to risk his own hide to help strangers? It sounded a bit callous, but she had learned to be less soft in recent times. People were shitty, and compared to old office politics, this new world was a lot rougher. Heck, she heard from Philip that there had already been 2 assassination attempts on him during the fort's early days. Luckily, no one had dared try and kill her. Yet, it was likely because they feared the owner. Killing her would give them nothing if they couldn't convince the owner to let them become the new leader. I really need to get my damn class evolved at least, she thought as she shook her head. Her profession was getting high, and while the next evolution was still a fair bit away, it was now within sight. To have a level 23 class with that was just sad. She just couldn't find the time these days. It was partially her own fault due to them sending out a few parties to scout the area for other settlements or travelers to recruit, filling up her plate with a constant influx of new issues. But the recruitment effort had paid off. City overview. City name, Haven. Population, 4647. City owner, Jake Thane. City lord, Miranda Wells. City tier, Earl. The city had most certainly expanded a lot, and the city overview was now far more filled out. After Jake had introduced himself, it filled out the city owner spot, and of course the city had now been named, so that left all areas filled out. Every so often, the population number increased, and she was pretty sure it didn't actually just show every person in the area, but only those whom the system recognized actually to belong to the city. That Kenneth Guy and his group of fanatics weren't counted as an example, and she reckoned they were close to 5,500 people within the pylons area. Another menu that was no longer hollow was the quest panel. After she had gotten the skill to make quests and even the ability to allow others to create them, the panel had really taken off. Quest panel, current city quests, 14 current open quests, 34 current contracted quests, NA current compulsory quests. NA granted, the 2 last ones were still empty, but it wasn't like those actually did anything. As for the quests they had made, the city quests were quite simple. When she chose to view it closer in her menu, it showed her all of them. And they were honestly quite dull. Construction effort, housing east, construction effort, housing west, construction effort, housing south, construction project, storage. Yeah, all just construction, she thought with a bit of a laugh. All of them were about building stuff or collecting materials to build stuff. As for the open quests, those were quests created by citizens. They were quests anyone could take and were closer to commissions than anything else. The owner's quest was within that batch too. Most of them revolved around getting things crafted or collecting crafting materials. She was honestly just happy it was used. Right next to the building she worked and lived in was a quest office of sorts. It was a building she had directed Hank on how to build, and with her skills, she had chosen the building to serve the function. She then had Kristen craft a metal slate that would open up a quest creation window when you placed your hand on it and had that placed within. The quests themselves could be found on message boards around the small city, all linked to the questing office. It worked a bit like the slate, where you could see the quest window by just looking at it. It was pretty functional and convenient, actually. Miranda still had many ideas and things to improve, and she looked forward to every new development. Though she could do without the religious fanatics and people constantly trying to one-up her in the political game during meetings with the city council. Well, I can handle them, she thought confidently. There was just one final job she had to finish for today, an absolutely essential one that could impact her future as city lord, and in concert the fate of Haven in its entirety. A choice concerning the meeting she could have with the city owner the next day, one of utmost importance, what to bring for dinner. Chapter 184, Divine Influence. Jake had to admit that it was actually quite impressive he could have so many talks with Miranda without ever bringing up the subject of gods. He had honestly just come to assume everyone knew about gods being a real tangible thing. Maybe his view on the topic was a bit skewed, though, just maybe. So when Miranda came to his lodge for their weekly meetup and she brought up the topic, Jake just listened as she ranted a bit about someone wanting a temple. Apparently a follower of some god had come, and Jake's first question was upon hearing this was just, "Oh, who?" which got a perplexed look from Miranda, who clearly hadn't expected that to be his first question. "What do you mean?" she asked, trying to get him to reclarify. "The name of the god." "Or title, a lot of them prefer to go by titles over their actual names, I heard," Jake tried to explain, as Miranda just looked more and more confused. He didn't help the situation by casually rubbing the belly of the bird on his head. "I didn't get a name. Do you know something I don't about this so-called god?" At this point, Jake realized there was quite a knowledge gap when it came to divine stuff. Thinking back, he never mentioned anything about gods to her before, and without meeting one herself, it was quite natural she didn't know about it. He reckoned many people had met factions or people associated with gods, but Haven only had citizens from limited areas. Abby only recruited people from her own tutorial, Neil and friends coming from that same one, and Miranda's tutorial didn't have any divine involvement as far as he could tell, at least not on the surface. The same was true for the fort. Jake had yet to hear anything about gods from them, and clearly, Philip wasn't blessed by any. I guess it's time to bring her up to speed. Jake could see many issues arise in the future if Miranda remained ignorant about the fact that a bunch of bored gods likely fucked around behind the curtain and had many followers on Earth doing their bidding. So, here's the deal. The entire night was spent with Jake giving her a bunch of exposition that would make everyone complain if written in a novel, and dumped all at once. He didn't really bother hiding anything, which got many confused looks and questions when he said that he was blessed by a god but wasn't really a follower of a god. He didn't give any too personal details, just saying that he was on good terms with a few gods, which in itself was enough to screw over her understanding of divinity. Gods are just people who got extremely strong. Some are assholes, some are nice. Well, from what I gathered, most tend to be arrogant asshats towards mortals, but I guess they did kinda earn it. I got lucky with the ones I met, I guess, Jake said, shrugging. That was just his understanding of gods, and he had a feeling he wasn't wrong even if his interpretation was a bit simplified. Billy honestly was just a dude, an extremely strong and immortal dude, but still a dude. And as Villy had said, one doesn't become a god without at least having a bit of arrogance. The audacity to believe that you of all people can achieve godhood was just inherent to divinity. This changes a lot. The ideological differences between gods will trickle down to their followers and inadvertently lead to conflict. If we keep recruiting as we are now, there will without a doubt come parties with opposing religious views. Wait, what does the god you follow, I mean befriended? What is this god's faith? Miranda asked after sitting in contemplation for a while, taking it all in. She didn't believe that Jake was lying for even a second. He had no reason to, so either he was some delusional fanatic himself or he was actually telling the truth. And while she did think he was pretty weird, she also saw him as relatively sane. Not much. He said faith isn't really a big thing for him, but he does have an order, Jake answered. Had Villy told him what his whole order was about? Jake didn't remember. Miranda, sensing Jake was unsure, swiftly moved on with the conversation. Back to the whole temple construction business. Should we allow it then? What if others come and ask for the same? Well, from what you said, the temple sounds more than a little gaudy and not really fitting in, Jake said. She had described the monstrosity of ore and stone that the man wanted. Not really something going well with the whole forestry aesthetic they currently had. Hank doesn't like the idea either and is adamant about not making it. Personally, I am also against it, but it could be dangerous if we offend some divine being with a slew of followers, Miranda said with a bit of hesitation. She could already imagine a crusade against their small city for blasphemy. Have someone bring him here, Jake said after thinking a bit. I'll handle this one myself. Miranda made a big smile as she nodded. They talked for a few more minutes before she went to get that Kenneth fellow. Jake just leaned back in his chair as he spoke out loud. Hey Villy, any input? I know you said you aren't much into faith, but since I have this whole city thing going anyway, I would be fine with making a church or something, or at least a statue. Just don't expect any sermons. He waited for a few moments, and just when he questioned if he caught the god at a bad time, he got a response. Up to you, mate. I told you I didn't give you the blessing expecting anything in return. A statue or a church or whatever on your tiny planet won't help me much at all. Even if you conquered your entire planet, a few billion believers would just be a drop in the bucket. So unless you can see it benefiting yourself, don't bother. But as for dealing with other gods wanting to encroach on your territory, just tell them to fuck off. If their believers get annoying, kill them. If they insist, wipe them out. Not like they can bring outside help to your universe, and when you leave your universe or yours is fully integrated, no one will give a flying fuck about you killing a few weaklings, and if the god they follow raises an issue, well, I'll enjoy handling that one on my end. In conclusion, do what you want. You were asked about my faith or beliefs earlier. Those are my beliefs. Might makes right and power gives freedom. I like people who try and I despise those who don't. I hate those who surrender to fate, and I give a big thumbs up to those that tell fate to go fuck itself. Actually, you're quite a good chosen now that I think about it. Oh, and if you really want to do something religious for me, I am still open to mass ritual sacrifice. I could even provide you with the schematics for this formation to sacrifice an entire planet. It actually isn't thaw. Anyway, thanks for the answer, Villy. Talk to you later. Jake quickly interrupted the god with a snicker before turning a bit more serious. But seriously, if you ever need anything, just ask. I feel like I owe you a lot already. You owe me nothing, at least I'm not keeping a score, but I'll keep it in mind. Sigh around and good luck with that glorious indigo fungus. See you around, mate. Good luck conquering the multiverse or whatever you're up to, Jake answered with a sincere smile. Soon after, he felt the presence of the malefic viper fade and everything returned to normal. Jake did feel like their friendship was quite one-sided. Jake hadn't done anything for the viper, really. Besides talking to him a bit when they first met, it was just Villy doing him favors over and over again. It felt like having that one friend that always brought you out to do cool shit and gave you the best presents, but you could never figure out what to do for them. Honestly, I am just too weak to be of any help, Jake admonished himself. He didn't feel like he was slow. The gap was just absolutely enormous to begin with, but it wasn't like he could do anything but soldier on. Actually, the divine messages have gotten longer and way clearer. Probably something to do with the blessing upgrading or something like that. He didn't need to sit there in his own thoughts much longer before he felt Miranda and a man enter the valley. Jake took the little bird off his head and put her on a pillow on the table. She gave a small chirp to complain, but otherwise stayed put. Jake exited the lodge and saw the one who had entered with Miranda. The man looked to be in his late 50s to early 60s, with finely combed hair and a big fake-looking smile on his lips. He instantly rubbed Jake the wrong way, but he didn't let it show, mainly because of the mask that now covered his face. The first to speak wasn't Miranda or Jake, but the newcomer as he loudly exclaimed, "Honored city owner, I am delighted that we could finally meet. I shall not waste your precious time but come with an offer. I represent a congregation of more than 400 people, and we would be more than happy to welcome the city owner if he would." Jake just listened to the guy babbling for a dozen more seconds before he raised his hand, indicating for him to stop. Kenneth reminded Jake of a discount Jacob without any of the charisma. He was closer to some traveling salesman than a priest or preacher, and he had the audacity to try and openly recruit Jake to join his faith too. It was honestly laughable. Seeing Jake raise his hand, the man paused briefly before asking, "Pardon, did I do anything to offend? Besides using an offensively pathetic mental skill to try and sway me while being insufferably annoying." "No, not really," Jake answered, instantly seeing the man pale a bit. "As for your whole preaching shtick, who is the one that blessed you?" "It is no shtick, I hones, name of God. I am a follower of Teriusneum, the great shaper, he who forms the mountains and raises the Kenneth," began before Jake cut him off again. "So Terra something. Tell your God that he can take his shitty temple elsewhere. I don't give a shit what you practice in your own time, but don't go around preaching like a lunatic. You can find somewhere else to do that. This is my territory, not that Terra something's. It is Teriusneum, and I don't think you comprehend the situation. Teriusneum has tasked me with bringing this pylon under his great name," and Kenneth began again, before once more getting cut off. "Oh, I comprehend perfectly, I just don't care. This is my city, not yours, and definitely not Terra something's. I don't give a shit about your God, and I don't give a shit about any task he has given you," Jake said, honestly getting annoyed. Kenneth just stood open-mouthed for a bit, not saying anything as Jake let his aura press down on him before finishing with, "And if your God has any complaints, he should bring it up with me directly. And if you have any complaints, then you and your followers can just fuck right off. I don't need you, and I most certainly don't need some shitty God that isn't even in the know about whose pylon he wants to claim." The preacher only managed to stammer out a few more words. It sounded a lot like apologies, but not to Jake but to his God for Jake's blasphemy. Honestly, he couldn't help but consider giving the guy an arrow in the knee at that moment. He didn't, mainly because it would make the man leave his valley slower and get blood all over the grass. When he was gone, Miranda turned to him with a hint of worry. "This is going to be tough dealing with." "No, it won't. I gave the guy a simple choice. He can choose to leave now, get in line, or he can become an example of what happens to those that don't listen to the soft approach," Jake said, making his face visible again. "I doubt he will just leave or give up. Then throw him out, and if he refuses to leave, we can just remove him, one way or another." Jake didn't hear anything else about Kenneth Copefield after that, besides Miranda coming by to tell Jake that the man left with his followers. Jake couldn't help but think he would likely become an issue in the future, but he just couldn't bring himself to care. He didn't fear the man, and he most certainly didn't fear his God. He just returned to his alchemy and bird-sitting. A day after the preacher left, the malefic Viper contacted him unprompted with quite a peculiar question, not from the Viper himself, but some of his followers. Jake just agreed to it. He honestly found it a bit weird that they even asked for permission, but he was kind of their boss's friend, so it made sense. Still a bit strange, mainly because of who was asking. They were gods after all. Meanwhile, Miranda was working hard on finally getting her class to 25 and evolving it. Miranda fired off another mana bolt that easily tore into the beast, causing significant damage. She kept barraging it by throwing bolt after bolt until it finally died. It was honestly too easy. With her profession so high, killing these beasts only around level 35 was just simple. Simple but rewarding when it came to class experience. Honestly, it was almost criminal that she hadn't gotten it done before. It had taken less than 2 hours for her to gain the last 3 levels she needed, and she finally got the prompt with an evolution. She quickly began heading back to Haven before evolving, Neil and his party in tow. They had functioned as bodyguards to make sure nothing happened and hadn't needed to do anything, but just as she entered the office and was about to begin choosing her class, she got another message. "The ladies of the Verdant Lagoon have invited you to their realm. Accept." Miranda stared at it for a bit, unsure what it was about. She then remembered Jake talking about how gods had realms and how gods sometimes blessed mortals. He had also put a lot of emphasis on how accepting blessings was entirely optional. She had to be honest. She was curious. Jake had told her so many things that she found unbelievable. She just couldn't stop herself from accepting the prompt as her vision shifted. "See, I told you she would accept," one of the women said confidently to the other. "No, you guessed she would accept. And no one disagreed with you either," the second woman said with a sigh. "I think we should address the mortals soon," the third interjected, finally turning their attention to Miranda, who had just appeared there. For Miranda, she suddenly found herself in what looked like a small island in the middle of a massive swamp. At the same time, she felt pressure bear down on her, unlike anything she had ever felt before. She thought the aura of a degrade was bad, but this was on an entirely different level. She failed to hold herself back from falling to her knees. The worst part was, the figures in front of her clearly weren't trying to make her submit. Their mere existences alone were enough to make every fiber of her being want to submit. But just as the feeling became overwhelming, the pressure suddenly amplified manifold as another presence appeared. Before she felt something even worse, she felt her entire existence was being thoroughly searched in both body and soul. As quickly as the presence had come, it disappeared again, leaving Miranda shaking. "Relax, child," one of the women said as she teleported over and placed a hand on Miranda's shoulder. She instantly felt the pressure on her lessen, and she felt like she could finally breathe again. "What is this? What was that?" Miranda managed to stammer out, "Were these gods? What was that scary presence before?" It made her feel like her mind was crumpling just by feeling its gaze upon her. What kind of monster could do that? The first woman proudly introduced them. "We are the ladies of the verdant lagoon, and that presence before was our magnificent lord, the malefic viper." The last part was said with stars in her eyes, as her cheeks even reddened a little. "As for what this is, well, we thought that if our lord has selected your lord as his chosen, doesn't it only make sense that we also bless you so you can be of better use to him?" "What?" Miranda asked, still confused. "Oh, but you won't get a true blessing. Can only have one of those, and if you died too soon, it would suck for us. You still get the second best, so it isn't all bad. What do you say?" The third sister butted in with a bright smile, making Miranda only more confused. What the hell kind of religion is this? Chapter 185, Progress for Everyone. Miranda returned to the office building as if nothing had happened. In reality, only a few moments had passed, but to her, it had been several hours while she had been whisked away into the realm of three gods. She sat in her chair in a daze, trying to comprehend everything. A few days ago, she saw Kenneth as a fanatic for believing in some new god that she believed to be make-believe. Now she had just come from a meeting with three freaking gods. From what she gathered from Jake, gods weren't that special, but just people who reached a really high level. But those women didn't feel like people anymore. Not at all. They were utterly terrifying. Miranda felt like she couldn't do anything but agree to everything they said, no matter how nice they seemed. It was like talking with a gun constantly pressed to her skull, and no matter how much the person holding the gun insisted it wasn't loaded and they weren't going to shoot, it still felt like she had a fucking gun pressed against her skull. She now wholly understood why Kenneth had been so reverent towards that Terra-something god he had met and been blessed by. If those three women had told her to do something, she wasn't sure she would dare say no. Now, if that was just everything, she could deal with it. Fine, gods are now a thing and they can bless people and have agents in the new world. That was manageable. But that wasn't everything, because apparently her boss, Jake Thane, was somehow also recognized as a superior by those absolutely terrifying gods, at least when it came to status. Their lord recognized Jake as an equal, which meant she had just endured hours of three gods trying to convince her to call them senior sisters, as apparently they were now colleagues of sorts. Miranda honestly felt like her entire worldview had been turned upside down, and she seriously needed to go have a meeting with Jake. But for now, just roll with it, Miranda. It wasn't like she hadn't gotten extreme gains from the madness she had just gone through. It was actually insane how much she had gained for doing practically nothing, another reason why following gods suddenly made a lot more sense in her head. The first gain was a blessing she had pretty much been coerced into accepting. But then again, it wasn't like she held any regrets, especially not when she saw the benefits. Divine blessing of the ladies of the verdant lagoon, blessing divine. You have been recognized as one of the most valuable followers of the ladies of the verdant lagoon, to become an essential follower of the trio of god queens, a true honor for any mortal. Through a strong karmic bond, you have tapped into their mysterious powers. Plus 10% willpower, plus 10% wisdom, grants access to many new paths. Only one blessing can be held at a time. This was the first percentage stat gain Miranda had ever seen, and it was to some of her most valuable stats. As a caster, she naturally used a lot of mana, so more of it was always welcome. Willpower also made some of her existing mental skills stronger, which would help her do her job as a city lord more efficiently. But with the blessing also came a title. Holder of a god queen's divine blessing. Obtain the divine blessing of a god queen. God queens and kings sit in the higher echelons of power in the multiverse and can find few equals. To have their divine blessing is a gift much sought after but rarely gained. Grants the skill, Dreams of the Verdant Lagoon Legendary, plus 5 all stats, plus 5% to all stats. Miranda didn't have any titles besides the Forerunner one that everyone got, so this one was also massive. It too gave stats and even more than the blessing itself. There were many terminologies she didn't understand, and she had no idea what a god queen was, but it was just one of a myriad of questions she still had, something the new skill she had gained would likely help with. It was a bit silly how this was her first legendary skill, and she got it so easily and coincidentally. Dreams of the Verdant Lagoon Legendary. Through your dreams, you enter the coven. When you close your eyes, your soul seeks towards the Verdant Lagoon, home of the ladies that created it. Allows the caster to travel to the Verdant Lagoon while sleeping or meditating. Increased resistance to time dilation effects while in the Verdant Lagoon. A part of your soul shall forever remain within the lagoon, allowing you solace even if you're stripped of your mortal coil. The skill was also just weird. Miranda had read it a few times already, and her conclusion of what it did was the same every time, a skill that allows her to keep working even while asleep or meditating. As for that whole part about her soul, well, all that did was confirm that the soul was now a real thing. She had a lot of questions. The last thing she gained was, of course, her evolution, the thing she was working on before this entire thing began. She had done it within the realm of those 3 gods and had been offered 5 options. The first 3 sucked, the 4th was okay and related to her profession, while the last one was entirely new. Neophyte Verdant Witch magic is a tool you use to fulfill your wishes, and by treading the path of the Verdant Witch, you shall realize all your desires. Verdant magic is a school of magic deeply rooted in mysticism and borrows from the ancient powers found within the Verdant Lagoon. The Verdant Witch is a spellcaster focusing on magic rituals and intricate spells, but is far from untalented in more conventional magic. This class is relatively fragile but with highly diverse magics and tools to come out on top, so preparation is the key to victory. Stat bonuses per level: +4 wise, +4 will, +3 int, +2 vit, +1 per, +3 free points. She picked it and instantly gained a few new skills. One of them rare rarity even. She knew Hank had only gained an uncommon rarity skill from his class evolution, so she personally thought it was quite good. She had also just gained a legendary skill through the title, but if she had to be honest, she wasn't clear exactly on how good that was. The skill was a bit weird, while the one she had just gained was a skill to create rituals. All in all, Miranda had to admit that the last few hours had been very productive. She was also acutely aware that everything that had happened had nothing to do with herself. She wasn't delusional. She knew everything was because of her relation to Jake. The gods seemed to only care about the fact that she was his city lord. She felt like the pressure on her to do well and make Jake happy had just increased manifold within a day. But she also felt oddly satisfied and was looking forward to the future. She had for the longest time thought their little city a confined corner of their planet. But today, she had that understanding upturned. They weren't some small fringe faction, but a genuinely influential force on Earth. Jake Thane wasn't just some above-average human, but likely the strongest human on their planet, and she was the city lord he had entrusted to lead that faction formally. With great gusto, she got back to work with even more energy than before, the extra stats also helping there. The weeks passed by as Jake grinded alchemy, and the small hawk slowly grew. The little bugger was growing quite slowly and barely got a level every few days, making Jake a bit worried. She didn't really eat much, but Jake did find that she enjoyed eating things with mana in it, mainly meat. Luckily, Jake had quite a lot of it from some of the herd leaders he looted after the battle at the fort. Hawky and the Mistsong Hawk had been gone for nearly 3 weeks. Jake had gained only 2 more levels in his profession over these weeks, bringing him to 84. It was slower than usual, but that was kind of expected. He was mainly experimenting and not crafting much. Jake was refining his technique and planning for the fungicide he would create to take down the indigo fungus mycorrhiza. He had to adequately prepare as he didn't have enough ingredients just to play around. Besides that, he had kept up with his usual mana control training, and he especially had one place where he had made rapid progress. Move, Jake spoke to the small marble on the table. He felt a bit of mana be consumed as he did so, and the tiny marble rolled forward and fell off the table. Sweat was pouring down his face after only making something so small happen, yet he smiled triumphantly. What he had just used was technically recognized as a word of power. Words of power were when you infused your voice with your willpower and imposed your will upon the world through speech, which is to say, he had ordered the inanimate marble to move, and it had followed his command. Pride of the Malefic Viper made imposing his will upon the world easier and amplified words of power. This means there was a double up on the effect when using words of power. When he finally began to learn about words of power, he realized why they fit with Pride of the Malefic Viper. What is more arrogant and prideful than believing your commands can shape the world itself? That your spoken word is a law of nature that must be followed by anything ordered. It was truly insane to think about the possibilities. Jake so far had only managed to move the small marble a bit, but he was swiftly trying to make more discoveries. Using words of power used mana, but it also took a lot of concentration and mental strength. It also required one to have confidence in the words spoken and honestly believe it would work. Words of power weren't really something done at his level, Jake had quickly learned. It was something most often seen by powerhouses, often only at C grade or possible late D grade. For Jake to be able to do anything while at E grade was a testament to the power of the Pride of the Malefic Viper skill. Willpower was a stat Jake had indeed underestimated. It was so much more than just one that increased mana regeneration and helping with mental defenses and other things related to mental magic. Willpower was, as the name implied, power through will. With enough willpower, Jake would be able to do nearly everything simply by willing it to happen. It was to make your imagination into reality and shape the world as you intend for it to be. At the pinnacle, gods could order the universe itself. While the use of words of power and his willpower as a whole seemed to be so far away, it wasn't like it wasn't also used at low levels. Chanting, incantations, and speaking the name of a skill or spell were all parts of some of these skills and spells. Either it was a requirement, or it simply made them stronger. The Minotaur Mindchief had spoken out the Echoing Dream skill, even thinking back to the tutorial that Hayden Guy had spoken out Trail of Embers when he used his ultimate move. Jake didn't have any such skills, but that was just because he wasn't a caster, he reckoned. Chanting and incantations were apparently pretty standard among mages. Especially in group spells or large rituals, chanting could help unify and shape the mana by everyone focusing on the same thing. It was a way of using words of power that the system helped very actively with. Jake's use of making a marble move was a lot rougher than using it with a skill or spell, for now. Using his willpower more actively in combat was a pipe dream, and it was more for small fun tricks right now. But in the future he could see its usefulness. But that was okay. Jake had never aimed for immediate gains and was fine with doing work that would only pay off down the line. He wanted to go all the way after all. He was a bit ambitious and prideful like that. On the subject of improving his touch of the malefic viper, not much had happened. Miranda had brought by a few crafted weapons, but it wasn't many. They were all inferior rarity, but apparently even those weapons were in demand for the citizens. There was also the issue of the crafters mainly making things for the construction effort, and Jake had explicitly said that he didn't want to impact the city negatively with his request. As for Miranda herself, she was a bit different. Jake thought they were getting along better, but she had turned more subservient than ever before. He knew she had gained a blessing from some weird group of triplet witches that worked for the Viper, but that was about it. She had gained a nice class and some titles too, so maybe she just felt thankful. He did miss her snappy comments when he said something weird though. At least she didn't seem to have become fanatical like that Kenneth guy. She had also begun spending some time actually leveling, going out with Neil and his party once in a while, so that was good. He wasn't sure about everything going on with her, and he didn't need to. What he did know, however, was that she kept doing her job as well as ever and kept bringing him food for their meeting once a week, even if the meetings themselves were getting a bit boring and overly formal. On the 23rd day since Misty and Hockey had last returned, Jake found himself outside playing with the little birdie. It was still covered in soft down and had only grown a little bit. Actually, it just looked a lot fatter now. Well, it had begun getting a bit of color. A few nascent feathers were starting to grow out, and they all had pretty greenish-brown colors. Sylphie hadn't changed how she acted much, still primarily spending her days sleeping on Jake's head, eating and running around, causing problems. It sure didn't help that the baby bird could now do a bit of wind magic. She could make the wind blow a bit, and she found it especially fun to turn Jake's pages when he was reading. To counteract this, Jake had learned to set up some simple mana barriers around himself in the book. Currently, they were outside playing by Jake practicing mana control on a small feather while Sylphie tried to catch it, using all her newly discovered wind magic and just by jumping after it. It was good practice for both of them. Jake kept playing for a while, smiling at the small hawk as she finally caught the feather. Sylphie stood victoriously with it in its beak for a bit before running towards Jake and landing on his head with a mighty leap. She placed the feather down into his hair, making sure to tuck it in so it wouldn't fall out. He didn't wonder why she didn't want to play anymore, as he had already felt it. He noticed Sylphie was now looking up towards the sky as she flapped her small wings excitedly, having felt the approaching two presences too. Jake looked up and with his gaze pierced high up where he saw two approaching figures. One of them was a blue hawk that Jake, of course, recognized as Misty right away. The other one Jake didn't recognize by look, but by the signature of its aura, an aura far more potent than before. The hawk was no longer brown and relatively normal looking, but now had gray streaks resembling lightning bolts running through him, and all his feathers had turned slightly darker. Even from down on the ground, he could see the energy running within those patterns. Jake smiled as he made eye contact with Hockey. You finally evolved, a Stormsong Hawk LVL. Chapter 186, One Step Closer. Jake raised his arms as the thunderbolt hit him, sending him tumbling back. His entire body was smoking, but his scales of the malefic viper had nullified most of the attack. He took out his bow again as he sidestepped a massive blade of wind coming towards him. The wind blade tore into the clouds below, cutting off a huge part of it, and sending all the surrounding birds and elementals scurrying even further away. Jake smiled a bit as he fired a splitting arrow towards the small bird that was his opponent. It dodged all of them easily as the hawk zoomed through the air, far faster than any opponent Jake had ever fought before. Simultaneously, a constant stream of attacks headed for him, but he was no slouch when it came to speed and avoiding blows either. Jake was enjoying the small bout quite a lot, and his opponent also seemed to enjoy being able to let loose its power and practice its newfound strength. Hockey had gotten a lot faster and stronger after his evolution. And while the power dynamic had changed slightly, with Hockey no longer utterly outmatched, it still wasn't the superior predator. Jake flapped his wings as he chased after the far faster bird while shooting the occasional arrow. One would assume it could get away, but Jake had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. His gaze landed on the hawk, making it freeze up momentarily, and at the same time solidified the mana under his foot as he took a step. He appeared right above the hawk, stepping on an arrow he had fired just beforehand. He was now right above Hockey and within range of the bird. Jake reached down and pulled the bird towards him with a hastily constructed web of mana strings. Hawkeye had only been frozen for a moment, but it was enough for Jake to land his hand on the hawk and grasp the wings that were already crackling with electricity to get him off. "Won't work," Jake snickered as he dragged the hawk down and smashed it into the cloud. Size had some strengths and some weaknesses. Being large made you immune to some physical attacks from smaller forms, such as pretty much making it impossible for them to tackle you, but it made you slower and a far easier target. In the same vein, being small made you susceptible to being wrestled around by a larger opponent. This was especially true for the Stormsong Hawk that relied on speed and high damage output to fight. In summary, Hawkeye was screwed if Jake got hold of him. "I win again," Jake said with a big grin as the hawk pecked his hand in annoyance. "Don't be a sore loser, it's just sparring. Besides, I doubt I could catch you if you decided to just bail from the fight," Jake shrugged. Hawkeye, of course, knew this but was still a bit sour. Today was far from the first time the two had fought, as it was just one of many bouts. It was great practice for both of them, and Jake had learned a lot about magic combat from it. It was rare to find an opponent that could shoot lightning bolts at you to practice making a mana barrier. "Aight, let's head back," he said, motioning for the hawk to follow. It happily did so as Jake threw one last glance towards the massive tree on the cloud continent. Jake could feel that this is where Hawkeye and Misty had gone when they were gone for over 3 weeks. They were doing as the Thunder, Rock, and Storm Elemental had done before and claimed the massive tree for themselves. With Misty putting down formations to increase the absorption rate and Hawkeye already at 99 when they left, the Hawk had achieved degrade pretty quickly. It did help that Jake had killed all other powerful contenders for the tree, making Misty able to easily handle any other bird or elemental that decided to get in the way of Hawkeye's evolution. He did see that many other birds and elementals now swarmed the tree, and it was just a matter of time before a new degrade would appear. Arriving back at the lodge, Jake touched down on the ground, and instantly a tiny goofball of a hawk jumped out of the lodge and ran up to him. Chirp, chirp. Sylphie looked expectantly up at him as Jake picked her up and placed her on his shoulder. She had begun getting a bit big for his head, even if she did occasionally climb there anyway. He kept playing with her a bit as he made preparations for his next crafting session. Nearly an entire month had passed since Hawkeye returned in his evolved form, and Jake had made plenty of progress in that time on his newest crafting projects. He had already made plenty of common rarity fungicides that were all far better than what he had used on the indigo fungus what felt like so long ago. In this time, he had also gained another 5 levels in his profession, getting him to 89. Just one more level and he would get the final skill in the stat granting of the Malefic Viper skills. Hopefully, today would be that day, as Jake was preparing to finally make the final push. Looking over the materials he would use, he did a bit of counting and concluded that he only had enough for a total of 20 attempts or so. It sounded like a lot, but this was also his first time truly trying to concoct an uncommon rarity poison. Lesser Ethwood Ashes Uncommon, the ashes left behind by burnt lesser Ethwood, used in a myriad of recipes related to the soul and mind, has no effect upon direct consumption. Soothing Bellberry Uncommon, a berry that provides a soothing effect to whoever consumes it. Throughout this period, Jake had analyzed and done many experiments with the samples he took from the indigo fungus. He had already used a bit of the ash in prior concoctions as he had enough of it to do that. He patted himself on the back for burning down all the traps within the forgotten sewers and looting all the ash he could get. The ash contained a weird sort of energy that was a bit like mana, but not entirely. Jake was sure it still actually was mana, it just acted so differently, so ethereal. He had trouble controlling it within the concoction, but found that his pride of the Malefic Viper and the whole imposing your will upon the world thing also applied in alchemy. It was small, subtle things, like slightly nudging the mana here and there, but it helped immensely. Now he was a bit ashamed to admit it, but he had tried talking to the concoction using words of power. He had done so when no one else was around, but he still felt stupid for doing it. Naturally, it hadn't done jack shit, and the only real feedback he got was Villy sending a divine message that was just him laughing. Well, the Viper did finish off by saying that he had sure as hell had never seen anyone using words of power while doing alchemy. Still, Jake was totally welcome to develop his own new innovative style of singing to his cauldron. So yeah, he never tried that again, but returned to the methods he knew worked. After offloading Sylphie to her parents much to her displeasure, he finally went out onto his porch, where he sat down on a chair and summoned his Altmer cauldron. The ingredients were already on the small table beside him as he began his concoction. He wouldn't use a lot of purified water for this concoction. No, nearly all the liquid would stem from his own blood and the juices inside the berries. He still needed a bit of purified water for when he mixed in the ash, as otherwise the entire concoction would become way too solid to work with. Next, he added some aged green moss he had been preparing for more than a month. The moss was normally a common rarity herb used in nearly all kinds of poisons, but this moss was a bit different. He had several batches he had taken out daily to use cultivate toxin on to prepare them for these concoctions. It was far from enough to bring them to uncommon rarity, but it did make the herbs far more potent. He let it all swirl a while as he integrated the moss in his blood. He was meticulous throughout the entire process, not rushing anything. He wanted to make the most potent toxin possible, not create a lot of it. His only goal was to succeed. When the entire concoction was stable, he added a bit of liquid from a pre-prepared common rarity fungicide. It wasn't more than a few droplets, but it was enough to throw the entire mix for a loop for a few moments, with Jake working to stabilize it. It was an easy task for him now, but a few months ago, he would have had all the contents of the cauldron blow up in his face. The fungicide was quickly diluted into the mix, and Jake had a strong feeling that if he finished up now, he would have just made a large batch of inferior rarity fungicide. With this method, he could easily turn one bottle of common rarity fungicide into a dozen inferior rarity ones. But of course, that wasn't his goal. Instead, he took out some of the lesser ethwood ash and threw it into the cauldron before quickly placing the lid back on. The expert craftsmanship behind the cauldron completely sealed in all the energies, including the mysterious ethereal energy that the ash released when Jake directed his mana to break it down. Jake carefully tried to control the energy, but it just refused to mix correctly with the rest of the concoction. He used all his willpower and mana control to try and integrate it, and eventually he did. It was incredibly inefficient, but he breathed out a sigh of relief anyway. This part he had even trained before, and yet it was so hard. Moving on, he slowly began using Touch of the Malefic Viper to mimic the poison found in the fungicide, but at a very low intensity. He would slowly bring up the entire concoction's toxicity without accidentally overwhelming the oh-so-feeble energy from the ethwood ash. He had to walk a very narrow line between the poison not being toxic enough to reach the threshold of uncommon rarity and have enough potency while at the same time allowing the soul-affecting energy to assimilate with the entire mixture. It took careful control to, and it's gone. He slipped up for only a moment, and instantly all the soul-affecting mana was gone, consumed by the poison around it, turning it into nothing. Jake just sighed as he cleaned up the cauldron, downed a mana potion, and started over again. 2 hours later, the entire concoction was ruined because he added too much common rarity fungicide too quickly. His third attempt failed when he used Touch of the Malefic Viper at a too high level of intensity and completely overwhelmed the other toxins in the mix. The fourth time he got further than ever before. He had managed to raise the toxicity level adequately. However, the ethereal energy from the ash still wasn't active. It was more a catalyst than anything else, and the soothing bellberry would be the effect it would amplify. He added the berry and instantly felt it clash with everything else in the concoction. Jake already knew this would happen, as the berry wasn't considered a toxin at all. Far from it. It had the gentlest energy one could imagine within it and held purely beneficial effects. Except Jake wanted to turn those beneficial effects of soothing the mind into instead soothing the experienced effect of the fungicide for the indigo fungus. To that end, he also added one final vital part, indigo fungus mycorrhiza life-vine rare, the life-vine of an indigo fungus mycorrhiza. The life-vine is a part of the main body of the fungus, contains intense amounts of vital energy and is incredibly resilient, can be used in a myriad of alchemical creations, granted. It wasn't the entire life-vine, but a small part of it. This was another reason he had limited attempts, because he, of course, had pieces of life-vine to make the concoction's energy feel more familiar to the fungi, make it feel like it was just its own energies. He would make it so that the toxin would slowly and unnoticeably spread throughout the massive creature, into every little crevice of its body. The fungicide would slowly erode it from the inside out, with the damn mushroom unable to feel it before it was too late. Jake wanted to make it so there would never be a fight, but just a poisoning and then a slow death. It was very ambitious of him, but then again, he was an ambitious hunter. Jake carefully tried to integrate the berry, but it felt like the toxic energies pounced with great vigor to devour it only a few moments later. He was a second too slow to react adequately, and yet another concoction failed. Well, he said he failed, but even these failed attempts still resulted in crafting either an inferior or common rarity fungicide every time after all the effects from the ash and or berry were consumed. It did result in a worse toxin than if he didn't use the ash at all, so it was a very suboptimal way of crafting fungicide. His sixth attempt failed right away as Jake just wasn't in the right mindset when he began, so he took a break and played with Sylphie, afterward taking a quick nap with the small hawk when she got tired. The entire second day of attempting to create the fungicide was spent failing repeatedly, but getting a bit better every time. The third day went the same, but he got to the last part of the process pretty much at every attempt. He only had a dozen attempts left on the third day. He only used his more limited ingredients for the last part, so he used more now than in the beginning. During the fourth day, he got so close that he could practically feel the concoction just about to complete, but he got impatient and tried giving it a final push, ruining it all. On the fifth day, he failed the first craft, but on the second concoction, everything finally went well. First steps had been easy for a while, and even when he infused it with touch of the malefic viper, everything remained stable. He added the ash and controlled everything near perfectly. Finally, when he added the berry and part of the life fen, he took it slow and handled himself. Sweat poured down his face as he kept his cool. He felt how close it was yet didn't get impatient, but just kept slowly integrating grain of energy after grain of energy. Finally, everything seemed to just click. The energy from the bellberry mixed perfectly with the concoction, and Jake even felt the entire concoction now faintly give off an aura similar to the indigo fungus. You have successfully crafted ethoxic fungicide uncommon. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned * ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 90 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points * ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 91 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points * ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 95 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points * ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 92 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake basked in the feeling as he felt the level ups, but was even more excited about the liquid he saw upon removing the cauldron's lid. Ethoxic fungicide uncommon, a poison created to kill fungi and similar lifeforms. This type of poison is made to spread through any physical connection of the fungi, quickly infecting large parts of it. Deals relatively low damage to the mushroom, but is hard to cleanse. A distinct trace of ether mana makes the poison incredibly difficult to detect for the fungus that has provided life energy to the concoction. One step closer, Jake thought. I'm coming for you, you fucking blue mushroom. Chapter 187, Sylphian. Jake smiled as he took a deep breath of the toxic concoction. He felt the fumes enter his system and quickly be eliminated and turned to mana, but he also felt the potency of what he had just made. Even if the fungicide wasn't made to kill humans, a person sure as hell shouldn't risk getting it on them. He quickly bottled up the super fungicide. He didn't get a lot of it, only enough for 2 of the small bottles, but the most important thing was that he had succeeded. Leaning back in his chair, he quickly went through a few of his other notifications, the first of which was one he had expected, but seeing it still broadened his smile. Concoct poison common. While most focus on the aspect of giving life through their craft, others prefer to take it away. Allows for the concoction of common rarity poisons and below. Must have suitable materials and equipment in order to create poisons. Adds a minor increase to the effectiveness of created poisons based on wisdom. Concoct poison uncommon. While most focus on the aspect of giving life through their craft, others prefer to take it away. Allows for the concoction of uncommon rarity poisons and below. Must have suitable materials and equipment in order to create poisons. Adds a small increase to the effectiveness of created poisons based on wisdom. The changes in the description were absolutely minimal, but that didn't matter. Jake knew the requirement for upgrading both brew potion and concoct poison was just to make a creation of that rarity with your own skills, aka without effects such as those from Malefic Viper's poison. The upgrade did little to actually help him, except making his wisdom increase the effectiveness of his poisons a little more. No, what mattered far more was the implications of him having upgraded it. At F grade, he had learned to create common rarity poisons, and now in E grade, he had learned to make uncommon rarity ones. He was a step ahead every time. It would help him with his profession evolution for sure, though Jake had to admit he wasn't sure if he needed any help in that regard, as his records had to be quite good. But a small part of him did fear his evolution options would have too much focus on his friendship with Villy and not as much on his abilities as an alchemist. Jake would hate for that to happen. He refused to become some kind of priest or preacher for a friend. That was just too fucking weird. No, he wanted just to be a damn great alchemist. This is also why he had set the requirements of upgrading his skills before reaching D grade. Now, he only needed to upgrade Touch of the Malefic Viper and Sense of the Malefic Viper. As for the last skill from level ups, he had naturally picked that up. Fangs of the Malefic Viper, Ancient. When born, the Viper had limited weapons to fight with, yet it prevailed only with its fangs. Its bites the deliver of death. As a human, you have taken inspiration and learned to apply the same concept. Allows the alchemist to coat his teeth in deadly venom, sharing all the same effects as blood of the Malefic Viper in an empowered state. Additionally, all poisons you have crafted or created are significantly more effective when injected directly into the body of your foes. Passively provides 1 strength per level in Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. May you bring death in a single strike. Jake had briefly skimmed the other options, and while they were fine, some of them great even, nothing could compare to the Fang's skill. There's also the fact that Jake predicted it to be part of a set, and he really wanted to complete that set. With his skill chosen, he took a look at the free points he had built up. While it was suboptimal for sure, he hadn't actually spent any for a long time, not since he last picked a skill at level 80. For the longest time, he had just been putting every point into perception and honestly still felt like doing so. He had 90 free points available to distribute. Of course, those points would be way more after the percentage bonuses from all his titles, so it was closer to 150 in any stat he wanted. He opened his status screen to see how it was beginning to look after many weeks of alchemy. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. LVL 95. Class: Ambitious Hunter. LVL 99. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 92. Health points: HP 13,068 13150. Mana points: MP 3841 15637. Stamina 70 1499 30. Stats: Strength 855. Agility 1172. Endurance 993. Vitality 1315. Toughness 840. Wisdom 1251. Intelligence 640. Perception 2234. Willpower 926. Free points 90. Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer V, Dungeon Pioneer V, Legendary Prodigy, Prodigious Slayer of the Mighty, Kingslayer. Nobility: Earl, Progenitor of the 93 Third Universe. Class: Skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Advanced Stealth Common, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Hunter's Tracking Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Infused Powershot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Archery of Vast Horizons Rare, Descending Dark Fang Rare, Limit Break Rare, Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter Epic, One Step Mile Ancient, Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary, Gaze of the Apex Hunter Legendary. Profession: Skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Concoct Poison Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Epic, Touch of the Malefic Viper Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Palate of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blood of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sagacity of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Wings of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Pride of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Fangs of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blessing, True Blessing of the Malefic Viper Blessing. True Race Skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races. Unique: Identify Common, Thoughtful Meditation Uncommon, Shroud of the Primordial Divine. Bloodline: Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Ability. Unique. Jake looked over his ever-growing status menu and smiled. It wasn't like at the beginning where he felt it go through substantial changes every single day, but it was still developing at a noticeable pace. He was looking forward to D-grade more than ever too, and he could almost smell it. He had less than 10 levels remaining. It was truly the final stretch. The Malefic Viper sat in his realm as power swirled around him. He stared through the void, not looking at anything in particular, but just the vast nothingness that existed between the universes. He raised his hand and stared at it before sighing as yet another attempt failed. Still not quite there, he said as he got up and shifted his gaze to raise his spirits a bit. Sylphian, heh, he chuckled before shaking his head. I wonder how that came to be. Sylphs were rare, old, and extremely powerful wind elementals. They were some of the most intelligent among all elementals and wielded powerful magic, not just of the wind affinity, but also possessed a plethora of other means. They were hell to deal with and could often defeat enlightened races at equal levels. A top-grade race for sure, but the part about being old was important. They were almost archaic. A sylph was not born but only evolved into by powerful elementals that had lived nearly to the end of their lifespans before evolving. Was that his own contribution to the creation? A touch of time and ancientness, number that wouldn't have been enough. Far from it. Was it Jake's mana that had caused the change? It was incredibly pure and was approaching a new threshold, one the Viper hoped he would overcome before reaching D-grade, even if it would be ridiculous for him to do so. Jake's path was one the Viper respected. It was honest and without any deceit. He truly just wanted to fight and become stronger. His desire for power, not one born of any greed for anything but power itself. A truly pure and straightforward path. So was his approach to everything, including mana. His way of doing it was simple. His mana practice was almost insultingly effective considering how inane and uncomplicated it was. He didn't mix in other mana affinities, but had even ignored his quite frankly top-level darkness affinity. He had managed not to pollute or specialize any of his mana with any mana attunements because of that. One didn't need to have an attunement to shape one's magic, but simply using a type of magic too much was enough to color your mana and shape your records. Jake hadn't done that. His mana always remained pure. a purity he was only condensing and refining to an entirely new level, even if he did so unknowingly. It was a purity not just in mana but in will and intent as well. So, was that truly what gave birth to the Sylphy and Aias? Just the purity of his mana. The Sylphs were as pure as any elemental could get. They were primeval and concepts incarnate. The only way he could see Jake having such a strong power of purity within his records could only hold one explanation. His bloodline, if not the Viper's records, would have undoubtedly affected him on a more fundamental level, yet they hadn't. But that answer confused the Viper quite a bit too. What did increased perception and natural fighting instincts have to do with purity and rawness? Honestly, it didn't matter. The Viper had no desire to find out all the small, intricate details of his pal's bloodline outside of pure curiosity. The only real reason he truly wanted to know was to discover its effects on the small avian. His friend clearly cared for the small thing. Vilistramas couldn't help but look towards a particular area in his realm as his mood dampened significantly. He knew he couldn't linger with his consciousness in the realm any longer. The avatar closed its eyes as it became dormant and returned to slumber, the Viper's real body still in the outside world. The beast in question was currently on a mighty quest to find the big human. For too long, she had been denied her rightful resting place. Too long had her parents kept her away. The warnings of danger by being near when the human created the smelly smoke didn't faze her. She could handle the smelly smoke. Stealthily, she crept across the floorboards, making sure to stay low. She swiftly made her way under one of the chairs, staying perfectly hidden throughout it all. Small amounts of wind even surrounded her to limit sound. A true stroke of genius she had come on to mask her every movement. Sylphie didn't doubt her prowess for even a second as she made a long leap, assisted by the wind and a flap of her small wings, as she made her way under the table. Halfway there, her goal was the back end of the big treehouse and through the opening leading to the water with the scary long fish. She could have tried to go around the building, but she knew her parents watched from above and would detect her instantly. No, through the house was the best way to stay hidden. Everything was as she had planned, each of her steps calculated to the smallest detail, her approach perfection itself. After another sneaky walk, she was close to the door. She could already see the tall human, utterly unaware of the apex creature about to pounce. Indeed, she had gone above and beyond herself. In one final leap, she jumped through the slightly open door as she made a mighty roar. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The human jumped with fright as Sylphie triumphantly jumped on top of his head where she stood proudly. She was rewarded for her perfection as the tall human scratched her in that good spot below her neck. Once more, she had proven how great she truly was. It rewarded the human back by mercifully reciprocating his affection. Great and benevolent. Jake scratched the proud bird as she cutely nuzzled up to him happily. After a long day of crafting, he found nothing more relaxing than playing with the small hawk, to watch her stealthily sneak up on him through his lodge. Of course, Sylphie's version of stealth was to kick up a deafening whirlwind around herself, so instead of listening to footsteps, you could hear the sound of a small tornado walking through the house, making things fall off their shelves. Yet Jake couldn't bring himself not to let her win every single time. A primordial couldn't observe him unnoticed, and so far he had yet to encounter any skill that could hide from his sphere, but Sylphie had found the one way to counter him, make him lose on purpose. Well, not like Jake needed any of his perception-related abilities to notice the bird. He doubted she could sneak up on anything, but damn, was she cute when she did it. And luckily for the work Jake was now doing, she wasn't in any danger when spending time with him. It was 4 days since he finished his first uncommon rarity fungicide, and now he had already moved on to his next task, Touch of the Malefic Viper. He hadn't forgotten about the fungus. Oh no, he was just waiting for a delivery. Besides, he couldn't leave the tiny bird alone after he had kept her away for so long. Over the last 4 days, he had gained another level in his profession, bringing it to 93 while also giving him another race level. That got him to a total of 100 free points at the ready to distribute whenever. He could throw it all into wisdom now and make his poison a bit stronger, but he preferred to save them. The day earlier, Miranda had come by with a delivery of weapons. It was weapons made by the craftsmen of the city, all created mainly to practice. Of course, they were still more than usable weapons in combat, but these were spares that no one needed, or at least that is what Miranda had told him. Most of them were just inferior rarity ones and were relatively simple. Sharpened steel shortsword inferior, a blade made of steel that has been soaked in mana and crafted by a still-growing smith. The craftsmanship is lacking in some areas, but the blade is still solidly built. Enchantments, sharpened blade requirements, LVL 25+ in any humanoid race deflective iron buckler inferior, a buckler made of mana-infused iron and crafted by a still-growing smith. The craftsman has put his all into this item, making it a respectable buckler for a smith of the creator's level, and is especially potent at deflecting ranged attacks. Enchantments, deflection requirements, LVL 30+ in any humanoid race. Jake looked them over and saw the inferior tags, instantly discounting them both. Yet from what Miranda told him, they actually tended to hold up well against the common rarity tutorial items. Likely those items back in the tutorial's outer zone were created for those around level 25, seeing as they were primarily found in areas with weaker beasts. As those items didn't have any level requirements, that did kind of make sense. The uncommon rarity tutorial items were, of course, a grade better. Jake's quiver was still doing okay if beginning to feel a bit lacking, and as for the cloak, well, it existed and could change colors a bit and make his head not get wet when it rained. Anyway, level requirements clearly mattered for items a lot, maybe even as much if not more than the rarity. One of the last weapons, a perfect example of this. Ferocious Machete Common, a machete created from iron that has been soaked in the blood of a powerful beast. Due to the crafting process, faint remnant records of the beast remain within the weapon. The craftsman behind this weapon has shown great promise. Any wound inflicted with this weapon will inflict amplified pain, increasing with each successive attack. Enchantments, Ferocious Slashes Requirements. LVL 10+ in any humanoid class. Jake had tried the blade a bit and found it significantly worse than the steel sword. Apparently, it was an early creation from a smith that had only recently begun working hard on his profession, so Jake was looking forward to getting interesting things from that guy later. Apparently, he had created many weapons by soaking metals in the blood of the dead herd leaders. Clearly, he had some skill to facilitate it, and Jake found it quite interesting. He also noted how all the system's descriptions of the items were relatively friendly. None of them called the smiths bad or something like that, but instead used very positive language. Maybe the system wasn't that bad after all. Sure, it kind of allowed fucked up degenerate bastards to choose a path of absolute debauchery, but at least it was polite while doing so. Jake chuckled a bit at his thoughts, earning an annoyed slap from the small wing of Sylphie, telling him to stop moving his head. Shaking his head, making the bird slap him again, he happily scratched the small hawk and dove right into absolutely destroying weapons that the many hopeful smiths of Haven had worked hard to make. Chapter 188, A Plan Brought to Fruition. Jake sat in meditation with a sword placed on the palms of his hands. He slowly began using Touch of the Malefic Viper as he pushed the corrupting mana into the blade. He felt it resist at first, but Jake was too strong for the metal, and soon he forced his energy into it. Like a trillion microscopic tendrils, the mana invaded every part of the blade, coloring it from its old steely color to a dark, almost entirely black palette. The mana it gave off grew with every second as the blade went through a complete transformation. Jake opened his eyes and quickly identified the sword. Unstable necrotic steel shortsword common, a blade made of steel that has been soaked in mana and crafted by a still-growing smith, infused with powerful necrotic mana. The necrotic mana has increased the blade's rarity and power, but made it incredibly unstable and fragile. Will break apart within 12 minutes and 13 seconds. Enchantments, Necrotic Strike Requirements. LVL 45+ in any humanoid race still not good enough. He admonished himself as he shook his head. Sure, the blade looked better, but it was just a broken object already. He could see the minuscule cracks across its edge, and he was sure that it would break apart if he tried hitting anything with it. Jake had come to another realization about the Touch of the Malefic Viper skill and its relation to more regular alchemy. The Viper clearly focused on poison above all other things, but his skills also helped with other parts of alchemy. Palette could now also allow him to eat herbs to learn their effects, while the rare version only allowed him to learn from toxins. It also increased the effects of potions, making brewing those clearly a part of the Malefic Viper's repertoire of skills. Sagacity of the Malefic Viper was another piece of proof that the profession was about more than just making poison. It helped create a plethora of other alchemical creations, including flasks and elixirs, making Jake believe that the legacy of the Malefic Viper encompassed pretty much anything that had to do with alchemy, even if it was highly specialized in making toxins. And when Jake thought back to what an alchemist was supposed to do, he missed one very apparent ability: transmutation. To alter an item, transforming it from one state to another. It could be argued that any alchemical creation had some aspects of transmutation. Still, nothing was more evident than the changes he had brought about in items through Touch of the Malefic Viper. So, he reached the conclusion that a core part of the authentic Touch of the Malefic Viper revolved around transmutation through corruption. Even if the skill description didn't currently say it, it very clearly had at least partly such a function already. And now he was trying to improve that part of the skill. So far, there was the minor issue of his Touch of the Malefic Viper kinda breaking stuff. Jake was looking for a way to both infuse the mana and at the same time make it stable. This had resulted in a pile of broken metal off to the side of the valley, lying on a large wooden platform. Before it was on the platform, all the metal had just been placed on the ground, but Jake noticed that the grass surrounded it withered as the metal's corrupt mana began soaking into the ground. At that point, Jake had gotten the brilliant idea of maybe trying to do something with all the discarded metal. Sadly, that proved to be a worthless idea, as the metal had truly become too brittle and broken after his failed experiments. He kept working for the rest of the day and into the morning, only taking breaks to play with Sylphie while regenerating mana or diving into his thoughtful meditation to mentally go through what he had just learned from his last practice session. On that morning, it wasn't Miranda but Lillian that came by. She was dragging a small cart with metal tubes in it, and Jake quickly ran over and helped the moment he saw her. On his way over, he made his mask invisible, internally praising himself for remembering it. "Thank you," she said, as Jake lifted up the cart with his mana control, allowing her to just walk to the lodge with him. It wasn't that she couldn't move it herself. Jake was pretty sure any human at level 10 could easily, but it was still a bit awkward to move through the grass. A few days before he finished his first fungicide, he had sent another commission to the city with another item he needed. Today they had finally arrived, and Jake expectantly identified the first of them. Simple timed injector inferior, a simple tool to inject a liquid from a bottle fitting the form after a set timer. The injection method is through a long metal barrel shaped like a large needle, solidly if hastily constructed from steel and simple manuscripts. Requirements, variable just what I needed, Jake thought as he smiled. Lillian noticed his smile and added, Arnold worked quite fast in making them, and even if he wasn't satisfied with their rarity, he was quite pleased with their functionality. The slot in the side is explicitly made to the poison bottle you provided, and on all his tests, they appear to work as intended. Here, he made this small manual for some reason. She handed him a small pamphlet with some easy-to-understand diagrams that explained how the very self-explanatory device worked. Jake couldn't help but chuckle a bit at it. It reminded him of Before the System and of the absolutely inane guides found on the intranet of the company he worked at. The simplest things were explained to the lowest denominator. Jake heard it had something to do with regulations or avoiding lawsuits or something. Still, he was personally sure it was just because there honestly were many people out there who were absolutely technologically illiterate. Jake was pretty damn sure Arnold had worked with making inventions or something like that before the system, and he must have made the small guide by habit. Or maybe Philip's men also kind of sucked at using technology. Well, he had learned that a lot of people sucked at manipulating mana, so perhaps it made sense to give people guides. After unloading all the injectors, he held one up and inspected it deeper. They were nearly 2 meters tall and had a piston-like device installed to drive a needle-like barrel into the ground before injecting the payload. It was solid workmanship, and Jake was more than happy with it after doing a few of his own tests, mainly with how durable it was. Sadly, he didn't have any spares for testing, so he chose to believe in them working. Now, what would he need 11 large timed injectors for? Well, quite simple, actually. To kill a fucking mushroom. 11 doses of uncommon rarity fungicide were all he had enough materials left over to craft. He didn't know if it would be enough, but he hoped so. His plan was to place these all over the biodome and set the timer to inject, so they all went down simultaneously. With the powerful fungicide in the ground, the mushroom would naturally begin absorbing it little by little without noticing. Maybe it would even believe the energy to be beneficial due to the effects of the soothing bellberry. But he had another trick up his sleeves to attract it. Jake had studied fungi monsters a lot, and they tended to have a few things in common. They tended to require a lot of nutrients due to their large size, and because often their progression relied on expanding their sizes. To do this, they often preyed on living things, or far more frequently absorbing powerful natural sources of mana. And of the many mana affinities, they were known to mainly prefer water and earth affinity mana. Well, besides pure mana, but pretty much everything wanted that. For pure mana, he didn't have any good bait, but for earth mana, he had barrels full. Soil water common, water infused with strong earth affinity mana, making it purer and hold certain magical properties. Can be used as an ingredient in many alchemical recipes or simply consumed in its raw form to restore mana for those possessing the earth affinity. Jake would gladly dump half a barrel around each injector to make the mushroom drink it all up along with the fungicide. And then he would wait. Either the fungus would die without even discovering how, or it would notice its poisoning and go berserk, at which point Jake would jump into action and begin bombarding it with arrows and magic. It was simple, but if Jake wanted to take down the damn blue mushroom fuck while still in E-grade, he didn't think there would be a better time. Sure, he would get stronger if he upgraded his touch or sense first, but he had also been sitting still for too long. While he had practiced a bit with hockey, it wasn't enough. Jake began his final preparations. Each of the injectors had a small compartment for one of Jake's poison bottles to be placed into, and he found that they fit in perfectly. When the timer would go off, the bottle would be crushed, and the liquid pushed down into the ground, a bit simple but nevertheless effective device. When he was done preparing all 11 injectors, he put them into his spatial storage before turning to Lillian. I'm heading down. Say hi to Miranda for me and see you next time, he said. Be careful, Lillian said, already aware that Jake was going to fight the creature that dwelled. She had only heard rumors about it from Jake, so she wasn't sure how strong it was, just that he had returned battered and with tattered armor every time he went down there. Jake just smiled as he raised his hand in a wave, making his mask visible again and his eyes sharpened. He had fought the mushroom twice and had to escape for his life both times, but as one says, third time's the charm. The caterpillar crawled across the large leaf, munching on the small pieces of moss growing on it. Its sharp teeth were ripping it out after loosening it with an acid that didn't cause any damage to the leaf below. It just sat there munching when suddenly the leaf ruffled, and it was thrown off. It landed on the ground unhurt and made a threatening sound towards the direction of the two larger insects fighting. But its instincts made it aware it wasn't a fight it should get involved in, so it cowardly crawled in the other direction, looking for more mana-rich food. Dragging itself away, it searched the ground until encountering the most peculiar plant. It was roughly 1 meter tall and looked very odd as it was perfectly cylinder-shaped. A bit confused, the insect tried biting the plant but found the bark too tough. Annoyed, it scurried away until suddenly the plant made a move itself. Without any warning, it suddenly slammed its upper portion into the ground before coming inert again. Even more confused than before, the caterpillar hurried away, as it got a feeling something terrible was about to happen. Jake sneakily made his way out of the biodome as he did everything he could to not engage in any fights or scare any insects too much. He wanted to avoid waking up the mushroom as much as possible. While he had gotten a bit stronger since last, it was far from enough actually to fight the monstrous fungus. He still got chills when he imagined the speed of those vines and the final blast of mana. He carefully placed down each injector and embedded them in the ground with a good push. At the same time, he made small holes at the bottom of a barrel he placed right beside each injector. It wasn't as fine-tuned as the injectors, but Jake believed not enough energy would have time to seep into the ground and be detected before the fungicide injector also went off. Was the plan perfect? Of course not. If it were, it would be too dull, wouldn't it? Jake's sneaky adventure into the biodome only took a few minutes, with each injector set to go off 5 minutes after being placed. Activating the 5-minute timer took nothing more than injecting a bit of mana. When the last injector was placed and the final barrel dumped right next to it, he quickly ran out of the biodome while still trying to stay undetected. If the mushroom woke up, it sure as hell wouldn't be happy, and being in the middle of it rampaging sounded like a horrible idea. Once outside in safety, he knelt down to make himself appear smaller and made sure the cloak covered his entire body with its camouflage active. While he was outside, he knew it still had ranged attacks that could potentially reach him, so he wanted to be as invisible as he could. Closing his eyes, he focused on the feedback from scents of the malefic viper. He felt his concocted fungicide vividly in his mind. Time ticked by, until around 40 seconds later, the first injector activated. Jake felt the poison be released from its bottle and be forcefully pushed into the ground. 15 seconds later, the second triggered, 18 seconds after the third, and so it continued until all 11 had delivered their payload. Not a single one of them failed to do their job. Jake smiled as he thanked Arnold internally and decided to give the man a bonus after he returned. Minutes passed by with nothing happening. The soil water and fungicide were mixing as it slowly seeped deeper and deeper into the ground. Perhaps it was due to the soil water, but it sank way faster than water normally could, and soon it hit something, a part of the fungus. It didn't make any large sounds or movements, but Jake subtly felt it absorb a bit of the nutritious mana, inadvertently ingesting the fungicide along with it. Jake crossed his fingers that the fungus wouldn't notice anything was amiss. A dozen or so seconds passed as he felt the fungicide go deeper through the roots of the fungus before it reached the actual body. It was swiftly absorbed along with the mana from the soil water, with the fungus not having any immediate adverse reactions. Instead, it sent more roots to absorb the energy. Not long after, it noticed another potent source of energy and began drinking from there too. Within half an hour, it had absorbed all the soil water and fungicide. Jake felt it slowly burn away at the fungus, vitality below the ground as it spread throughout the entire creature. He felt like he had poisoned the whole biodome. With bated breath, he waited as the poison got more and more ingrained in the fungus. Not just in its body, but even in its soul. After over 2 hours, Jake was beginning to believe that the fungus would never notice. He felt it weaken with the fungicide still as powerful as ever, but just when he thought he would be able to win without a fight, he saw one of the giant blue mushrooms above ground suddenly wilt, and then, all hell broke loose. Chapter 189, Press F for Fungus. Absolute mayhem. That is the only phrase Jake could use to accurately describe the chaos happening inside the biodome. Vines were flying everywhere, random bolts of mana fired at anything moving, and all the poor insects that were just crawling around the biodome minding their own business were ripped to pieces. The fungus didn't even look like it tried to absorb them, it just killed them and evaporated their bodies. Jake just sat there, patiently monitoring the poison. Indigo fungus mycorrhiza LVL. While he was there, he also tried to focus on improving his sense of the malefic viper, to better sense how his poison interacted with the body of the fungi. He felt how it spread and invaded every part of it, how it polluted its resource pools and devoured its health points. He felt like he was improving his ability to sense the energy, once more also finding parallels between it and his mana control. Learning how the fungicide worked to kill the fungus would help him out in the future when he needed to create better mana techniques, so he took it all in. As long as he could, that is. Finally, the mushroom noticed him. It fired a few small blasts of mana his way in what Jake could barely even recognize as an attack. Clearly, it didn't focus on him, or even recognize him from their last encounter. Indeed, he was right when he surmised the fungus was stupid. Unsurprising, considering it was a goddamn overgrown blue mushroom. Jake got up and went into action after dodging the mana blasts thrown his way. He knew he would now catch its attention, but he was prepared. He summoned orbs of mana above him that he charged up to hold quite a quantity. He then sent them floating into the biodome, where he instantly saw a few vines fly over and try to destroy them. Jake smiled as once more his theory was confirmed. It indeed did rely on some kind of mana vision. It went well with how it also sucked at detecting that it was infected by something. All in all, its perception just sucked outright. It didn't need to see things when it could just kill them by way of its sheer size and overwhelming power. It was a monster designed to be the king within its own hunting grounds. A king that Jake was about to dethrone by poisoning the land the king reigned over. Two wings appeared behind him as they began pumping out a mist of poison. Yet Jake didn't blow it into the dome, but kept it around himself in a cloud of thick smoke. He obscured the entrance to the biodome, far from enough for Jake not to be able to see through it, but enough for the fungus to only see a giant blob of mana in its vision. At the same time, he summoned mana bolts, weak versions of his regular bolts that looked more like transparent floating crystals than anything meant to attack with. He waved his hand, and bottle after bottle appeared, each containing mushroom-killing juices. It was all the common rarity fungicide he had concocted over the last weeks, far from as effective as the uncommon rarity soul-invading poison, but more than effective nevertheless. He swayed a bit to avoid a blast of mana fired his way as strings of mana sprung out of his hands and began tying the bottles to his bolts. He fused the bottles inside each bolt and fired them into the dome, aiming for the larger mushrooms or plants within. When the bolts hit, they exploded in a rather unimpressive explosion. It didn't even harm the plants, but it was more than enough to make the bottles shatter and send the fungicide flying everywhere. This continued as Jake dodged all attacks coming his way, noticing that the fungus aim was totally off. It tried to make up for it with quantity, but the poison mist made the area it had to bombard too large, especially considering it had to shoot all its bolts through the relatively small entrance to the biodome. He kept up his barrage of fungicide and weak bolts. The reason why he used bolts to deliver his attacks was quite simple: the fungus reacted to them. Several of the bolts were intercepted by vines that either stabbed into the bolt or just slapped it, making the bolt explode and spraying the fungicide all over it. Minutes passed with the damage building up. Finally, it was forced to show its actual body. Blue vines flew up as the entire biodome shook. The moment Jake saw the first blue vine, he marked it and jumped back around the corner of the cave, away from the fungi. He had learned that he could only mark its true body. But that wasn't the only thing. His last fight with the fungus, coupled with his extensive research on how to slay it, had led him to have a sufficient understanding of the monster. Sufficient enough so that when he held out his hand and focused on the monster in his mind, the skill responded. Arrow of the ambitious hunter with his eyes closed, he focused his mind. Every fiber of the creature was clear to him, as his sense of the malefic viper fed him constant information of the toxins in its body. And as the toxins had invaded every part of its body, Jake could feel its entire being. He sought deeper as he sunk his consciousness into understanding the fungus, every single part of not only its body but its soul. Jake didn't even notice that the fungus was ripping itself out of the ground as a massive figure rose within the biodome. The massive monster that had made the biodome its home ever since the integration was now attempting to flee. Jake just kept his focus honed on making an arrow to finish off the fungus. The arrow that emerged from his hand looked like nothing he had ever made prior. It seemed almost ethereal as it appeared to flicker in and out of existence. It was in an odd state of both existing and being immaterial. Jake opened his eyes and looked at it. Looks-wise, its shape was not much different from a normal arrow, but Jake felt a headache coming on by just looking at it. When he saw what resources it had consumed, he was also confused. It drained equally from his health, mana, and stamina pools during its creation. But the confusion lasted only for a moment as he understood. This arrow would not strike at the body of the fungus but its soul. He reached out to grab the arrow and found it extremely peculiar when he did so. His hand phased partway through the arrow, but he soon noticed it was just his gloves. It ignored anything that was not his physical body, caring not for his clothes at all. Jake feared he wouldn't be able to knock it, but was happy to see that wasn't an issue, likely because the bow was infused with ample amounts of his mana. He took a single one-step mile and now stood right in front of the biodome entrance again and could once more see inside. And if the situation earlier was absolute mayhem, then now it was a cataclysm. What he saw shocked him for a moment because it looked absolutely surreal. It looked like a giant indigo spiderweb of roots was slowly crawling across the ground, with a dozen or so thick root-like tendrils doing most of the work. Jake instantly knew it was the creature's actual body and that it was trying to relocate. Jake had contaminated the shit out of its home. It had absorbed energy from the earth and been heavily poisoned by the fungicide. Afterward, fungicide was spread all over its area, and Jake had even pushed in some poison mist to make even the air toxic. In summary, it was a really shitty place to live for any fungus. It was going to try and flee the biodome to escape the environment that would end up killing it, and even if it somehow survived, the biodome would no longer be a good hunting ground. Sadly for the indigo fungus mycorrhiza, it would never find a new home. An arrow that flickered in and out of existence flew through the air with unprecedented speed. It contained incredible amounts of mana, not just due to the arrow itself, but because it was shot with a fully charged infused power shot. 4 of the robust vines began moving up to try and block, and Jake allowed it to because he knew that no physical movement could possibly stop an arrow heading directly for one's soul. The arrow hit the creature in its vine and simply sank into its body, disappearing from sight. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen as the entire indigo fungus just froze up. Suddenly, it made a spasm-like movement as one of its vines flew out and slammed into one of the biodome walls, followed by another chaotic move. It began thrashing as Jake kept his distance. He knew something had broken inside it. It was already so weak to begin with. Its soul eroded and tortured for so long by the uncommon rarity poison. Jake didn't let up, however, as he attacked, not with another arrow of the ambitious hunter, but just normal ones. He fired infused power shot after infused power shot, ripping the true form of the indigo fungus apart little by little. 2 times prior, he had come down to this biodome. 2 times he had been forced to flee. The last time it even got dangerously close, yet at his third return, it was just a slug. In some ways, one could say that Jake had been fighting the fungus for over a month. The battle had been won not in a direct confrontation with his enemy, but through careful preparation and planning to take down his foe. Had his plan been perfect? No, far from it, but it had been adequate. You have slain indigo fungus mycorrhiza, LVL 105. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. The humongous indigo fungus collapsed to the ground, looking like a giant pile of overcooked spaghetti, a fitting mental image of the accursed fungus. Fuck yeah, Jake cheered goofily out loud as he got the notification, but soon frowned as he looked at the aforementioned system message. Wait, what? Jake asked himself, a bit confused as he double-checked the notification. How could it only be 105? What? He was a bit stumped about how that was possible. It was barely D-grade and it had grown even stronger between his visits. Did that mean it had just reached D-grade the day he went to the biodome the first time? If not, how damn slow did it level? Also, holy shit, it was strong for its level. Jake had killed many creatures of higher level already, but none had proven to be big challenges. The Minotaur Mindlord has been quite a lot higher than anything else, and yet he couldn't see the mushroom low actually. Jake was pretty damn sure the Minotaur Mindlord could have killed the indigo fungus with some mental magic bullshit pun intended, as the overgrown mushroom had a weak soul. Was it just the matchup? Or was it particularly strong for its level? In pure stats alone, it had to trump anything Jake had ever faced before. Just the absolutely ridiculous amount of energy it had was more than all the other D-grades he had ever met put together. Well, besides the king of the forest, but that freak didn't count. His next notifications weren't unexpected, but were still something relatively new. Ding. Race, human E, has reached level 97 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points asterisk ding. Race, human E, has reached level 98 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. He had gained 2 race levels because he was capped in his class. Quite frankly, it didn't mean much, as all it meant was that his next few levels in his professions wouldn't also net him race levels. Well, it would matter if he decided to level his race to 100 and evolve. But that wasn't the plan. No, right now, the plan was to get some of that sweet loot. Because if there were one thing mushrooms were suitable for, it was alchemy. Jake walked up to the massive creature and took out his blade. He quickly began dissecting it, already knowing what he wanted. He started with 14 large lifespans of the creature. While he was dissecting it, he discovered that the monster was supposed to have 15, as it hadn't yet been able to regenerate the one it blew off itself last time Jake was there. Indigo fungus mycorrhiza, lifespan, rare. The lifespan of an indigo fungus mycorrhiza. The lifespan is a part of the main body of the fungus. contains intense amounts of vital energy and is incredibly resilient, can be used in a myriad of alchemical creations. All of them went into his spatial storage to be used later. Next, he went deeper into the body of the creature, searching for something within that was giving off a strong response from his sense of the malefic viper. It wasn't a toxin, but something that felt incredibly pure and powerful. Cutting away the disgusting fungus parts, he carved a small cave into the massive putrid corpse. The corpse was a nearly 10 meters across big mass of condensed fungus. It was all the small veins it had spread across the whole biodome balled up into one big, ball. Luckily, the corpse was easily cut through after it had died, allowing him to quickly make it to his desired item. He could already see it within his sphere and used Identify on it before he even reached it. Indigo Fungus Mycorrhiza Life Core Epic. The life core of an indigo fungus mycorrhiza contains a massive amount of life affinity mana and vital energy, can be used in a myriad of alchemical creations, will grant a permanent increase to the vitality stat if consumed. Damn, epic rarity, Jake thought. That was pretty damn good. Reading the item itself, it got even. A permanent increase in vitality. Nice. He picked up his speed and cut his way to the life core where he visually inspected it. It looked like a small, rugged stone or maybe a large seed. Either way, it wasn't any larger than the palm of his hand, which was tiny compared to the massive monster it had been in. He would save the core for crafting after reaching D-grade to make full use of it. Just eating it would be a waste. As Jake was preparing to make his way out of the disgusting corpse, he noticed something else. Despite the fungus leaving the biodome, it had still kept one connection established with its many roots. They sought deep into the ground through a hole it had completely filled with parts of its main body. Jake frowned as he wondered what was down there for the fungus not to want to abandon it despite its horrible situation. Was there something good down there? A natural treasure, perhaps? He could inspect it, but first he would have to get rid of the massive body blocking the hole. Summoning his alchemical flame, he got to work. He had taken anything that gave off a response from his sense of the malefic viper already, and the rest of the body was just a big gooey pile at this point. One he gladly set on fire. The entire creature was swiftly reduced to ashes and left behind far less than he would expect. The ashes themselves weren't anything valuable, but he hoped whatever was within the large hole now square in the middle of the biodome would be. Actually, calling it a biodome was a bit fallacious, because Jake was now the only living thing within. As all the plants had been part of the indigo fungus body, they had all withered when it retracted itself from them to try and flee. Jake walked up the hole and looked down. 40 or so meters down, he saw a green. As he didn't feel anything from his danger sense, he decided to slowly begin floating down after coating his feet in mana. His confusion only amplified the closer he got to the bottom, as his sphere began picking up what was down there. It was a room or cavern of sorts. The spot he was floating down towards was the exact center of the small cavern, from the looks of things. The center was occupied by what Jake could only describe as a large, completely blank, green glowing metal disc of sorts. The disc emanated a constant flow of potent life affinity mana, which was doubtlessly why the fungus wanted it, and possibly what had allowed it to evolve. Jake wondered what the disc was as he landed on top of it. A system message instantly answered his question. You have discovered the dungeon. Undergrowth of the Deep Dwellers requirements to enter. D-grade requirements to enter not met warning. Only 5 challengers are allowed per party attempting the dungeon. Chapter 190, Sensing the Arcane. Jake sat back in his lodge, happy as a clam with how the last day had gone. He had killed the accursed D-grade mega mushroom, gotten a bunch of valuable alchemy ingredients, and to top it all off, even discovered a hidden dungeon. Eliminating the fungus was not only a good idea for his own mental health, but based on a bit of surveying he did afterward, it was also a good thing for the city. The damn thing kept growing by the day, and it was only a matter of time before it would make its way to the surface with some of its feelers. At that point, it would begin assimilating plants and trees above ground and grow even faster, becoming a massive threat to the entire settlement. Jake could only imagine giant lifevines one day bursting through the ground and begin tearing apart buildings and draining the citizens with its needle-like vines. That would be a very bad time. But now that threat was dealt with, so that was nice. The dungeon was just the cherry on top. Sure, he couldn't enter it, but he already felt the butterflies in his stomach as he anticipated diving in there when he reached D-grade. This is why he dove into leveling his profession the rest of the way with great vigor. During the fight with the fungus, he felt like he was close to passing some kind of threshold with sense of the malefic viper. Based on its description, the skill only allowed him to sense what his poison had infected and nothing more. He had been clever and used Mark of the Ambitious Hunter as a way of measuring how much damage he did, but his senses didn't tell him anything on their own. Against the fungus, that had changed. Jake had focused so deeply on sensing the effects of the toxin that he began also getting a grasp for its effects. Perhaps it was because it touched the soul of his enemy, or maybe he had just gotten better at sensing things. However, it wasn't enough to get a skill upgrade. No, Jake needed to practice and experiment more. The issue is, he needed something to test on. He had thought a long time about what to test his poisons on, as he didn't have any giant funguses conveniently waiting around anymore. The first enemy he considered was the cloud elementals due to how unintelligent they were. Jake felt bad about effectively torturing something to improve himself, but at the same time, he really wanted to upgrade his sense of the malefic viper. Cloud elementals thus seemed like the most merciful foe he could try it on. There was just one minor issue with that. He didn't have any poisons that worked on the elementals. Well, his blood did work a tiny bit, but far from enough. Something of flesh and blood would, without a doubt, be best. Jake wasn't stupid and knew that many alchemists tested their toxins on live subjects, often dissecting the corpses afterward, and are using tools to measure how the poison was rampaging the test subject. But doing that just didn't sit well with him. Could he go out and kidnap a few beasts to inflict with poison? Or even worse, have Miranda bring him a few citizens she didn't like? From a practical standpoint, he could. It just wouldn't feel right to him. He liked to fight enemies, not needlessly torture them. The more intelligent his prey, the more shitty he would feel. So, he settled on the one flesh and blood lifeform he knew that would consent to willingly be put through torture for him to study the effects poison had on the body himself. His way of testing was pretty simple. He would take some of his own poison, coat an arrow, and stick it into his own stomach or chest. He would then focus on suppressing his palate of the malefic viper and feel the effects of the poison as it moved uninhibited through his body. Jake actually had to praise himself for the method. It allowed him to not only practice sense of the malefic viper, but also his palate. Granted, it would likely be more effective to experiment on something that wasn't himself and the pain he could do without, but besides that, it worked well. The next 3 days were spent exclusively in the cellar of the lodge without any disturbances. Jake did feel a bit bad about telling Sylphie that he couldn't play with her for a while, and he would have to move a dinner session with Miranda. She seemed oddly okay with that, so that had gone over easy. Jake felt like he needed to hammer when the iron was hot, and his inspiration from the fungus fight was still fresh in his mind. Over these days, Jake went through many bottles of necrotic poison and hemotoxin. While Jake had gone through the trial of myriad poisons, he had never truly pondered the effects poison had on his body and how exactly it worked on a deeper level. During those times, he had focused solely on fighting the poison, not actually understanding it. Breaking something apart was far more simple than learning how it worked, and that was exactly what Jake was currently doing. After inflicting himself with the poison, he entered a deep state of meditation and just sat there observing its effects, almost like an out-of-body experience. He filtered out all feedback that was not from sense of the malefic viper as he just looked on and learned. He saw his own body rot and decay, his blood thin and the wounds left by the arrows bleed like never before. But more than that, he saw the toxic energies mix with the energies in his body and how the poison slowly eroded that energy. Jake couldn't help but sometimes momentarily compare the effects he felt it had from his sense of the malefic viper to how he actually felt in his body. That is when he noticed something was off with how his own toxins worked on his body. They did damage to his body, that much was clear. However, there was an invisible barrier that stopped the poison from going deeper and doing more damage. Like the two energies simply didn't oppose each other, even if one was aligned to destroying vitality and the other was pure vital energy. Jake couldn't understand why the poison didn't work as it should. It didn't work like it did when he used it on the fungus either, and he felt like he was missing something important. He considered many options until a thought suddenly struck him. Why could he even feel the effects of the poison to begin with? He understood why he could feel something was poisoned. The skill did that, but not why he could better feel the poison he himself had inflicted. Why was it just what he inflicted, and not just any poison something suffered from? What separated poison he was the source of from anything else? With these thoughts, he tried to better feel the poison within his own body, as he focused on the barrier that seemed to be the cause of why his own poison didn't hurt him as much as it should. To do this, he activated a part of his palate to absorb some of the poison. It went effortlessly, as a big part of the poison was, of course, his own mana, so wait, am I really just a fucking idiot? It was so goddamn simple. It was so obvious why Jake could better feel his own poison. It included his own mana. It included a part of him. Every single point of mana, health, or stamina Jake ever used contained a part of himself in the sense that it reflected his own records. Even poison he didn't concoct still held some of his records just on account of him inflicting it. Even if it didn't contain any of his mana, it would still contain his will and intent. Pride of the malefic viper had made Jake aware that his own intentions held power and could affect the world, so it only made sense that any action he made infused a part of his intent into that action. It was absolutely minuscule, but it existed. It was like something clicked in his mind, as suddenly everything became clearer. He felt the poison within his own body more vividly than ever as he got a notification. Sense of the malefic viper epic. The Malefic Viper sought out many natural treasures on its path to power. It is only natural to learn to sense them. Having walked further on your path as an alchemist of the Malefic Viper, your senses for poisons and herbs only sharpen. Gives a passive ability to detect herbs and poisons in different forms and a strong feeling of their properties and affinities. Allows you to far better sense the poison you have inflicted. Allows the alchemist to far more easily detect affinities in the environment and detect areas optimal for cultivating herbs. Adds an increase to the effectiveness of sense of the Malefic Viper based on perception. Sense of the Malefic Viper, ancient. The Malefic Viper's greed for natural treasures is never-ending. You are following his path for your senses to see all that which you desire. Your desire for knowing the suffering you bring upon your foes has brought you even further down this path. Gives a passive ability to detect herbs and poisons in different forms and a strong feeling of their properties and affinities. Allows the alchemist to far more easily detect affinities in the environment and detect areas optimal for cultivating herbs. Massively improves your ability to sense the poison you have inflicted and its effects on any inflicted entities. Adds an increase to the effectiveness of sense of the Malefic Viper based on perception. Passively provides 1 perception per level in Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. May your gaze scour the multiverse for all that is rightfully yours. Ding. Profession. Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper has reached level 94 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points asterisk. Ding. Profession. Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper has reached level 95 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake basked in the feeling of his senses expanding, but he felt it wasn't enough. He felt like he had just touched upon something vital as he kept delving deeper into feeling the mana in his body and in the poison. His perception increased with the upgrade, but he felt like he needed more. He didn't hesitate as he instantly threw all his free points into the stat as his senses sharpened even more, and he could see the mana even better. He raised his hand as a mana bolt began condensing. The mana bolt crackled with energy as always, but Jake kept pushing more into it. Not just mana, but his will, all the while observing it as closely as possible with not only sense of the Malefic Viper, but also his sphere and natural mana sense. For the longest time, Jake had wondered what truly separated pure mana from what he had named destructive mana. He knew it had something to do with how you shaped it, how you packaged the bolt, and perhaps more importantly, what you intended for it to do. And today, for the first time, he had passed a threshold that allowed him to sense them. Small purple or pink wisps of energy existed within the bolt, but not just in the bolt, but all the mana he had. He felt it within his body as he focused on it. His sphere of perception honed in on a single of the tiny wisps that were still invisible to the eye. Even with Jake's high perception, he couldn't see them with his eyes. Without his sphere and sense of the Malefic Viper allowing him to better detect mana affinities, he wouldn't have seen it. The bolt floating above his hand flickered as he amplified the energy of one of the wisps. He willed for it to grow in power as he pumped in more and more mana. It kept growing in intensity as Jake felt more and more of his mana be consumed, and Jake felt like he was slowly beginning to lose control. His body moved while his mind remained focused on the bolt. He jumped out of the cellar of his lodge and flew out of the door towards the pond. Every shred of his mind focused on stopping it from exploding. He barely managed to get out of the lodge, and just as he was about to release the bolt that was being overcharged with energy and becoming volatile, it stabilized. The discharge of mana resembling crackling lightning stopped. The bolt no longer pulsed with energy but was now just floating there, looking like a light pink crystal. Jake saw that he had lost more than 1,000 mana to make this single bolt, nearly 10 times more than the strongest he had ever made prior. Jake moved his free hand and touched the crystal-like bolt. His finger poked into it as it remained stable, as he felt the mana just flow around his skin. He waved his hand, and just like that, the bolt dispersed, turning into atmospheric mana. What was that? He asked himself, confused. The bolt felt so different than any he had ever made before. He felt like he understood it more than anything he had ever created, and that he could control it far more than any spell or skill he had ever used. That is what your pure mana is supposed to look like. He heard a voice echo out in his mind as he felt the full attention of the Malefic Viper on him. I normally don't like giving advice, but for once I am going to be the wise old master. This one is actually quite important. Your mana is pure and unpolluted by any affinities or influences. Mana is by default uncolored and unaffected by anything. You can mix pure mana with any other mana affinity, and all it does is dilute the mana affinity. Like when you mix purified water into a concoction. But what happens when pure mana reaches a level of concentration where it can no longer be called pure, where the intent within it makes it antithetical to its purity? When you force this mana that otherwise does not hold any predetermined function to make your will a reality, it stops being able to merge with pure mana like before. That is when pure mana ascends to become an affinity in itself. Affinities are partly defined by having inherent intent. As you know, dark mana inherently wants to consume other mana affinities, light affinity mana wants to spread itself out as wide as possible, and earth affinity mana wants to consolidate and condense itself. The affinity you just created is one where you define this inherent want. It wants to do what you want it to do. You can call it Jake Affinity if you want to, but we decided to just give it a unified name in the multiverse, even if the effects of this affinity vary widely from person to person. Anyway, Jake, this is the amalgamation of all that silly and extremely suboptimal training with mana you have done. Congratulations, you just discovered your arcane affinity. And almost as if prompted, he got a notification. Title earned Prodigious Arcanist. Jake was a bit surprised, and he swiftly checked out the title, hoping it would make things more transparent. Jake was still a bit confused about what was happening, and the title should explain what this whole arcane affinity thing was about. Prodigious Arcanist, you have proven yourself a prodigy in the realm of energy manipulation and control. Create your own arcane affinity before reaching D grade. Allows you to transform energy into your arcane affinity far more easily. It didn't. Chapter 191, Cloudy with a Chance of Power Shots. Jake felt like he had to make a confession after hearing the Viper explain all that stuff about arcane mana and arcane affinity. He didn't really get it, not really. More so, he didn't really get how he had somehow created this arcane affinity. Was it just because he wanted his pure mana to be better without compromising on purity? That he kept condensing his mana bolts instead of mixing in other affinities? Jake voiced his confusion, with the Viper trying to explain how it all worked a bit more in detail, but Jake just got more confused. He summoned some more of the pink-purple mana and played a bit with it, finding out that it was pretty much just like his pure mana, just more potent and more condensed. The Viper said that was because Jake's version of arcane mana was based on his intent of creating mana with stable destruction, or something like that. Jake got that part as he had tried to make his pure mana better at destroying and breaking down things, while at the same time making it less likely to blow up in his face, but he wasn't sure how that constituted a mana affinity. Jake kept talking a bit with the Viper until he made it clear that he was running out of divine message juice and finished with a real nugget of wisdom. Jake arcane mana better, pure mana. Mana bolt go bigger boom boom, but not boom boom in Jake face. An absolutely condescending explanation that Jake could only nod at as it finally made at least some sense to him. Sure, the entire concept appeared simple enough, but that is why it was so confusing. Why would the system recognize something so simple as so extraordinary? Anyway, with that settled, Jake returned to the critical matter of calming down the sulking Sylphie that was sad he had locked himself away for 3 days. She kept angrily pecking his hand whenever he tried petting her, but got equally angry when he stopped trying. Still a bit too young to go through your teenage phase, aren't you? He joked, as she had finally forgiven him and was nesting on his lap as he petted her. She was a real lap bird. He couldn't help but identify her and see that she was actually just about to exit her teenage levels. Sylphie and IS LVL 19. All jokes aside, he wasn't actually sure how levels related to growth. Sylphie still couldn't even fly yet, despite having a relatively high level. Her physical specs were up there, though with her pecs able to easily break rock and her wind magic quite impressive. The thought of her killing the big level 10 Iron Tusk boar back in the tutorial with a few pecs and by blowing a bit of wind was both absolutely hilarious and plausible. The little bird looked harmless, but he could see her even kill a level 25 human if he or she wasn't careful. But at least she was aware of it. While Jake wasn't sure she could break his skin with her pecs, she clearly didn't try to either. It was all playful, like how a cat didn't try to actually inflict any injury when it just nipped at someone. The small bird yelled, making a noise that Jake wasn't entirely sure fit with being a hawk. She was just annoyed that Jake didn't give her as much attention as she thought she deserved. He was still too stuck in his head, as he couldn't help but think of ways to possibly apply this whole new arcane mana business to Touch of the Malefic Viper. Viper had called it controlled destruction or something like that, but Jake was focusing on the controlled part. His current issue with trying to transmute objects with Touch of the Malefic Viper wasn't in the power department, but actually making his touch not destroy the item. Jake basically used mana in 2 ways, either as incredibly stable states, to strengthen items or create almost tangible objects such as his strings, or he used his pure mana to cause pure destruction and damage. He didn't really have anything in between that. At least that is what he used his pure mana control for. He hadn't tried to make mental magic, summon things that mimic the living, or any of that advanced magic circle stuff. He either just threw his mana as condensed bolts of destruction or made things tougher. Infused Power Shot was a perfect example of this. Thinking back, wasn't that the first skill he truly upgraded on his own? Not counting the basic weapon skill upgrade for knowing how to use a bow, that is. He had done so by combining power and stability, making the bow more stable and able to contain the power his body would impose upon it. He made the 2 energies work in concert after that, mixing and creating a powerful strike. Like most of his other skills, it was straightforward yet powerful. Sylphie, I am sorry, but you'll have to spend the rest of the day with your parents. I am going to have to go practice a bit on my own, he told the small hawk nestled up next to him as he stroked her still-growing feathers that was slowly replacing all the down. He reckoned she would be able to fly soon. After a few more protests, he brought her out and gave her to Misty, who was just chilling outside with a small magic circle-looking thing. Yeah, he had kinda given up on learning advanced magic like that. Why make mana complicated? Just make it go big boom or make yourself not be hurt by the big boom. Summoning his wings, he took flight and headed up to the clouds above. Passing the many small clouds on the way, he finally spotted the giant cloud island above. He even saw the small island where he and Hawkeye used to relax after their battles. It still floated there untouched. Jake shook his head before he found another island to land on. He was going to do a bit of practice. And the last time he practiced archery, he ended up destroying quite a few cloud islands along with his long-range takedown of the storm elemental. He summoned his Windsor bow and looked down at it a bit. He felt the mana within it, the majority of it inherent to the weapon, but a portion was his own. It was the connection that one created with any bound weapon. This connection bound the weapon to the person using it, but it also helped strengthen the item. Much like how a living being's body would weaken significantly after dying, so would a weapon be less durable when not bound. Not to the same degree, but to at least to some extent. When he used infused power shot, he didn't just push mana into the weapon, but also flooded the bow's surroundings and the arrow he was about to fire. Mana and stamina would swirl around his entire body as he channeled, making him fire his most powerful attack. Jake hadn't ever really tried to improve the skill besides just pushing more energy into it. He was afraid of breaking the equilibrium that the skill required. Now, he was actively looking to break that equilibrium and allow the skill to evolve. He didn't have any way of making his stamina more potent or suddenly make his body more durable, but he felt like he had a way to make the mana stronger through his newly discovered arcane affinity. When he began making a few simple experiments, he quickly noticed that he was, in some ways, already halfway through this practice. His many days spent refining his mana and trying to create arrows infused with mana were very close to what he attempted right now. Jake stood up on the cloud platform and took out an arrow. In a slow movement, he knocked it and focused on every action as he began using infused power shot, but he kept the energy output to a minimum, not caring about charging time or power, just the process. He let go of the arrow a bit later before knocking another and starting over. Each arrow released was weak, but what was important was that he felt himself progress incredibly fast as something clicked. Slowly, his surroundings began to change. Faint wisps of pink-purple energy began being mixed into the otherwise colorless mana, and he instantly felt like something shifted. It was like the axis determining the equilibrium moved as his stamina was immediately overwhelmed, and his body began taking the brunt force of the skill. His skin began to sizzle as his own mana began destroying the stamina coming out of his pores and burning into his flesh. Jake instantly focused as he pushed the energy away from his skin and towards the bow and arrow. A bit reminiscent of when he used mana to walk on air or water, he tried to create a thin layer of mana over the stamina vapors coming out of his skin, making it flow in the direction towards his weapon and lessening the damage to his body. The Windsor bow began being flooded with energy, and the arrow began to turn a purple color as it too experienced a faint influx of mana. It wasn't even because the arrow was directly infused, it was only affected by the remnant energies, but even that was enough to nearly make it break. As for the bow, it began to show strain but managed to contain the energy. It was practically glowing with mana as Jake was forced to let go of the string. The usual explosion of mana and stamina from infused power shots sounded out, but was far more powerful than ever before. It wasn't colorless either, but had a faint pink-purple hue as the poor small cloud island beneath him was utterly destroyed by the arcane mana in a single shot, with a notification appearing at the same time. Infused power shot, rare, stamina as fuel, mana as a guide. Unlike a normal power shot, the infused power shot does not require a long charging time but can be charged in a brief moment. The higher the magnitude of the charge, the greater the stamina and mana expenditure. Charging infused power shot may empower the skill further, adds a small bonus to the effectiveness of agility, strength, and intelligence when using infused power shot. Arcane power shot, epic, stamina the fuel, mana the guide, arcane the power. Evolved from infused power shot, it now uses a higher concept of mana to amplify itself. The higher the magnitude of the charge, the greater the stamina and mana expenditure. Arcane power shot's power is dependent on the charging duration, but due to your arcane mana's inherent power, the base power without any charging is significantly higher than infused power shot. Adds a small bonus to the effectiveness of agility and strength, as well as a medium bonus to the effectiveness of intelligence when using arcane power shot. Jake smiled for a moment as he skimmed the notification before the pain hit. He only now noticed that while he thought he had avoided most of the damage caused by the arcane mana, he hadn't succeeded. Far from it. His arms had purple veins running through them, looking like he had been struck by lightning. It was only now he noticed several bleeding wounds on his chest, and especially his shoulders had been hit hard. There were places where the arcane mana had gathered for a fraction of a second too long before being led to the bow, or at least away from his skin, causing these injuries that still sizzled with mana. Yet through all that pain, he kept smiling because, goddamn, was the arrow he had just sent flying into the horizon powerful. He took out a health potion and chugged it before finding a new small cloud island to sit on. He wanted to consider what he had just gone through a bit before heading back. Many ideas bounced around in his head as he considered how this new affinity could be used to make him stronger, and without really thinking much, he had already begun condensing an arcane bolt in the air. Block it, the warrior yelled as the large beast was just about to cleave his friend's head off. He swiftly came to the rescue and released the power shot he had been charging into the side of the beast. It snarled in response, but the arrow barely managed to penetrate its thick hide. The archer looked desperately around and saw that their healer was already struggling to keep their other warrior from bleeding out. The mage had managed to sear the long hairs of the overpowered beast in front of him, but nothing more, truly. They had fucked up by invading the small clearing this beast and its kin occupied. He identified the absolute monster before them, one much more potent than its level would generally indicate. Alpha Venomfang Badger LVL-67, retreat. He yelled as he fired another arrow aiming for the eye of the badger. He just wanted it to leave the warrior alone and give him time to get back. The attack earlier had broken the warrior's arm as the skill he was using to block had stopped working, the man likely out of stamina. The archer got its attention as he threw a quick glance at their healer, his look clearly telling her to take the others and run. He would try to buy time. He was the leader of their group. Today was his fuck-up, and he would be the one taking responsibility. She nodded with grave understanding as she yelled for the mage to help her move the other warrior with the broken arm. They began running as the archer barely managed to dodge the swipe from the badger with his evasion skill. He knew it was only a matter of time. But that was fine. He just needed to buy a bit more. The archer kept battling for the next half a minute until he made a minor slip-up and found himself taking a nasty wound from a flying log the badger threw after him. Another of his fuck-ups was that the beast was far more intelligent than it at first let on. He smashed into a tree, coughing up blood as his vision turned black for a moment. When his vision fully returned, the beast was closing in, mischievously looking at him as it decided to stop playing with its prey. The archer just smirked as he closed his eyes, accepting the inevitable. They should have made it all BOOM. The entire forest shook as he promptly opened his eyes and saw a large red crater where the Alpha Venomfang Badger had been moments earlier. A few pink-purple wisps of energy floating in the air, disappearing just seconds later. The archer sat there for a few seconds before asking a very valid question. What the fuck? You have slain Alpha Venomfang Badger LVL-67, experience earned. Oops. Jake saw the notification appear a few minutes after firing the shot, as he reconsidered how smart it was to practice shooting very lethal attacks into who knows where. In my defense, it isn't like I have any proper archery ranges anywhere, he thought, 100% justifying his actions. He kept up his training for a bit as he summoned more and more arcane bolts through the night and long into the next day, meditating in between only returning for the city when it was time for his weekly meeting with Miranda. Chapter 192, Hierarchy and Doubt. Miranda was tapping her fingers on the table as she stared at the system menu in front of her. She soon noticed she hadn't actually read a word as her mind was far too distracted. She couldn't help but regret the weekly ritual she had created where she would go meet the owner at his lodge and bring him up to speed over a bite of food. At the time, it had seemed like a good idea, but now she couldn't help but consider it incredibly silly, if not downright disrespectful and blasphemous. She had been ignorant and stupid to a level that she had only recently come to understand. Her weeks after getting her class evolution, or more accurately getting her divine blessing, had gotten longer. She would spend at least a few hours of real time every day deep in meditation, where she then reached out and entered the Verdant Lagoon. The Verdant Lagoon was a mysterious and quite incomprehensible place. It looked like a giant swamp with countless islands in it, each unique. Some islands had entire cities on them, and some had huts and tents making it look like something from the Stone Age, while some were even winter landscapes or deserts. But where she found herself most days was on the central island, a place generally reserved for the three ladies that had created the lagoon. They spoke of the lagoon as their divine realm, something Miranda was more than willing to believe. They were gods, after all. What reason would gods have to lie to her? It wasn't like they were the only ones she had spoken to either. Many different individuals resided in the lagoon, either with their actual physical bodies, with avatars of some kind, or through a projection-like skill, same as her. Her meditation sessions only lasted for a few hours, but within the lagoon that was more than a day. It was only in specific areas that time moved like this, and sadly or luckily her weird projected body was confined to these places. Being in the lagoon felt odd. Miranda looked the same, wore the same clothes, and could even touch things, but she knew she wasn't actually there. With a single thought, she could appear back at her real body at any time, and if her real body were disturbed, she would wake back up too. The many individuals she interacted with, some of them humans, others less so, were all unified in one thing: their reverence of the ladies that had created the land they now occupied. This reverence and respect were then reflected onto her, as she was viewed with respect by entities far more powerful than herself. All that she could handle, she could deal with it. She felt like she was halfway shitting her pants whenever she interacted with some otherworldly creature that politely tipped its hat to her in passing, but it was somehow still manageable. No, what wasn't manageable was how the ladies treated her. They acted far too friendly for her comfort. There was always a barrier that made it absolutely clear that they were superior beings, but they seemed to almost recognize her as being close to them in rank. Not power rank, but in respect to hierarchical power. This confused her until one of them said that apparently the city owner, Jake, had allowed them to bless her. That thought just seemed utterly preposterous. Who was he to tell them what they could and couldn't do? Yet they seemed to accept it without question, and when she couldn't hold in her curiosity any longer, she had asked. And the answer hadn't exactly put her concerns to rest. She knew that he was friendly with a god they served, but the implications of that she couldn't comprehend, until she learned more of their master. In the overall hierarchy of this entire multiverse of limitless planets, worlds, dimensions, and factions, their master sat amongst the pinnacle of existences. Their master was one of the first 12 beings that achieved godhood and a creature that entire pantheons of gods feared. Miranda had felt the utter reverence, adorations, and slight fear the three ladies held regarding their master. A primordial called the Malefic Viper, an enigmatic god that could, in their own words, kill every single living being not just on their planet, but their entire galaxy with nothing but a snap of his fingers. Putting in a bit more power, he could destroy the verdant lagoon and its three creators, and with his full power, the sisters were unsure if any but the most powerful of beings in existence could stand up to him. One thing they were absolutely sure of was that none could escape unscathed, at least, for their master was a god of poison, destruction, and corruption, and that kind of being was what the owner had as a friend. She didn't get it. The thought of being friends with the three sisters didn't even cross her mind. She couldn't quite get on a good metaphor to describe the difference. There simply wasn't one with the logic of the old world. The thought of beings living trillions of years and personally wielding power to reduce planets to dust with a casual glance just wasn't something she could wrap her head around, much less being friends with such a being. It was like a poor farmer being friends with the largest nuclear power on the old Earth, and even that was an understatement. Yet the owner was so casual about it. To make it worse, he was too easy to read, so she couldn't even delude herself into believing he wasn't serious. He truly did consider the Malefic Viper his friend. Even her next logical step of concluding that he was the delusional one was shut down by the gods confirming it. Because they hadn't asked Jake for permission to bless her. They had asked the Malefic Viper, who had then asked Jake on their behalf. They had given her a blessing only one step below that of a true blessing, a blessing that still carried heavy implications for any god to give out, with the true one being infinitely more special. Naturally, the owner had gained the true blessing from the Malefic Viper, so she thought it was perfectly acceptable for her to find every single meeting with the owner gut-wrenchingly scary. Miranda had to watch every word and deliberate everything she did, because what if she somehow offended him? If he decided to fire her, what would happen? Even if that wasn't a realistic threat, could she truly do him justice? He was the chosen of a primordial. He was so many ranks above her in the hierarchy of the multiverse, she was like the poorest farmer meeting the emperor. She tried her best, but was it truly enough? She had progressed more than ever before over these last few weeks, gaining class levels at a fast speed, and her profession was nearly maxed out at 99. Miranda felt like she needed to do everything to ensure her position, not just for herself but also for Hank, his family, and every citizen of Haven, because she felt like they lived at his discretion and mercy, which made all their meetings so much harder because. So anyway, I somehow ended up killing a badger more than 5 minutes after firing the arrow and getting a better handle on this new affinity thing. It was actually a bit funny that my first encounter with a beast from the tutorial happened by accident. I did consider trying to travel to where it hit, but I honestly have no idea where it even landed. Sure, I could try and do some quick math to try and figure it out, but as my skill had just upgraded, I am not entirely sure exactly how long it kept flying, Jake explained while eating his food. Miranda just sat opposite him, nodding and smiling, which was quite frankly starting to get a bit boring. Jake felt like she became more and more distant over the last few weeks, and he felt like everything he said was instantly accepted without challenge. She didn't even make any snippy comments when he began ranting. They just sat there in silence for a bit. Miranda had already gone over the weekly updates professionally as always. She had barely eaten any of the quite frankly delicious food, and the atmosphere in the lodge was beginning to turn awkward. It wasn't the first time either. Jake felt like their relationship was walking backward, and just when he was beginning to feel more familiar with her, she began pulling back. He had never been the best at social interactions, but he rarely had issues around friends. And he did consider Miranda a friend. We are friends, aren't we? Jake put down cutlery and just looked at the woman across from him. She met his gaze for only a moment before looking away. Sir, is there anything you need? Why are you back to calling me sir? It's weird, Jake said, cutting Miranda off. I apologize, I didn't mean to. Seriously, what happened? He once more cut her off. I'm not sure if you keep reminding me of the first time I went out for drinks with Jacob and his boss, then you should just begin sending over written reports. This is just too damn awkward. It may just be me, but I thought we had moved past this overly professional phase. Jake said, cutting to the chase. Miranda just stared back at him as she looked almost scared. What is she afraid of? What had he done to make her like this? It had all changed after she had evolved her class and gained the blessing. Was it something to do with that? I wouldn't dare to presume such things. Miranda said, Jake not interrupting her this time. If you wish to receive written reports instead of these meetings, I would be more than happy to provide them. I don't want written reports, geez. Jake shook his head, asking the question he had just wondered about. Is this in any way related to that blessing and all the God business? She looked at him like she had just been caught doing something wrong. It reminded him of the time he admonished her when she stared at him for hours back during one of their first meetings. It made him feel like their relationship really had deteriorated to that level, one where he was just a powerful unknown element. Jake just looked down, her body language more than enough to communicate that he was right. She usually could control every signal she gave off to perfection, making it impossible to distinguish her emotions outwardly. Back during the negotiations with Philip, she had a perfect poker face that he couldn't see through even with his fear and instincts. But now she was apparently so nervous she couldn't even keep that up anymore, showing that she really felt out of her depth. Jake sighed as he began speaking. Gods are different. They are old and powerful, and a fraction of one's knowledge is more than any mortal could learn in a lifetime. To see them as creatures on an entirely different level than us isn't wrong, but not wholly right either. All of them were once mortal as far as I know. Some that are now gods were even weaker than us as humans when they began their journey to power. They aren't that much different from you and me. At least I don't think so. I told you this once before. A god is just a really old and powerful person. Nothing more, nothing less, Jake said, voicing his genuine feelings, something that finally got a response out of Miranda. I have met gods, the ladies of the verdant lagoon. They aren't like us. Saying they are is like believing a single ember is no different from the sun. No, even more than that. We live at the mercy of the gods. How could we not treat them with respect? And respect is one thing, submission is another. Every god is respectable in their own way. They did something hard, and that is damn respectable. But it doesn't mean this relationship is static. If I had met Misty right after returning from the tutorial, I would have lost to her in a fight. Now I am stronger. The gods are no different. Sure, right now they are stronger, but when I become a god too, who says that won't change? Jake cut in, once more voicing his genuine thoughts on the matter, to him. Godhood was truly just another challenge. This seemed to get a proper reaction out of Miranda. During these past weeks, I have spent a lot of time within the realm of the ladies. I have met creatures far more powerful than anything I could even imagine. Yet not a single one of them dared show any real confidence in achieving godhood. It isn't something you just do. Those that can become gods are fundamentally different from you, and how can you just act like becoming a god is a given? I thought you would know about how difficult it is, Miranda argued, actually making Jake a bit happy as she finally stopped acting so weird and was more back to her usual self. Well, what's the alternative? Death. Now I'll rather just become a god. If I fail, I die anyway, and if I succeed, I don't die. Pretty simple. Isn't achieving godhood just the natural path of progression? I have my own goals, and to achieve those, I need to become a god, Jake explained, as he smiled confidently. What is your goal? Miranda asked, for the first time showing genuine interest and not fear or exasperation. I want to be the very best, like no one ever was, Jake said in a singing tone as he smiled goofily. It wasn't the first time he had made that reference, and he did have to go into an hour-long rant about old theme songs once when Miranda didn't recognize it the first time. Miranda failed at holding back a giggle, as Jake completely broke the tense atmosphere with his silly reference. Her mask had fallen for a bit, but she quickly tried to wipe away her smile and try to be serious again, but Jake butted in before she ruined the mood. I may be the city owner and technically your boss, but I consider you a friend first and foremost. Stop caring about who knows what God and about what others think. I don't care about it, so neither should you. You are just making this awkward. Jake smiled as he shook his head. So stop calling me sir or whatever else weird title. Just call me Jake like before. Miranda looked a bit troubled as she seemed to reconsider if that was really okay. I'll try, Jake. See, it isn't that hard, he joked back as he returned to a matter that had been a big clue in to what she had been dealing with internally. You can also make some kind of temple if you feel it would be a good idea. Just make it shared if that makes sense. Make it so each god can have their own statue or pedestal or whatever, and then people can just make whatever they want if they have a god that has blessed them or something like that. Would your patron be okay with that? Miranda asked with a bit of concern. I don't have a patron, but Villy shouldn't care either way, Jake dismissively said. Villy, she asked, a bit confused. She didn't know anyone with that name in the city or why they would have any say in godly matters. Yeah, the Malefic Viper, as he likes to call himself. A bit edgy, but it totally fits his style with his black scales and general tendency to cause death and destruction wherever he goes, Jake joked. It was a joke that didn't land very well as Miranda looked very uncomfortable, like she considered if her even thinking it was funny was allowed. Okay, baby steps. At least the night ended with Miranda going back and the atmosphere between them a lot better than it had been when she arrived. They also finished with her saying that his next delivery would come the next morning. It was a delivery of new weapons created to be sacrificed to his Touch of the Malefic Viper training. Upgrading that skill was the final item on his bucket list before reaching D grade, and once that was upgraded and he got 99 in his profession, it was evolution time. Chapter 193, Accursed Touch. 4 more levels in his profession remained until he would finally be capped in both that and his class. Those 4 levels could be relatively swiftly gained by just grinding out poisons, but he still needed to improve Touch of the Malefic Viper before that. It was the thing that had filled his head before this entire arcane affinity thing came out of nowhere. He had even sat days in meditation to delve into the sagacity skill to study transmutation and how to do that properly. This allowed him to realize that many parts of Touch of the Malefic Viper were comparable to traditional transmutation, and he became more and more confident in his theory of using touch to transmute weapons working. He was determined that this time he wouldn't get distracted. After Jake had returned from the Cloud Island and had his meeting with Miranda, he had meditated and done a bit of mana practice before his weapon's delivery arrived in the morning. He went straight into it with great gusto and began breaking the smith's hard work by infusing corruption into them. The delivery was a cart full of more than 100 inferior rarity steel short swords, with a variety of enchantments on them, all of them the most straightforward kind, such as making the blade sharper or harder or able to conduct mana more easily. All in all, they were kind of bad, but that at least helped Jake not feel that terrible about breaking them all as he began experimenting. Instantly, he felt how it had become easier than before. His discovering and subsequent practice with arcane mana had helped him immensely in learning to better control his energy, especially in the stability department. This didn't mean that he instantly succeeded, however. All it meant was that the items could last slightly longer than before without breaking apart. They were also not so brittle that just swinging them through the air could make them shatter either. If before today he was taking baby steps, he was now taking above-average, adult male steps. Jake looked over his newest creation, one quite a lot better than what he was used to creating prior. Unstable fungicide steel short-sword common, a blade made of steel that has been soaked in mana and crafted by a still-growing smith, infused with a powerful fungicide. The fungicide has increased the blade's rarity and power, but made it unstable and fragile. Will break apart within 3 hours and 43 minutes. Enchantments, fungicide strike requirements. LVL 55+ in any humanoid race compared to before. It would now last quite a bit longer, and it was no longer incredibly fragile. It was still damn weak and not suited for combat, but it showed some promise. It was also about this time that Jake began genuinely taking notice of one of the significant issues he kept encountering: lack of quality. While the smiths had surely done their best, their creations were lacking. The structural integrity of the weapons was fine. The issue lay in the enchantments. Pretty much all the weapons had either hardening or sharpened or something like that affixed to it. At its core, Jake's Touch of the Malefic Viper was about corrupting something, and what he corrupted was in large part this enchantment. It did so by Jake infusing a part of his own energy into the blade with the properties he wanted, and afterward, this energy consumed and took the place of the original enchantment. If the original enchant sucked, there simply wasn't enough to corrupt, so it would have to consume of the blade's other qualities instead, such as its durability. The enchant also needed to at least be partly compatible with the corrupting effect Jake infused into it. He found that the hardening enchantment worked well with nearly every type of transmutation, but not as well as those truly compatible. An enchant making all cuts bleed more infused with hemotoxin was just a slam dunk, and in the same vein, he had an enchant that made wounds harder to heal, and that worked damn well with his necrotic poison. Not good enough for the weapons not to still break, but he saw the potential. However, at this point, Jake felt like he had gone as far as he could without making some drastic changes to his approach, so he began attempting something more. Before, he just infused the effects of a toxin, but his touch of the Malefic Viper could do more than just mimic the effects of a toxin. It could mimic the effects of an affinity. And what affinity was more opportune to test out than his new arcane affinity? Heck, he even had a title that helped easier manipulate it, so it seemed like the obvious choice. Jake began his next phase of testing that afternoon. It went as expected when the first blade blew up into countless fragments as he tried to infuse it with necrotic poison combined with his arcane affinity at the same time. He tried it again with a few different blades, but ended up with the same result every time. He was glad that he did it outside at least, or his house would look like Swiss cheese by now. Anyway, he reached the conclusion that the toxin he was trying to infuse into it was simply too strong, so he tried lowering it by using the weakest poison he had, aka his own blood. Well, it wasn't really his weakest poison, but he could make it the weakest as the toxicity was very much dependent on how much mana he used when making his blood toxic. His blood was an amalgamation of all his own records and had insane compatibility with all kinds of energies or affinities. This was also why it was such an excellent ingredient while concocting poisons, as it could fit into pretty much everything. It was what he always used when usually just going for maximum corruption, or if unsure what poison be best to infuse. It also had the benefit of his arcane affinity, easily integrating with it and absorbing it entirely. It only took him a few hours and a handful of swords before he had his first success. And not a this blade will break apart in a few hours success, but an actual creation. It even came with a new notification he had never seen before. You have successfully transmuted steel shortsword of minor arcane conductivity, inferior. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned * ding. Profession, prodigious alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 96 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake was a bit surprised at the notification and couldn't help but make a big smile. This was the first time the system recognized anything he had done as an actual transmutation. He felt damn proud of that. The level was also super nice to get, if a bit unexpected. Then again, he knew crafting something for the first time gave extra experience, so maybe it gave double extra experience when he made something with an entirely new crafting method for the first time. He checked his new creation and was quite pleased with the result, if a bit puzzled at a few things. Steel shortsword of minor arcane conductivity, inferior. A blade made of steel that has been soaked in mana and crafted by a still-growing smith, infused with potent arcane mana. The mana has changed the blade's basic properties, making it able to absorb and release its creator's arcane mana far more easily. Enchantments, arcane conductivity requirements, LVL 25+ in any humanoid race. Quasi-soulbound. There were a few things to go over. Before Jake's transmutation, the sword had an enchant that just enhanced mana conductivity, one of the simplest enchants Jake knew of. He had managed to change that enchant to now instead better function with his arcane affinity mana, at the cost of it no longer working with regular mana. This had led to some unexpected results, the first of which was the somewhat confusing requirement of now being quasi-soulbound. He wasn't sure how it differed from the normal soulbound, but he did kind of understand why it existed. In the process of transmuting items, he found that it was way easier to do after binding them to him. Without doing that, he couldn't get a proper feel for the movements of the energy he infused, and as his way of transmuting was pretty much just pumping mana into the item, it was hard for him not to bind it first. So for his transmutation method to deepen the bond between him and the item made sense. He also wasn't sure if the lack of rarity increase was to be expected or not. To him, it was now just a better weapon, but then again, to anyone else, it was unusable trash as they didn't have Jake's arcane affinity. By nature of it being an arcane affinity, no one else could have it. I guess it didn't really increase in rarity or quality based on that. It just became more specialized, Jake thought as he admired the blade. Well, the base weapon was still so bad that he had no use of it, the LVL 25+ requirement telling him that it was indeed a low-level weapon. Besides, the only benefits of channeling arcane mana through the blade were to make it slightly more robust and maybe a bit sharper. Shaking his head, Jake kept experimenting. He kept using the combination of mimicking his blood and using his arcane affinity to create sword after sword. Some of them could better conduct arcane affinity mana, but he managed to change the enchant quite a lot for some weapons. One example was a sword where he managed to change a sharpening enchant to allowing the blade to extend nearly half a meter outwards, forming an edge of arcane affinity mana. Due to the weapon's durability, it could only keep the edge active for a single strike, but it was progress nevertheless. This kept on for days as Jake went through the entire stack of swords. His collection of arcane weapons became more and more impressive, and his skills increased by the hour. He didn't get any more levels, but he didn't expect to either. He was just building up his momentum and capabilities for the last big push. The last push would come through a far more difficult transmutation than any before, on a weapon several grades above anything he had touched before, a weapon that he also happened to not give a shit about breaking, so it was perfect for experimenting on. Scimitar of Debauchery Epic, a cursed blade made by the wicked, for the wicked. Crafted from steel that is soaked in the blood of the innocent, has left a powerful curse of resentment on the blade, a curse that can be further strengthened by adding more souls of innocence. Wield with caution, for the curse does not only affect those it strikes. Enchantments, Curse of Debauchery requirements. Humanoid race Jake was certain that the weapon was durable. Its former wielder had blocked Jake's arrows with it along with his venom fang, and the blade hadn't taken any damage. He had even taken it out and tried to do some damage to it over the last few weeks and found himself unable to. And that was before he bound it to himself, which would strengthen the scimitar significantly. He had a bit of worry about binding it to him due to the rather ominous warning and curse, but he believed he could handle it now that he had pride of the malefic viper. Even then, he took extra precautions and had Misty and Hawkie leave with Sylphie to do some early flight training and give Miranda a message on their way out about not visiting in the short term. This left the valley empty for him to experiment and be cursed as much as he wanted to. Jake placed his hand on it and slowly injected in a bit of mana to bind it. At first, it felt just like binding any other weapon, but soon he felt something else. While he was pouring mana into the blade used that same connection to send some energy back. Instantly, he felt something invade his mind. It felt like countless cries of anger cursing him at once, and he knew the highly condensed sense of resentment was trying to pull him in and join them in their wrath. But more than rage was another far more prominent emotion: lust. Yet just as the emotions began trying to truly influence him, another deadly sin reared its head and crushed them both. His pride didn't allow the curse to affect him whatsoever, and without hesitation, he squashed all the voices from within the blade and dispelled all other untoward emotions. The blade died down, but he still felt the power of the curse buried within. Even if it didn't affect him, the blade still desired to be fed. It wanted the blood of those it deemed innocent, whatever that meant. It desired their suffering. It demanded their death to absorb their lives and make a fragment of their records its own. Jake studied the weapon for a bit as he considered his approach. It wasn't the first time he had thought about what to do, but it was only now he had truly decided. The scimitar had a relatively simple design. The blade was very thin for a scimitar, and it only curved a little. It was slightly thicker towards its end, and it looked perfect for slicing. It didn't look like a cursed weapon at first glance whatsoever. It was only because of Donald's skills that it appeared to be blood red. Placing his hands on the blade, he closed his eyes and delved his consciousness into it. Once more, he experienced the curse, and he allowed it to influence him even more than before. He felt the raging emotions, but found them lacking. Compared to the rage he felt from his bloodline when he believed Miranda had betrayed him, this was nothing. A large part of it was, without a doubt, due to that occasion being his own anger, while this was just a curse trying to drag him into it and influence him. The lust part should have been a bit harder to deal with, but Jake found it even easier to handle. Sure, while he did find quite a few women in his surroundings attractive, especially after the tutorial made pretty much everyone into models by standards of the old world, Miranda was nice and okay, fuck off curse. He wasn't some hormone-filled teenager that couldn't control himself. In fact, he found the influence of the curse in that department utterly pathetic, even if he understood the underlying desire. Heck, his own teenage years had been way worse, and he had managed to not act like an utter moron back then. Wait, did the bloodline also influence me back then? He asked himself for a brief moment before dispelling the thought, not because he didn't believe it to be true, he just knew it wasn't something he could easily answer, and right now, understanding the blade was more important than his own teenage years. Delving into the blade, he came to understand what the curse truly desired, and he would corrupt that desire and understanding and bend it to his own interpretation. To an emotion he understood and indulged in far more than lust and wrath. At first, he had considered greed, but that just led him to consider what it was greedy for, so he decided to take the most simple thing one would want, so he went with that. It was another of the deadly sins, gluttony. In the end, the curse came down to the blade wanting to feed. The souls wanted revenge on those that had slain it by consuming their souls as retaliation, and the curse on the blade itself made it want sacrifices to grow. Jake began changing the energies in the blade as he infused it with touch of the malefic viper. It was far more energy than ever before, and yet the sword just kept consuming it. He would allow the scimitar both to fulfill its lust and desire for revenge, but he would change it. Like with his arcane affinity, he would simplify it down to its simplest element and amplify it, make it pure and straightforward, removing all complications. He would corrupt their desire down to their most primal need, because in the end, the blade just hungered. You have successfully transmuted Scimitar of Cursed Hunger Epic. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned ** ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 97 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. It had been far easier than Jake believed, but he also felt like he understood the weapon far more than he found comfortable. Ultimately, he had just imposed his own will upon the blade and made it what he wanted it to be, crushing any opposition in the way, including all the souls. He identified the scimitar as he couldn't hold back a small smile. Scimitar of Cursed Hunger Epic, a cursed blade made by the wicked, corrupted by the Viper's chosen. Crafted from steel that is soaked in the blood of the innocent, had left a powerful curse of resentment on the blade. The curse has been corrupted, and the souls destroyed, leaving only their hunger behind. The blade craves blood and will feed on any vitality-based lifeform to nurture both itself and its wielder. The scimitar of Cursed Hunger will wane in power if not fed regularly. Enchantments. Cursed Hunger requirements. Humanoid race. Quasi-soulbound. It was still quite ominous, but it was far more muted when he felt the curse within. For now, it was sated and didn't need any feeding, and yet he felt like it always wanted more. Jake had essentially just created a sword that could drain the health of anyone he cut with it, and he was totally fine with that. What made it even more pleasing was that besides getting a new weapon, he also got another few notifications. Touch of the Malefic Viper Epic. With a single touch, the Malefic Viper has slain countless foes. Attempt to inject poison into a being through physical contact. The nature of the poison is determined by the user. The alchemist can only use toxic effects he has concocted or created prior. Can be used with all compatible types of mana affinities, further altering the effects. Some toxins cannot be used. Adds a small increase to the effectiveness of Touch of the Malefic Viper based on intelligence and wisdom. Touch of the Malefic Viper Ancient. With a single touch, the Malefic Viper has slain countless foes. Attempt to inject poison into a being through physical contact. The nature of the poison is determined by the user. The alchemist can only use toxic effects he has concocted or created prior. Can be used with all compatible types of mana affinities, further altering the effects. This effect is especially effective using your arcane affinity. Vastly increases the potency of transmutations made using Touch of the Malefic Viper at the cost of partly binding them to your soul. Some effects cannot be replicated. Adds an increase to the effectiveness of Touch of the Malefic Viper based on intelligence and wisdom. Passively provides 1 intelligence per level in Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. May your touch be the catalyst of corruption as you bend the world to your will. Ding. Profession. Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper has reached level 98 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake read it over as his smile only grew, still enjoying both the feeling of the stats increasing and the fact that he was nearly done. All his preparations were over. Now there were only 2 things left to do. Only 1 more level in his profession and then he would get that D grade. Chapter 194, Grades and Impatience. Jake sat on his porch, staring out over the pond as he pondered, pun intended. It felt like forever ago that he theorized that the 9 stat-giving skills with of the Malefic Viper in their names were actually part of a larger set, and so far, he felt like he had only been proven right time and time again. They just had way too much synergy not to be. So when he got the 9th one to Ancient Rarity, he had expected something to happen. He knew skills could fuse from all the way back when Sense Herb and Sense Toxin merged into Sense of the Malefic Viper, so maybe the skills would finally merge upon them all upgrading. Yet no such thing had happened. Jake almost couldn't hold himself back from asking the Viper if his skills were bugged, or if he were just a moron for assuming they would merge. Well, it wasn't like he lost anything by them not merging, and while he didn't ask the Viper about the skills, he did ask one question anyway, one that had been bothering him for a while. Hey Villy. Should I evolve right when I can, or is there any reason to wait? Would it be better for me to work on upgrading some more skills first, or maybe really diving into this whole arcane affinity thing before doing so? Jake asked. All his evolutions before this he had just taken as soon as he could. He had often wondered if doing so had ultimately led to him being worse off throughout the months, especially when it came to his class. He knew that while the class wasn't bad, it wasn't extraordinary either. Jake had delved into the books to look for knowledge and hadn't found much. That is when he remembered another piece of literature he had quite frankly completely forgotten about. The small notebook Jacob had given him on the first day of returning to Earth. He had only skimmed the first few pages and seen they were related to pylons and making a city and stuff, so he had Miranda read it over at one of their meetings. She had found it quite helpful but had also mentioned that the general info about classes and professions in it was enlightening. It was that little comment that made Jake flip through it, and he was pretty sure the augur had given out some information he wasn't really supposed to. First of all, he had written about his own class, without a care in the world. Well, it made a bit more sense when Jake read on, as he came to understand that knowledge about the augur classes were pretty well known, as it was a famous archetype. Jake's eyes bulged quite a bit when he read the stats given by the class. 32 total was just insane. His own ambitious hunter only gave 18 per level in comparison. Well, he did have a cheat of a profession making up for it a bit, but still. However, as he read on, Jake began to feel quite a lot better about not being an augur himself. Professions and classes all came with tied-in ways of leveling them. Jake's class was all about being a hunter that liked killing stuff above his own level, so the class was made for that. He also came to realize that there likely were some hidden experience bonuses, besides his mark of the ambitious hunter, tied to killing stronger enemies due to the class, as well as a penalty if he killed weaker foes. In the same vein, the Augur of Hope had many rules tied into it also. For Jacob to level, he had to realize fates, stay true to his own beliefs, guide others towards paths to power, and do religious stuff. Aka all things Jake would absolutely abhor doing. And on the side of penalties, it was way fucking worse. Jacob couldn't fight at all. Not because of his class not offering any means of combat, it was a rule tied to his class. He was unable to fight back even if attacked, and if he took the lives of sapient creatures, he would be penalized, possibly even lose his class outright. That was the reason it gave so many stats. It was to make up for the massive downsides it had. To Jake's knowledge, he didn't have any downsides to his class besides maybe that experience penalty when killing lower-leveled foes, but that one didn't matter to him anyway. Jake came to learn that the maximum amount of stats a class could give at E grade was 34, while the maximum for a profession was 27, but both of those were for the ones that came with severe restrictions in place. The hermit alchemist profession that Jake had seen was an example of a restrictive profession. It gave more stats than usual, but with other massive downsides. If one wanted one without severe downsides, the limit for E-grade classes was 28, while for professions, it was 22. So Jake had one out big time in the profession department, getting one that nearly couldn't be better for one that isn't restricted, while his class still had a bit to go. Of course, if you factor in the of the Malefic Viper skills. Jake was more than good when it came to stats. At D-grade, all of those numbers were pretty much tripled. Max for a class would be 100, and max for a profession would be 80. Of course, they were realistically slightly lower due to the ones rewarding that much would be restricted. Jacob had even written that his Augur of Hope would give him 96 stats per level in D-grade. If Jake could get a class with more than 70 or maybe even 75 stats per level, he would be more than happy. He didn't know if he could because, quite frankly, he had no idea how good he was for an E-grade. He figured he was decent, but he didn't really have any proper comparisons. As for the deferred stats, if one evolved a class or profession before reaching D-grade, well, you would just only get a third of the stats gained, with the rest coming in bulk after evolving. Pretty simple, actually. Jake was thrown out of his thoughts when he felt the Malefic Viper's presence touch upon his mind as a voice echoed out in his head, answering his question about if he should evolve right away or not. Waiting with undergoing an evolution is a hard decision for some, but in your case I wouldn't say it is. There is no reason to delay it even a day. While getting a lot of upgraded skills or improving yourself in other ways matters, so does momentum. Think about it like this. Can you achieve as much overall growth in the next 3 months as you have in the last 3? If not, go right ahead and evolve. Many spend decades, if not over a century, in E-grade to try and get better evolutions, or simply because they were slow. If it took you 70 years to level from 2499, it doesn't really hurt much to wait another 30 years to upgrade a handful of skills and further improve your craft, possibly finishing off with creating your greatest creation, yet before evolving. In your case, however, prolonging your evolution will only lead to you diluting your own achievements or losing momentum, the Viper said through his divine message thing, before adding in the end in a smug, foe-mocking voice. You have done adequately for a mere E-grade mortal, nothing compared to my magnificent achievements back then, but I guess it is acceptable for my chosen. So get off your ass, make some poisons, and get that final level. Jake chuckled a bit as he answered. Well, I would never dare to presume I could ever reach the levels of thee, oh my revered patron. Thanks as always, Villy. Take care and say hi to those 3 witches for me. And if you could tell them to go a bit easier on Miranda, it would be nice. She seems to have a hard time dealing with all this divinity stuff. Jake, feeling at least a basic level of reverence towards gods is kind of the norm. Just because you are weird as fuck doesn't mean everyone around you is too. But sure, I'll tell them to be more chill, but don't expect much to change, at least not in the short term. You can just hope that mortal girl learns to adapt a bit. But I am super reverent, what are you talking about? Jake joked, shaking his head. I guess dealing with gods can be hard for some. Anyway, what are you up to these days besides answering my inane questions? Oh, you know, trying to conquer the world and all that fun stuff. Went and got back a few people I had sent off to training a few months ago, and more than half survived, so that was nice. Mortals and their fragility, you know. Actually, I think you know one of them. Remember that Viridia girl? Yeah, she was one of the survivors of the little training tour. Back on topic, I have been lazing about for far too long, so I am basically just reclaiming some stuff that used to belong to me and expanding the order. You can come by and check stuff out once your universe begins opening up a bit, so look forward to it. but I can feel that my divine message juice is running out, so sigh around, and nice talking to ya. Yeah, nice talking to you. Have fun with your world domination, Jake said with a smile as he felt the connection between him and the malefic viper fade away. He was beginning to think that these divine message sessions actually helped strengthen the connection slightly every time, making it easier for the viper to send longer and more complicated messages. Jake didn't know what the implications were if that was true, but did it really matter? He didn't see the viper having any untoward intentions towards him because if he did, the viper literally had all the power. Jake shook his head as he dispelled all distracting thoughts. It wasn't like knowing about stats and the rules of classes and such would actually help him. It was just nice to know. No, the only thing that truly mattered right now was doing some alchemy and getting that level. So Jake sat down, took out his cauldron, and began producing some potions. He didn't make poisons as he had a feeling he would need to craft again shortly after evolving anyway, as chances are he could make more potent poisons and potions then. Better to just make some potions now that he could either sell or give away for others to use. His impatience made him make a few more mistakes than usual, resulting in it taking nearly 3 days before he finally got it. Ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 99 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points asterisk, ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 99 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake did an internal mini cheer as he got the 2 notifications. A feeling of happiness that was only amplified further by the next message. Quest, the perfect evolution completed reward given upon evolving to degrade. He sat there waiting for the next system message for a few minutes before realizing it wasn't coming. Some fucking how, Jake had forgotten that he would actually still need another level in his race, even after reaching level 99 in both his class and profession. Jake could do this by doing alchemy for a few more days, or he could do as he actually did, as he opened his wings and soared upwards towards the Cloud Island. Misty, Sylphie, and Hawkeye all threw him a glance as he flew off, but only the small baby bird made a small screech, wondering where he was going, as she tried to fly up and follow him. It didn't go that well, as she fell down, much to the amusement of her parents. On the island, Jake went on a damn rampage, slaughtering cloud elementals and birds in droves. This is when he, to his delight, spotted a giant bird hanging around the massive lightning tree in the middle of the island. Thunder Rock LVL. The result of their epic fight was obvious from the beginning. Jake summoned an arrow of the ambitious hunter, as he focused his mind on ending the battle as fast as possible. Once summoned, he soaked it in his poison before knocking it as he charged his newly upgraded arcane power shot. He looked at the poor rock as he channeled his attack. Power swirled around him in a vortex of energy that began slowly tearing away at the small cloud island he stood on. Arcane Power Shot was a lot more powerful than his old infused power shot, and even had extra scaling with intelligence, a stat he had just gotten a big bump in from upgrading Touch of the Malefic Viper. The power built up both inside his body and the weapon, and his skin began sizzling a little as he took a bit of damage. Purple-pink veins appeared on both his arms and his shoulders as he poured more energy into the skill than ever before. He planned on ending it in one shot. To see if that was even possible, it wasn't something he had planned on doing, but what harm could there be in adding one-shotting a degrade to his list of achievements? Jake released the string as the arrow exploded out with power. The arrow of the ambitious hunter flew straight for the unaware Thunder Rock that only noticed the incoming attack when it was too late. It tried to avoid getting hit in a vital area at the final moment, but found itself frozen as it felt the gaze of an apex hunter land upon it. The arrow hit it right in its head as it tore into the rock's skull before exploding, leaving nothing above its neck. It kept struggling for a while as its natural vitality kept it alive, but the poison on the arrow made healing its wound impossible, even if it somehow had the vitality to facilitate that. A minute later, and the rock that was now lying on the cloud island below stopped struggling as it expired. You have slain Thunder Rock, LVL 101. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level, followed by the far more important message. Race evolution requirements met with great ambition and drive. You have ventured through E-grade, never swaying on your path or questioning your own. You have been diverse and delved into many different areas as your endless hunger to improve and explore led you both wide and deep, from embracing legacies to forging your own magics. An important decision lies before you. Begin evolution now. YN warning. Postponing evolution may have adverse effects, and no further race experience can be earned before the evolution is completed. Fucking finally, he thought as he made a huge smile. He rushed over to get the beast orb, but couldn't find it for some reason. He ended up getting impatient as he just rushed back to his lodge faster than he had ever flown before, and upon landing, he only threw a single glance at Misty and Hawkeye, who both gave him an approving and knowing glance. They understood he was about to evolve. Even Sylphie seemed able to detect it. Jake entered his lodge and sat down on the bed, the same one he had evolved to both F and E grade on before, and accepted the notification as his vision turned black. Chapter 195, D grade. Jake opened his eyes within a vast void of nothingness, the only thing visible being distant star-like objects. It was his third time there, and it was as beautiful and wondrous as ever. He was entirely naked, except for his mask that was still on his face for some reason. The first time he went there had been the most wondrous, as it marked the day he became able to passively sense mana, while his E-grade evolution had been a bit less exciting. Like all the other times, the intensity of the mana around him was extreme, but after progressing through E-grade, he could now feel it much better. He felt the affinities in the mana around him, and he was taken aback, because he felt so many. He noticed the space affinity that reminded him of the mana Neil used, and even the concept of his own one-step mile. Dark affinity, water affinity, earth affinity, and a slew of energies he didn't understand at all. He felt all of them. But out of them all, the affinity he felt next was by far the most surprising. The arcane affinity, or more accurately, Jake's own arcane affinity. How is there arcane mana here? Does that mean? Jake closed his eyes as he focused on his sphere to take it all in. Even energy reminding me of what the Malefic Viper released is here, Jake thought as he awoke from his stupor. Was this place an amalgamation of all the energy he had ever used, absorbed, or encountered? Was he inside his soul, and were these all the concepts he had ever used and affinities he had explored? As his head was filled with these thoughts, the system finally made its presence known. It was time for the evolution to begin. But instead of just being shown what he would evolve to like all the other times, this one was different. Congratulations. You have unlocked the possibility to diverge your race and evolve into a different species. As a rarity among humans and monsters both, you must now make an important choice. Be warned not to lose yourself. Jake was surprised for the umpteenth time today, as he quickly saw that two options were available for evolution, and the first one was exactly what he had expected. Human D, a human that has stepped into the mid-grades of the system. The human race is known as the most balanced and numerous race of the multiverse, being able to walk many different roads on their path to power. Stat bonuses per level. +6 to all stats, +15 free points per level. He looked it over and nodded internally. It wasn't like the human evolutions were a secret, and he knew the stat gain for every level would just triple when one evolved to D grade, going from 23 stats per level to 69. A very nice number, but that wasn't the option worth noting. Malefic Dragonkin D. Once a human, you embraced the Malefic Viper's legacy to become a race closer to your patron. Still maintaining a primarily human form, you have replaced your soft skin with scales and have gained several other draconic properties, including wings and claws. This race is incredibly rare and only earned by those who have truly begun walking the path of the Malefic Viper. By maintaining many of your humanoid traits, you can retain either a class or a profession. Stat bonuses per level. +20 wise, +20 will, +20 vit, +15 tough, +15 int, +10 augie, +10 SDR, +10 per, +10 end, +20 free points per level. Warning. Some skills related to the lost profession or class may be lost or changed. Stat bonuses from classes will be reduced by 10% if chosen over a profession, while a profession will provide +10% more stats per level. All current race skills will be lost. As the initial message said, evolving into a new species was incredibly rare and difficult. It was a fundamental, qualitative change that would severely alter your path in the future, and the Malefic Dragonkin evolution was sure as hell a drastic change. Jake had to read it over a few times before something clicked in his mind. This has to be the result of maxing out the 9 stat-giving skills. Many of them added physiological traits such as scales or wings or making his canines toxic. He also knew it had a lot to do with the drop of blood he had seized from the Malefic Viper himself, because the description sure as hell reminded him of that bootleg half-dragon version of himself he had seen within that weird soul realm during the trial of myriad poisons. While he already knew what choice he would make, he evaluated the options anyway. The Malefic Dragonkin race gave 150 stats per level, with the human one giving 69, a difference of 81 stats per level. However, becoming a Dragonkin would also mean giving up one of the significant advantages of being human, having both a class and profession. If one just looked at stats, then Jake would need to get a class providing 81 stats per level after the penalty, which was a lot. If he got a class within the same realm as his ambitious hunter, it would only give 54 stats per level. All of that is to say the Malefic Dragonkin was clearly a top-tier race. One Jake had absolutely no interest in ever picking. He was human and he saw no reason at all to throw that away. Jake also felt an almost palpable disgust from his bloodline at the mere thought of becoming a Dragonkin. No, to Jake, the human race was the optimal choice. His entire bloodline and being was grounded in being a human, and changing his path by suddenly trying to become something entirely different wasn't on his to-do list. Also, he really didn't want to pick between alchemy and archery. He liked both. Jake didn't need to think anymore as he began his evolution. All around him, the countless energies began swirling as they poured into him. He felt his body fill with strength, but he also felt himself change. His entire body was being broken down and rebuilt from the inside, yet he didn't experience any pain or discomfort. The only annoyance was his inability to move during the process. Instinctively, he knew that he was undergoing a qualitative change. He felt some of his organs begin to disappear, perhaps no longer deemed necessary by the system, but he also felt that those that remained mattered less than before. Even in E-grade, losing a vital organ didn't result in instant death. It just meant that you needed a shitload of vitality to regenerate it. From now on, even these vital organs would take fewer health points to restore and be overall less critical. Even while choosing to stay human, I feel like I move further and further away from being so. Jake thought as he felt both his liver and spleen were now gone. He knew from an objective standpoint that all these changes would only lead to him becoming stronger and more capable at fighting, but it still rubbed a small part of him the wrong way. Outwardly, his changes were minimal. He grew only a few centimeters, while the features on his face were ironed out a bit, moving him from the slightly above average but still very normal looking. He was after his E-grade evolution to now being firmly in the deemed handsome by most category. Jake himself didn't really desire any significant changes to be made to his body. However, subconsciously he still had an idea like every other human about how they could look slightly better. It was natural non-magical evolution to desire to be viewed as more outwardly appealing, especially as a primarily social species, even if he was a rather antisocial member of that species. He decided to take one final look at his status page as he waited for his body to stop changing. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. E. LVL 99 Class: Ambitious Hunter. LVL 99 Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 99 Health Points: HP 13,861 3860 Mana Points. MP 16,475 16475 Stamina 10,151 0150 Stats: Strength 876 Agility 1194 Endurance 1015 Vitality 1386 Toughness 882 Wisdom 1318 Intelligence 815 Perception 2637 Willpower 982 Free Points 0 Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer V, Dungeon Pioneer V, Legendary Prodigy, Prodigious Slayer of the Mighty, Kingslayer. Nobility: Earl, Progenitor of the 93 Third Universe, Prodigious Arcanist. Class: Skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Advanced Stealth Common, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Hunter's Tracking Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Archery of Vast Horizons Rare, Descending Dark Fang Rare, Limit Break Rare, Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter Epic, Arcane Powershot Epic, One Step Mile Ancient, Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary, Gaze of the Apex Hunter Legendary. Profession: Skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Concoct Poison Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Palate of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blood of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sagacity of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Wings of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Pride of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Fangs of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sense of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Touch of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blessing, True Blessing of the Malefic Viper Blessing True, Race Skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Identify Common, Thoughtful Meditation Uncommon, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline. Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Ability Unique. Jake felt a weird sense of pride as he read it all over. The progress he had made since he last found himself inside this void all the way back in the challenge dungeon, shortly after meeting Villy for the first time. He had come a long way, and now his third evolution was approaching its completion, and he would step into D-grade, formally entering what was referred to as the mid-tier grades. Infusion and changes to his body soon came to an end, and that was the exact moment a part of him stirred. He felt a heartbeat as the surrounding energy appeared to have a second wind as it began pouring into him again, right towards that weird metaphysical area around his heart where he knew his bloodline and the drop of blood from the Malefic Viper resided. To his surprise, a slight sliver of energy also entered his mask, but he didn't really think further on it as he got a notification. Bloodline ability: Evolved. The evolution has stirred your bloodline, allowing it to evolve along with you. Bloodline ability upgraded. Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, bloodline ability unique. Dormant power lies in the very essence of your being. A unique innate ability awakened in the bloodline of Jake Thane, grants the sphere of perception, grants an improved sense of danger, enhances all instincts and intuition, plus 20% to perception. This was the third time it had upgraded, and like all the other times, he didn't really take notice of any changes besides the increase to his perception, going from plus 15% to plus 20%. He did feel like his sphere expanded a bit, but he couldn't really tell, floating in a mana-filled void and all. Space was a bit distorted, throwing him off. With his bloodline upgraded, he also saw the level up had finally come. Ding. Race Human D has reached level 100 stat points allocated, plus 15 free points. Along with that came a title. A title Jake felt before he read. He felt warmth overflow as he experienced what could only be described as a massive influx of power. What he had felt after killing the king of the forest was nothing compared to this. And this was the moment it truly became clear to him how large the gap between E and D grade was. Because unlike other evolutions, this one came with what he had theorized monsters and beasts had a long time ago, a one-time large stat increase, the stats shown and hence earned in the form of a title. Title earned, the Perfect Evolution D. The Perfect Evolution D. You have undergone a perfect evolution to become a D-grade human, plus 220 all stats. A title so simple yet so damn powerful it was ridiculous. Jake felt and was stronger than ever before. He couldn't help recheck the quest to see what he would have ended up with if he hadn't completed the Perfect Evolution quest. Evolution D. You have undergone evolution to become a D-grade human, plus 200 all stats. Jake read it and nodded internally. It wasn't that big a loss if one didn't get the extra 20 to all stats, but it wasn't something he had wanted to miss out on either, especially when he saw that these stats were indeed affected by his percentage amplifiers. He couldn't help but look at his stats page and compare it to before his evolution. Status name Jake Thane Race, Human D, LVL 100 Class, Ambitious Hunter LVL 99 Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper LVL 99 Health Points HP, 13,861 7590 Mana Points MP, 20,852 0850 Stamina, 13,430 1340 Stats Strength, 1204 Agility, 1521 Endurance, 1343 Vitality, 1759 Toughness, 1210 Wisdom, 1668 Intelligence, 1143 Perception, 1392 Willpower, 1332 Free Points, 15. Needless to say, all the stats had experienced a massive increase. Significantly, Jake's perception and vitality had grown a lot, as he had 65% amplification on those, followed by willpower and wisdom, which both had a 55% increase. The rest of his stats were still gaining 45% extra, meaning that ultimately he earned more than 50% more total stats from the evolution than someone without any stat amplifiers. It felt unfair on many levels. But Jake knew other powerhouses also had many titles and stat amplifiers. They had too. After Jake was done admiring his awesome stats, he went on to the last notification, a new skill. Humans really didn't get any race skills, but the few they got tended to be very useful. But he was a bit unsure about this one. Race skill gained. Legacy of man unique. The human race has been around since the very first era and has stood on the pinnacle from the beginning. This is not simply due to extraordinary individuals in your midst, but your ability to stand on the shoulders of your ancestors and pass down records. While each human's lifespan may be short, your race's collective knowledge is perennial, and through generations, humanity will prevail. Allows you to far more effectively pass down records and makes anyone you teach far more likely to unlock new paths. Jake didn't have much interest in teaching others. Not at all. From an objective standpoint, he could see how useful the skill was. It also made sense only to gain it at D grade, as chances are the person wouldn't have anything worth passing on before then. He had considered maybe teaching someone a bit of alchemy to make potion production a thing, but also to have others know about herbs to help him gather materials. So perhaps the skill could be helpful for that. Besides that, the only exciting thing about it was the unique rarity. Well, it was a bit weird to call it unique when every single D-grade human had it, especially considering that humans were the most numerous race of the multiverse. But he guessed it was because the skill was unique to the human race. The next few minutes were spent with Jake, just considering things to do in the future and contemplating if he should level and evolve his class or profession first. He saw that after he evolved, he had lost the option to instantly begin evolving his class at any moment, meaning he most likely had to go kill a few things to get a bit more experience. Or maybe he would get the option back once he was out of this weird space. So many things to think about while impatiently floating in the void, waiting just to be transported back to the real world. Finally, he felt that he was about to return as his intuition made him aware of the subtle shift of the energy around him. His vision turned black for a fraction of a second, before he found himself back in the lodge and ARGH. Jake knelt down on the floor as soon as he appeared, grasping his head as information flooded into him. Not from the system or any skill, but from the overwhelming stimuli from something he thought he had gotten used to, his sphere of perception. Chapter 196, Expanding in Scope. Jake's bloodline had been with him from the very first day of the system. Heck, it had since his birth. It had saved his life more times than he could remember and been the catalyst that made his rise to power possible. But one had to remember that while a bloodline could most certainly be helpful, it wasn't always. It wasn't a skill, and it wasn't regulated and controlled by the omnipotent system to make sure it wouldn't cause unnecessary harm to the user. Even the skills that could do so carried warnings such as Jake's own limit break. So when Jake appeared back in his lodge, nothing was stopping his sphere of perception from feeding him everything within its influence, nothing but Jake and the other aspects of his bloodline. Its range had expanded manifold after his evolution. Before degrade, it had a radius of around 30 meters, but it was north of 200 meters after his evolution. He saw the entire valley and its surroundings. He saw beneath the earth to a small cave system running approximately 140 meters below him, and so much more. All of these stimuli drilled themselves into his mind as he felt sick to his stomach from the sensory overload. It was far too much for him to handle, and his mind simply couldn't filter through it all. In the void where he evolved, his sphere had already expanded, but as it didn't really see anything, he hadn't taken notice of it. Jake grit his teeth as he tried to comprehend everything and control his sphere. Even when it was only 30 meters, it was a bit much for him at times, and he rarely took notice of everything at once. But now after it had evolved, he had lost control of it. He knew this was a horrible development, and he was utterly paralyzed as he tried to get his head under control. The first thing he did was enter meditation to cut off all his non-bloodline-related senses. He had long ago figured out how to make his sphere way more passive during meditation, and he tried to replicate that once more. It helped a bit, but the influx of information was just too much. It was like 1,000 pictures flashed before Jake's eyes at every moment in a nauseating fashion. To make it worse, every small swaying blade of grass or rustle of a leaf was picked up double as he had trained himself and his sphere to take extra notice of movement before this evolution, a decision that had now come back to bite him in the ass. Jake knew the pain he was experiencing wasn't really in his head, but in his soul. If it weren't, he would have already plunged a dagger into his brain to make it stop and wait for his head to regenerate, but this wasn't that kind of pain. He did everything he could to try and filter through everything, but it was slow. There was one saving grace, however. Ever so slowly he began adapting as he subconsciously began filtering out the useless information in his head, and he knew that his own instinct of self-preservation kicked in, without a doubt the most prominent and influential part of his bloodline. Like when he was meditating, he stopped picking up everything but only the most important. Smaller movements were filtered out, and ever so slowly his headache lessened, and he became able to get at least a semblance of bearings. It still took him over an hour before he got up and stood wobbling on the floor. He hadn't expected the effects to be so extreme, even if a part of him had hoped for the bloodline to improve. Jake stood within his lodge as he closed his eyes and tried to focus a bit on the sphere again, and he felt a lot better about it already. Perception skills were standard for most combat classes, and even the ones that allowed some kind of spherical vision weren't that rare. In fact, Jake was beginning to suspect that the system hadn't offered him any from his class due to his bloodline, but that was a theory of his because he would sure as hell take one just to see how his bloodline would affect it. Not that he needed a better sphere, because it was honestly just insane. When he closed his eyes, he could see everything around 200 meters in a radius around him. Perhaps a bit longer if he focused on perceiving something in a specific direction. I guess I'll be pretty hard to sneak up on. Even more than before, he internally joked as he rubbed his temple, still feeling the remnants of a killer headache. He took a seat in a chair as he relaxed his mind and got a good feel of his body for the first time. He felt overflowing with strength, but he also felt different on a qualitative level. It was like every single stat point mattered slightly more than before after his body had been reforged. He would compare it to having a hidden bonus increasing the effectiveness of all his stats, but by how much he didn't know. All he knew was that after the evolution, he felt nearly twice as strong overall, maybe even more. If Jake had to hypothesize, then those 200 to 220 in all stats from the title was just to set some kind of baseline of stats, even for those with weak classes and professions. Jake was confident the evolution's effects would be more prominent in someone without his titles and high stats before evolving, but that didn't mean it wasn't a humongous gain for him. Shaking his head, he returned to inspecting his body a bit more in depth. His internals were still the same for the most part, with blood pumping through his veins and his heart beating in his chest, but he also got the feeling that a lot of it was for show. Many organs were gone and replaced with muscle or other fleshy things, but that didn't mean everything that remained was vital. The brain was still essential, he could feel, but the rest were just. He felt like he could punch just as hard even if every single muscle in his arm were gone, even if it would expend a lot more stamina and likely even damage him to do so. It wasn't entirely new, as he had been able to bypass many common physical barriers before. He had moved with broken bones, and even with a large part of his brain missing, he had been able to escape from the indigo fungus. At least half of his spine was missing back then, meaning he should have been paralyzed. He just wasn't. It was a weakness of the human body already removed at E grade. Now more such physical imperfections had been removed. Jake was beginning to suspect that by C grade or maybe B grade, the body would be entirely for show, and he would be able to regenerate as long as just the smallest part of his body remained, assuming he had the health points, of course. Maybe he could even stay alive without his body, as long as his metaphysical soul existed. Exiting the depths of his own thoughts, he got up and finally did a bit of stretching, making his ever the more useless muscles flex. He opened his hand and closed it a few times, feeling the power in it. If he had met himself of a day ago, it would be a slaughter. D-grade was truly a divide. He exited his lodge and instantly saw only Sylphie sitting there looking at him from on top of one of the trees. Sylphie flew down, yes, flew, and landed on his shoulder. Well, it was more gliding, but with a bit of wind magic, it was practically the same thing. He had been afraid the small hawk would be wary of him, but she just seemed happy that he had finally come out. Jake rubbed the small bird, making her happy before he remembered something quite important. He remembered the weirdness of the mask during the evolution, how it had stayed on him in that weird realm, and how it had even absorbed some energy. A part of him hoped it had evolved with him or something, but it didn't give him any more stats. It did keep giving 25% mana, which was great, as he knew some of these percentage amplifiers could get weaker after evolving. After taking off the mask, he used Identify on it and didn't immediately notice anything off, but there was something. Mask of the Fallen King, legendary. A mask born from the records of the one once known as the King of the Forest, a mighty unique lifeform that died just as its path began. The mask is made of a wood-like material unique to the lifeform it comes from and does not obstruct vision when worn and regenerates itself from any damage taken. A fallen king slumbers within. Enchantments, living wood. Passively absorbs mana in the atmosphere, increasing mana recovery rate by a large amount. Increases maximum mana by 25%. Requirements, soulbound a fallen king slumbers within. Jake thought, rechecking it a few times. 5 words had been added that held a lot of meaning, and Jake's intuition practically screamed at him that this wasn't something he could just ignore, because what they implied wasn't simple. Perhaps the king of the forest wasn't truly dead. Jake smiled as he looked up into the sky, shaking his head. It was fine. Even if the king returned or the unique lifeform within the mask tried taking over his mind or something, he would be ready. It wasn't like he was going to be idle as the little king awakened. He had 2 other evolutions to get to after all. There is no shame in reaching your limits. We will all encounter that insurmountable wall one day, Jacob said as he placed his hand on the shoulder of the man who sat with tears in his eyes at a large forge. I just don't understand. I try my best every day. I use the best materials I can find, but I just get nowhere. What am I doing wrong? The older-looking man said as he turned red in the face. Jacob looked at the smith and understood his reluctance. To come to terms with your own shortcomings was difficult. The man had appeared like a promising smith, having worked in the profession before the system, and had quickly leveled up in his tutorial and afterward. After reaching level 60 in his profession, he had begun slowing down, and now he had been stuck at 68 for 3 weeks. Jacob knew the man had reached the end of his potential, and he needed to do something drastic to break through his barrier. But he hadn't. He said he had done his best, but the issue was that he needed to do better than his best. His 40 years of experience before the system had brought him to his current level, but without developing further, he would be forever stuck where he was. Sometimes it isn't a question of what one does right or wrong. Things just are as they are. You talk as if your creations have gotten worse, that you are no longer the smith you once were. But you are. Without you, how many people would still lack a roof over their heads? How many families would still feel unsafe without you helping build the wall? You have done so many things for us already. You don't need to push yourself to be better all the time. You are fine just as you are, Jacob said comfortingly, his many skills on full display, affecting the man in ways both he and Jacob weren't fully aware of. But why can't I go further? What am I lacking? The smith asked, still hoping to understand. You need a catalyst to bring about change, one you can only hope and strive for but never expect. You will need to risk a part of yourself to achieve more. You will need sacrifice, but is that truly what you want? There are more ways to progress than simple levels, my friend, the augur spoke, continuing as the man motioned for him to elaborate. Instead of looking only at yourself, look towards the collective. You may be unable to gain a level yourself, but are you unable to make others gain strength? You have knowledge and expertise that would be priceless to countless aspiring smiths. This isn't to say your own craftsmanship isn't needed anymore. Weapons will always be in demand. The city will keep expanding for a long time to come, and it isn't like your commissions have reduced over these last few weeks, have they? The smith looked at Jacob, still a bit unsure, before finally nodding. Things have been as usual, and I guess I have been hammering away for a while. Maybe it's fine to begin looking toward the next generation. Those young ones could use someone more experienced to teach them, he said with a bit of defeat in his voice, but also with newfound confidence. And I am more than certain they would welcome you with open arms to do so, Jacob said before bowing to the man before turning to the door. If you ever feel troubled, just come by the church. I am sure either I or another will be able to help you, and once more, thank you for all you have done for Sanct Domo. No, thanks to you, Augur, the man said as he returned the bow, looking quite a bit more at peace than when Jacob had first come. The Augur walked out and was greeted by a few guards who all bowed towards him. They used the word guard, but they were more of a police force than anything else, but thinking about it, weren't guards of old just simplified policing? As he walked through the cobblestone streets and observed the city, he took in the atmosphere and enjoyed the progress they had made over the last few months. After taking down the guarding degrade, Jacob had claimed the pylon and gained the pioneering city Lord of Earth that awarded 16 free points a level, a reward for being one of the first 10 to claim a pylon on their planet. That small pylon had served as the fundament of the city they had ended up naming Sanct Domo. A fusion of the words holy and home in Latin, Jacob served as both the nominal and the spiritual leader of the city, though he did have many assistants in doing both those things. It wasn't easy leading a city with nearly 20 million citizens, after all. If Jacob had to take a guess, then Sanct Domo had to be the largest city currently on Earth, and it was still expanding by the day. All those who had been blessed by gods from the Holy Pantheon had led their followers towards the city and brought along any they could on the way. There were even cases of those blessed by other gods giving way or following along, swearing allegiance. It was truly a testament to the size and influence of the Holy Church in the multiverse as a whole. The massive growth of the city had naturally also resulted in enormous growth to himself. His profession and class worked in tandem quite well, which had resulted in him leveling quite fast, and being the first D-grade human of the city, if not Earth as a whole. Not that Jacob saw it as any massive accomplishment himself. It was just his fate to grow as he did. He had even gone for the perfect evolution as his class and profession reached 99 at nearly the same time, and now his class had already reached 105, only a bit over a month after he evolved. Ding. Class Augur of Hope has reached level 105 stat points allocated, plus 24 free points. Jacob's class wasn't the type to evolve like others, but just stayed the same in name and function till the day his death is fated. There was no Grand Augur of Hope or Saint Augur of Hope or anything like that. An Augur of Hope was simply an Augur of Hope. He wasn't even able to choose another evolution. The day he became an Augur, he cut off all those paths to himself. Not that he complained. While the class carried many limitations, none of them felt like such to him. Jacob did not want to fight, so his inability to do so was no handicap in his book. The stats were also as insane as before, providing him 24 in vitality, willpower, wisdom, and free points, giving him a total of 96, only 4 below the absolute limit he had read about. As for his race, he had, of course, just become a D-grade human. An evolution to a different race for humans was notoriously tricky, and it wasn't even like it was necessarily better, just different. But there was one place he did have a choice, with his profession, and there he had been offered just another straight upgrade to his profession. Ding. Profession, Pioneering City Lord of Earth, has reached level 103 plus 50 free points. Jacob did not feel demotivated, however. Due to the overlap of his Augur and City Lord roles, much of the experience he earned was split between them, and it also meant that the records he relied on to evolve were shared. To gain both a supreme class and profession was difficult unless the two's paths were sufficiently different, such as a warrior with a smithing profession, or a hunter with an alchemy profession. Of course, it would take far longer to level both, and the individual would have to be multi-talented. Augur, a woman said as she bowed to him as he walked by, finally throwing him out of his stupor. It was one of the cathedral guards guarding the city's central building, the Holy Cathedral. She looked at him with fervor in her eyes, but Jacob just nodded in recognition as he walked through the massive gates. He soon found himself within a large hall around a circular table with over a dozen men and women already sitting. Jacob was the last to arrive as the smith had delayed him, yet none dared to speak up. He was the leader after all. He walked in and quickly took his seat in the high chair, Bertram already standing beside it. Human LVL 76, Jacob spoke, getting their attention. Let the meeting begin. Chapter 197, Keep Things Simple. The new housing complex in the Western District is nearing completion, but we have run into a shortage of stone. A few builders are attempting to reinforce regular stone to make it usable, while several alchemists are working on transmuting soil into solid rock. the manager of the Western District said. Sadly, the Southern District has run into the same issues, and we are working on similar solutions. If the expansion continues like this, the manager of the Southern District said with a bit of doubt, we cannot turn away those who come here seeking refuge, and we must keep expanding. We must hammer while the iron is hot and make sure we have a solid foundation for the future, so we must endure. One of the 3 cardinals of the Holy Church said. Jacob just sat back in his chair as he took it all in while drinking some tea. St. Domo was a holy city, but that didn't mean it was entirely run by the Holy Church. They were very much highest on the hierarchy, but Jacob also believed that more mundane leadership was necessary to make a city work. This is why some of the district managers had turned out to be less religious than many from the church would prefer, but Jacob didn't care. They were dedicated on their paths to leading the city to greatness, and that was the most important. He finally opened his mouth, all of them looking to him to solve their dispute. Towards the mountains in the south, hidden away in between the 2 southmost mountains, lies a vast valley. Elementals and beasts dominate it, but a cavern shall be found, and a natural dungeon discovered once slain. It should only be braved by those above 50 in their race or have at least their class at 70. Within this dungeon, we will find the solution to our struggle. All the people around the table looked at the augur as they all nodded eagerly. Truly, the manager of the Western District said, in that case, we should send some of our parties there to secure the area. We should also make sure each dungeon group has at least one builder with a storage skill. I believe you will all see to it. Now let us move on to the main topic at hand. The World Congress will soon commence, Jacob said before continuing. The undeads are expanding far to the east of us, with the Court of Shadows even further in that direction. They should not be an issue for now, as long as we keep our guard up. Several other factions have also been building themselves up, and I believe we have made contact with a few of them already. Indeed, another of the cardinals said. After securing the 3rd pylon, we have made contact with a collective of smaller factions who have banded together to claim one, and negotiations are going well there, but towards the south. The cardinal hesitated to speak, so Jacob gladly put his teacup down and took over, in all due time. When the World Congress arrives, all things will become far clearer, to all of us. For now, just try not to antagonize the Sword Saint more than necessary, Jacob spoke, with a clear warning in his voice. The Sword Saint was no easy opponent, and his faction was powerful too. Jacob was unsure if they were related to a larger faction of the multiverse, but he had his doubts for some reason. The Holy Pantheon had not granted him any knowledge about them as they did with most other factions. It was mainly simple information they gave, as rules or perhaps just an agreement of sorts stopped them from sharing more, but he had expected to at least hear something based on the size of the faction. They had claimed at least 2, possibly 3, pylons already, and they were truly a force to be reckoned with. Especially their leader was dangerous. It was a man that could face down degrades alone without evolving, and from the last report, he was close to that evolution. To make it all the more perplexing, his divinations failed when he tried to peer into the fate of the Sword Saint. That in itself wasn't unnatural. He couldn't peek into the river of the destiny of many powerhouses or faction leaders due to their legacies or blessings, but it was precisely due to these things he couldn't. The Sword Saint was impossible to divine by his own power, something that made Jacob very wary of him. Any movement from that small settlement to the north. The northern manager asked, making Jacob zone back into the conversation again, because he knew what settlement they were speaking of. He decided just to drink some tea and listen in, as he quite honestly was a bit interested in hearing what his old colleague was up to. A scouting party returned, and it seems to be expanding a bit these days, but in no way enough to be a threat, at least not by size. It's called Haven and is led by a woman called Miranda Wells, who seems competent, but it is a bit early to tell. However, there are rumors of a city guardian or owner who actually runs it behind the scenes, one who even has several degrade beasts under his command, a representative of the military said. There are rumors this Miranda Wells is the mistress of this city owner and is. Jacob nearly spewed out his tea, getting the attention of everyone. No, sorry, please continue. I am just getting used to the changes after degrade, that's all. He said, a bit flustered as he leaned back in his chair as much as he could, Bertram barely able to hold back a smile at his side. Jake with a mistress, would he? Well, it would be good for him, I guess, but for some reason I just can't see it happening. Unless she is the aggressive type, that is. Yeah, Jake has no resistance to that at all, Jacob thought, completely ignoring half the report about Haven. What was said next did bring his head back to the talk, though. With their small size, shouldn't we just bring them under our wing? It's the closest pylon to ours, and I doubt we would meet much resistance considering our more prominent size and relative pow. No, leave them be, and do not antagonize Haven, Jacob said, not leaving anything up to discussion. They all just threw a look his way, nodded, and moved on to another topic. All of them had learned all long ago that arguing with the augur was a lost cause. It didn't make much sense trying to use logic or reason against someone who could see the future and peer into fate, after all. Jacob looked on as a large 3D map of the planet was opened up, though the only one area was actually marked on it, the current landmass they were placed on. Not even the gods were fully aware of Earth's geography after the system changed it, but the city had begun getting a good idea over the last few months. It helped new citizens came in from far and wide, having thousands with scouting skills, and even a few hundred people working full-time with map-making skills on top of that. What they had learned was that humanity was not spread out all over the planet, as many had believed, but had instead been gathered in relatively close proximity. Sure, the distance had increased significantly, and they were spread out over an area larger than Earth was before. But with the planet now around the size of the sun before the system, that was still only a tiny area. There were still thousands upon thousands of kilometers separating each pylon, but travel had also gotten significantly faster. While moving a large number of people was still hard, a single powerhouse or powerful party could travel far in just a single day. This meant that Sanctomo had managed to make contact with many larger factions Jacob had become aware of through his divinations already. Some significant forces were still too far away, but he believed they would reach them one day. The Sword Saint was still too far away to scout out directly. Hence, all their knowledge came from seers with the ability to look over vast distances, divinations, or other skills, allowing them to get a general idea of their movements. But ultimately, all of this was just the preliminary stages and a way to make connections with other factions for the big events to come soon. Jacob thought, soon the 100th shall be claimed and the Congress will commence. Heads, he flipped the coin and it landed on heads. He picked it up and before he even flipped it, he knew. Heads again. It landed on heads. Tails. Tails. Jake was currently experiencing quite a major crisis. The method that had been used by countless people to flawlessly choose between two equally attractive options was now failing him. He looked down at the small coin with contempt as he picked it up again, but before he even flipped it, he knew. Heads. And of course it was heads, thinking back. He hadn't actually tried flipping a coin since the integration, and he was quite happy when he finally got one, as he used to love using them to make decisions. Take out or cook himself. Flip a coin. 2 movies running and he wanted to see both equally. Flip a coin. But now his accursed bloodline made that unable to work, because he knew where it would land moments before he flipped it. It made the entire thing pointless as it wasn't random anymore. As for the decision he was trying to make, well, it wasn't really anything important, just the question of evolving his class or profession first. Jake could imagine that was a very important decision to most denizens of the multiverse, but it honestly didn't matter to him. He would get both evolved anyway. Getting good or bad options wasn't really in his control anymore either. Sure, he could choose not to evolve both until he was done spending years improving his skills, but who the hell had the patience for that? He had only evolved a few hours ago and hadn't left his valley during that time, only spending a bit of the time with the birds. He couldn't help but use his sphere to identify the small hawk sitting in one of the chairs, observing him as he kept flipping the coin. Sylphian IS LVL 27, she had finally broken into E grade, even if it hadn't really come with any changes. Jake had a feeling that Sylphie wasn't actually E grade and hadn't been F grade either. She was born at D grade. She hadn't undergone any evolutions at the usual times but had just kept growing naturally. He was a bit sad about Hawkie and Misty not being around as he would love to finally be able to identify them, but that could wait. For now he had a decision to make, so he asked the only other person in the room. So, class or profession first? He asked the hawk that just looked up at him, confused. Jake understood as he changed the question. Better fight or better drinks? Fight it is, Jake agreed, not entirely sure what Sylphie actually wanted. He just knew that whenever he flipped the coin, he always hoped it would land on the side to upgrade his class. While he genuinely loved doing alchemy, nothing could ever truly compare to fighting a strong foe in a life-and-death battle. The thing is, he didn't even need to do anything. The option was already there, right in front of him. He had gained plenty of class experience to get the evolution options. He had just suppressed it to evolve his race first. If he wanted to evolve his profession, he would need to do some alchemy first. He couldn't select to evolve it while in that weird evolution space, but the option was back once outside. Jake was about to accept the prompt to evolve, yet in the final moment he hesitated. Have I really done enough? He asked himself. Couldn't he have upgraded more skills? Maybe he should try and use his arcane affinity to upgrade his splitting arrow and some of his other skills. His hesitation and his stupid coin flipping had just been him making excuses to himself. He did know that the Viper said it would be a waste, but a small part of him was still filled with doubt. He had just rushed into evolution at E grade and gained the ambitious hunter class. Sure, the class had been good enough, but after researching more on different classes and discovering how good they could actually get, he did feel a tinge of regret. What if he had postponed his evolution back then, entered the inner zone of the tutorial, and hunted down a few beasts above level 50? While it would undoubtedly have been difficult, Jake did believe that he could have done it by dragging out the fight and relying on his poison. Back then he at least had the excuse of being under time pressure. He wasn't as pressured now, not even close. So he asked himself again, have I really done enough? But would he ever feel like it was enough? There was always more to be done, another skill to upgrade, another magic technique to learn, and a stronger beast to slay. With his logic, he would never get there, so he returned to the logic that had gotten him where he was now, even if it had brought trouble with it too. Make things simple, and take the complications as they come, he spoke out loud, as he stopped hesitating and was greeted by the prompt. Class evolution requirements met. Your journey continues as your ambition has taken you far. You have hunted beasts far more powerful than could ever be expected, and you have proven yourself a true hunter. While you have chosen a bow as your weapon, you have also shown immense promise in the realm of magic, not shying away from experimenting and expanding your combat tactics, all of your powers tied together by your instincts and your simple primal path. May you find worthy prey, Primal Hunter. Begin evolution now. YN warning. Postponing evolution for too long may have adverse effects, and no further class experience can be earned before evolution is completed. He smiled as he read the small message and agreed as his class evolution officially began. Chapter 198, Degrade Class Selection. As he accepted the evolution, he was instantly greeted by 5 options, the maximum. This was, of course, expected as he had done plenty of things to warrant them. He had hunted down powerful foes and even slain the king of the forest, even if his mask now carried an ominous message. His confidence was growing, as he did the same as always and began going through the options one by one, the first of which was a direct upgrade to his Ambitious Hunter class. Avaricious Hunter, a direct upgrade to the Ambitious Hunter class. Your ambition to always face a stronger foe has turned to avarice as you seek stronger and stronger challenges, your desire for danger on your journey only growing. A class focused on ranged combat, mainly using bow and arrow, coupled with light options for melee such as short swords and daggers. The class is fast and flexible, focusing on agility over strength. You persist on this precarious path, yet your resolve is strong, and your hunger for challenges persists. Just beware that your avarice does not consume you. Stat bonuses per level. Plus 18 per, plus 16 Augie, plus 12 end, plus 12 SDR, plus 10 free points. After Jake was done reading it, especially the stat gains, he was taken aback. As he had read, stats given for degrade classes and professions would more or less triple, so why did the direct upgrade to Ambitious Hunter give way more than triple stats? It gave him 18 total, while this one gave 68 total. If the math of tripling was true, shouldn't it only give 54? It wasn't that he thought the class sounded bad. In fact, he thought it was awesome. Sure, the whole thing about being consumed by your own avarice and all that was a bit on the darker side, but it did kind of fit him. Deciding to fight the king was nothing more than avarice, and his impatience to face bigger challenges was bordering, if not already, pretty damn sinful. This made him think. He knew classes that had drawbacks offered more stats due to their drawbacks, but didn't this one also have flaws? He had theorized from reading Jacob's booklet and a bit of independent research that his Ambitious Hunter had likely suffered from an innate experience banality from fighting equal or lower-leveled foes. This seemed even more likely to have drawbacks like that. Well, he called it drawbacks, but ultimately, it wasn't anything that would affect him. Who would want to battle enemies weaker than yourself all the time? What was the point of that even? That just sounded boring as hell, even if it was a lot safer, which made sense as being safe automatically made it boring in his mind. In conclusion, great class, but only the first on the list of 5, each option being higher tiered than the last. So with great expectations, Jake moved on to the second option, one directly rewarding his mana practice. Prestigious Arcane Mage, a prodigy at magic. You have now begun forging your own path as you delve into the arcane. You are a prestigious figure in any circle of mages, a true caster worthy of respect. The Prestigious Arcane Mage is a class focused on magical combat, more accurately your own arcane mana built around the concepts of power, purity, and raw simplicity. The class is powerful and highly focused on magical combat, offering no physical stats. Your one-sided focus on magic shall be as pure as your arcane mana. May your path stay pure, your foundation stable, and your enemies destroyed as the power of your arcane descends. Stat bonuses per level, plus 18 int, plus 15 per, plus 14 wise, 14 plus will, plus 12 free points. Warning. Skills pertaining to the Ambitious Hunter class may be lost or changed upon becoming a Prestigious Arcane Mage. If Avaricious Hunter were purely a physical combat class, this would be a purely magical combat class. Extra emphasis on the pure as that was what his arcane mana was all about. The stats were great and truly emphasized that having an arcane affinity at E-grade was extraordinary, providing 73 per level total, 5 more than the Avaricious Hunter one. While Jake would normally spend a lot of time going over pros and cons, Jake knew he wasn't a mage. Okay, maybe a part-time mage, but before a mage, he was a hunter. Heck, it was in his bloodline. Does being an arcane-slinging badass sound cool, and did he enjoy his time summoning bolts and obliterating cloud elementals? Sure, but he still liked bows more. It was also the only one that would result in lost or changed skills. Screw that, Jake liked those skills, so he moved on to the next one, which was instantly quite a bump from the one below it. Bestial Alpha Hunter, you stand before the beasts like their kin and show yourself the alpha. You do not need the finesse and techniques developed by the enlightened ones, but are more than happy to rely on your instincts. A class focused primarily on melee combat, you prefer to use basic weaponry such as bows and the occasional dagger, if any weapon at all, relying on your high perception and reaction times to dominate the battle. Yet your desire does not end at simple dominating your peers. You want to stand at the apex. Your power shall grow as you stand before those more powerful than yourself, as like a beast you adapt to your environment. Be careful not to lose that which makes you human. Stat bonuses per level, plus 15 per, plus 13 SDR, plus 13 Augie, plus 10 End, plus 10 Vit, plus 10 Tough, plus 12 free points. Jake had to admit. This one sounded very metal, and if his bloodline had a dedicated class, this would be it without a doubt, short of having one just called the Primal Hunter, of course. The name was also fantastic and most certainly appealed to a more childish part of him, who doesn't like to be called an alpha hunter. The stats provided were an entire tier ahead of the two prior offered classes, giving an insane 83 stats total per level, putting it firmly in the absolute upper echelon of classes available. This was a top-tier class, no way around it, but it was also a bit, how can one say it's special? All of the stats were in physical ones. This wasn't surprising, as the classes kind of called Jake stupid in the nicest way possible. It more or less told him that he had thrown away being smart and using proper tactics and weapons, relying nearly solely on his instincts instead, and just because it's true doesn't mean that it's right. Upon reading it, the first thing that struck him was how much it would synergize with his bloodline. The last time he picked a skill with Bestial in it, it had upgraded straight from rare to legendary rarity. He had a feeling that feat could possibly repeat with quite a few skills offered by this class, but the class also felt limited. It ignored Jake's more magical talents and didn't make use of his newly gained arcane affinity at all. Even worse, he was pretty damn sure it was a melee class, considering it mentioned how he didn't even need to use a weapon. Jake really liked his bow, and while he could still use it, he didn't want a class that wasn't significantly linked to using one. It would feel wrong. All in all, awesome class, but Jake wanted something that would make more active use of his bowmanship and magic. With all that in mind, he moved on to the second to last option. Avaricious Arcane Hunter, your path is pure, and your ambitions are ever-growing. You hunt for power through all the paths available to you, embracing any means that allows you to slay your foes, even embracing the arcane along your journey. Your perennial desire for progress has turned to avarice as you single-mindedly hunt down all those you wish to see dead. This class combines the pure path of the hunter with the pure path of arcane magic, driven by the endless avarice inherent to your being. The bow is your chosen weapon, amplified with arcane magic, but you also retain your abilities to face enemies in close combat, making all foes despair at your powerful yet diverse methods of attack. You will find yourself more powerful than ever as you stand before those stronger than yourself, and by decree of your path you shall come out victorious. Stay true to yourself, strive for the top, and you shall reach the apex or face death, consumed by your own avarice. Stat bonuses per level, plus 20 per, plus 12 Augie, plus 12 Int, plus 10 Wise, plus 10 End, plus 6 Will, plus 6 SDR, plus 10 free points. See, now we're cooking. Jake thought with a big smile as he read the class. While it sounded less extreme and fancy than the Alpha Bestial Hunter, it felt far stronger. It also provided 86 stats per level in total. It was only 3 more and they were far more spread out, but that was okay to him. His current stats were already very balanced, besides his ridiculously high perception, that is, and this class provided the most perception out of all of them, giving a massive 20 per level. Jake liked that a lot. It was like a fusion between the first two classes, albeit heavily leaning towards the hunter side, which he was totally fine with. It retained the whole theme about avarice. One could even argue it had been turned up a bit, but that also wasn't an issue. In fact, he welcomed it. While he didn't like the low stats from his E-grade class, he liked the skills it offered. Big Game Hunter made him noticeably stronger when fighting foes at a higher level. Mark of the Ambitious Hunter increased his damage done, made him aware of where his foe was, and even gave extra experience. Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter was just straight up awesome, and the survival instinct that turned into Moment of the Primal Hunter also came from the class, so it wasn't like he couldn't get those if he didn't go with the Bestial Alpha Hunter class. If Avaricious Hunter offered skills in the same vein as Ambitious Hunter, it would be great, so he was happy to retain that aspect of the class. The aspect of constantly wanting to fight stronger foes, even if it came with the possible penalty of receiving less or possibly no experience from equal or lower-leveled foes. Again, Jake didn't really see that as a penalty. To also have the class make use of his arcane affinity just made it all better. It would allow him to make better use of all his stats, especially the mental ones. Jake didn't carry any delusions towards what kind of profession he would get, and as he wanted to remain an alchemist, it was certain he would receive plenty of magical stats from that. Overall, the class was damn great, but there was one option left. It was a class Jake had kind of expected, but was still a bit surprised at seeing it be the bottom-most one offered, indicating it was the one with the highest tier. Hunter Champion of the Malefic Viper, in the realm of mortals, you are the instrument to carry out the will of the Malefic One. As his champion, you use his legacy as your base and wield poison and corruption as your weapons of choice. You do not care for your equipment as long as it allows you to deliver death upon your foes, and you find yourself adept in most combat styles, even if you prefer the bow to be the harbinger of the Malefic One's foes. Your will and wisdom shall become the cornerstone of your path as you slaughter all who dare stand before you or your desire to carry out the will of your patron. His will is yours, for as his champion, your path is as much the Malefic One's to define as it is yours to travel. May the will of the Malefic Viper be done. Stat bonuses per level. Plus 18 will, plus 18 wise, plus 10 vit, plus 10 end, plus 12 free points, plus 20 contingent points distributed through communion with your patron. There was a lot to unpackage with this one, but before he even began his usual analysis, his answer to it was already clear. A resounding fuck no. Jake knew the class was likely great, but it wasn't what he was looking for. The stats offered weren't what he wanted, and that part about contingent points just rubbed him in the wrong way. He didn't believe that Villy would actually make any decisions for Jake, but there was no fucking way he would ask every single time he had to distribute points. Also, what if Villy didn't agree to throw every single point into perception? Jake didn't want to have that discussion. Compared to Avaricious Arcane Hunter, it only offered 2 more stats per level, giving 88 total. This firmly placed the class in the absolute top tier, and Jake couldn't help but wonder as he read it through. How much of it actually had to do with himself and not the Viper? It barely mentioned Jake except for the Hunter Champion part, but even that was still a bit generic. It was truly a class solely focused on being a mortal warrior for the Malefic Viper, and every single part of it emphasized that. Jake wasn't and would never be the champion of the Malefic Viper. He would never be his warrior in the mortal realm, carrying out his bidding. Would he do a favor for Villy if he asked? Sure, that's what friends do, but he didn't want to be his employee or worse, a mere tool. He was also certain Villy didn't want that. The fact that he would likely have been offered his class while barely doing anything emphasized that a true blessing of a god, even more so a primordial, was kind of a big deal. It helped Jake sympathize with Miranda. From an outsider's perspective, the whole thing about the blessing looked like a lot more than it actually was. Heck, based on what the Viper had said, it was more like an investment, and if Jake did enough great things, the Viper would get a return on his true blessing and then some. Jake shook his head as he turned his attention back to the class before this one, Avaricious Arcane Hunter. While it gave marginally fewer stats, it had nearly everything he wanted in a class. It also just vibed with him way more, and he liked it. Sure, it had a bit of negativity around it with the whole don't be consumed by avarice thing going on, but hey, it could be worse, and dying in an epic battle with a superior foe didn't sound like a bad way to go out. Without hesitating anymore, he picked Avaricious Arcane Hunter. Congratulations, you have successfully evolved your class *ding. Class Avaricious Arcane Hunter has reached level 100 stat points allocated, plus 10 free points, Chapter 199, Avaricious Arcane Hunter. Jake momentarily basked in the feeling of his new class, even if it was only a few stats gained. But as with the last class upgrade, it came with a bit more than a few stats and a fancy new notification for every new level. It came with skills. Well, the first of which wasn't really a skill but an upgrade to an existing one. Big Game Hunter Rare. A true hunter seeks not the easy prey but a true challenge. Having hunted bigger and stronger prey than most, the ambitious hunter has become more accustomed to facing higher-level enemies. Increases the user's resistance to auras, and gives a small increase to strength and agility while facing enemies above your highest level class or race. The bonus is based on the disparity between the level of your prey and you. Limit of 1, 25x your level or 50 levels, whichever is highest. May your hunt be fruitful and your ambitions reached. Big Game Arcane Hunter Epic. A true hunter seeks not the easy prey but a true challenge. Your hunt has taken you further than ever before as your methods improve, and you have embraced the arcane. The Avaricious Arcane Hunter has, through his many hunts, become more accustomed to facing higher-level enemies, increases the user's resistance to auras, and gives a small increase to strength, agility, intelligence, and willpower while facing enemies above your class or race level. The bonus is based on the disparity between the level of your prey and you. Limit of 1, 25x your level or 50 levels, whichever is highest. May your hunt be fruitful and your avarice sated. Big Game Hunter was one of those oft-forgotten skills that just did awesome things behind the scenes. It was a noticeable buff that he experienced nearly constantly, making him faster and stronger when fighting enemies of a higher level, aka always. He hadn't really ever noticed the resistance to auras part of the skill. Still, any increase in stats was always welcome, and now that increase had been extended to also include his intelligence and willpower. In summary, it's free stats. Free stats rule. With the gain skill first at Epicrarity, he was already quite pleased with himself, and it only got better when he saw that the second skill was Epicrarity too. Arcane Hunter's Arrows Epic. A mage and a hunter both, you combine your talents as you conjure your tools of destruction. Allows the avaricious Arcane Hunter to conjure arrows made of highly condensed arcane mana, focusing on either destruction or stability. A stable arrow will be sharp and durable, while a destructive arrow will explode upon impact. Conjuring arrows consume mana, and the conjuration is instant. Adds a bonus to the effectiveness of intelligence and wisdom when using destructive Arcane Hunter's arrows. Adds a bonus to the effectiveness of wisdom and perception when using stable Arcane Hunter's arrows. If Jake had to mention one big weakness he had currently, it would without a doubt be his shitty equipment. Sure, compared to the rest of humanity, he was doing quite well for himself, but as a D-grade powerhouse progenitor, he was a poor sap. His new scimitar did help a bit, but the rest of his equipment was still far behind. He was even afraid that his bow would soon become lackluster, and he would become unable to make full use of his arcane power shot. Most of that gear was even rare rarity, but some were still uncommon rarity. The worst offender of them all was, of course, his shitty cloak, because it sucked, but a close second was his quiver. It had served him well for a long time, but all his arrows had broken on impact for a long-ass time, and he could already imagine how fragile they would feel in degrade. Arcane Hunter's arrows was pretty much just a new quiver boiled into a skill, except it now scaled with him way more. He was incredibly excited to see the ability to make two different kinds of arrows. Explosive ones would surely be great at handling crowds of enemies or larger foes, while the stable ones would just be great overall. The stable arrows even scaled with his perception, a stat he could never get enough of. His intelligence for the destructive arrows was a bit low, but it wasn't terrible, and with his new stat gains from the class, it would surely only improve. Jake couldn't help but hold out his hand as a pink-purple crystal-like arrow instantly appeared in it. There was barely any visual aspect at all to the skill. The arrow just appeared in his hand almost instantly, just like the description promised. This arrow was of the stable variety, and it looked and felt entirely solid. It had simple fletching on it and a single-edged arrowhead, making it very suitable for cutting and penetrating. Perfect to deliver poisons with, just like Jake's current arrows. The mana within was entirely sealed, too, making it not affect any poison coated on the arrow at all. It was perfect. Summoning it had consumed a bit of mana, but outside of doing alchemy, Jake had never ever been close to running out, so it wasn't an issue. Well, there was that time he bombarded that storm elemental, but that was a bit of an outlier. He did a few tests and tried to break the arrow but found it incredibly resilient. To prove his point further, he took out one of the arrows from his quiver, and with only a bit of pressure, easily snapped it in half. Next, he summoned an arrow of the destructive variety, and instantly he both felt and saw the difference. The arrow itself looked much the same, except for small purple light bolts crackling within the crystal, and the mana it gave off was also quite a bit more than the stable version. It had also consumed more mana to summon, but it was only about 50% more. He nearly wanted to go out and hunt something then and there, but he decided to be a bit patient, mainly because he had just seen Misty and Hawkeye entering the valley from above 200 meters above, due to the insane increase in the range of his sphere of perception. Jake dismissed the arrow and closed his system menus. The class had only given 2 new skills, which were the same as his ambitious Hunter one, so it wasn't exactly disappointing. Besides, he had many other skills to upgrade now that he had gained a new class and plenty of D-grade levels to get it done with. Exiting the lodge with Sylphie, he saw the 2 parent hawks landing in a tree beside his lodge and observe him closely. This was the first time they saw him after his evolution, after all, and both were very curious. Jake, in turn, observed them back and used Identify. Stormsong Hawk LVL 102, Hawkeye was level 102, which made sense as he had evolved not long ago. The fact that he had even gained 2 levels was respectable considering his lack of proper opponents in the area and how much he stayed back at the lodge to be with Sylphie. Jake reckoned it had had something to do with his journeys to the big tree on the cloud continent above. The hawk liked spending time up there, absorbing the incredibly potent mana the tree gave off. Mistsong Hawk LVL 111 Misty was quite a few levels higher, but she had also been D-grade for quite a bit longer. She also clearly gained experience from just practicing her magic, and even when she was just back at the lodge, she kept making magical circles and improving. Both of them also looked at him, and both seemed partly confused and partly relieved. What's up? He asked them and got some wing flapping, pointing and screeching, and even a flu-colored flashes of mana back in return, perfectly explaining what their concerns were. "Oh yeah, we humans don't change much in appearance when evolving. It's what's inside that matters, you know," Jake said a bit jokingly. "But if you have any concerns about the effects, how about a quick test? I would love to stretch a bit and get a feel for my body after the evolution." Jake rolled his shoulders as he felt the power in his every move. He really wanted to go practice a bit, and he had two true blue degrades right in front of him to have a quick bout with. Hockey and Misty looked at each other for a minute before agreeing. They were also curious about Jake's evolution. Sylphie screeched out as she puffed herself up. The three degrades looked at the level 27 bird and shook their heads, Jake deciding to be the one to break the unfortunate news. "Sorry, Sylphie, adults only. When you grow up, I am sure you will be a force to be reckoned with, but it isn't your time yet," Jake said, watching the small hawk deflate a bit with every word as she looked up at him with her big eyes. He couldn't help but pet her head a bit, and even if that made her a bit happy, it clearly didn't dispel her disappointment. The two hawks jumped over and also made some encouraging yet stern bird noises, making Sylphie both deflate but also look more determined than before. She screeched at all three of them as she jumped back, summoned some wind magic around herself, and began practicing right there and then. While Jake surely appreciated the sentiment, he wasn't so sure about seeing the ground and a few trees be cut up by green-tinged blades of wind. The lodge is protected, so it should be fine, he thought as he shook his head. He threw a glance at the two degrade hawks who both took to the air with him as they flew towards the cloud continent. Jake's evolution was immediately obvious as he flew faster than ever before. He was outpacing Misty, who was even using magic to make herself fly faster, with Hockey still a bit faster than Jake, but that was expected considering speed was the male hawk's greatest strength. It didn't take them long before they landed on the massive cloud continent, a human and two hawks. All the birds in the area scurried away when they saw them, not daring to get near. One degrade was enough to scare them off, with three being enough to make them consider just leaving the island outright. Jake stared at the two hawks that had landed opposite him as he dispelled his wings and smiled. "Aight, ready when you are." The two hawks gave each other a quick look before they attacked with what was clearly a practiced move. Jake smiled a bit, seeing how the two hawks were clearly used to fighting together. Misty being a grade ahead had hampered their ability to fight as a party, but now that they were both degrade, they could do it again. It also answered some of his questions about what they had been doing when away. Mist formed around Jake as he felt the energy press down on him to limit his movements, and a giant blade of wind crackling with lightning headed straight towards his head. Jake smiled, happy to see the two birds not taking him lightly, but it was far from enough. He could have easily handled this in E-grade, much less now. Jake pushed away the mist pressure with a bit of his own mana as he took a step forward, instantly teleporting back more than 100 meters. While his sphere of perception had given him quite the headache literally, now that he had adapted to it far more, he could in no way discount its value. With Jake easily having dodged the attack, he took out his bow and fired an arrow. He was actually a bit taken aback as he did it because he hadn't really thought but just moved. As he reached for the string, an arrow had just appeared between his fingers and had been knocked before swiftly released. The arrow flew through the air towards Misty, but it encountered a barrier of magic. If it had been Jake's old arrows, it would have broken on impact. But these weren't his normal arrows. The crystalline arrow pierced into the barrier, and after only a bit of resistance, shattered it. Ultimately, it missed as it had been redirected slightly from the small form of the hawk, but it was enough to make her open her eyes with fright as she became aware of their power. Jake had already knocked another arrow at his point and fired it towards Misty before moving to block another wind of blade from Hockey. A scimitar appeared in his hand as he cut apart the blade, parting the clouds below. Simultaneously, the second arrow arrived at Misty, who swiftly dodged it, but the moment it was right beside her, Jake smirked as he triggered it. Boom. The arrow exploded, sending Misty tumbling through the air before she quickly stabilized herself, her eyes even wider than before. Hockey tried to come to her assistance as he summoned a tornado of wind and lightning, tearing up the entire cloud continent in a radius of over 30 meters around Jake. He was out of it with a single step, but the tornado quickly followed after him, Hockey attacking with wind blades and exploding thunderbolts meanwhile. Misty had now managed to stabilize herself, and a giant magic circle was condensing above her as she charged up a magical attack. Jake smiled as he turned his attention fully to Hockey, allowing Misty to do as she pleased, already looking forward to facing her attack. He charged towards Hockey with Jake's blade practically screaming at him to be fed. Sadly for it, today was not one where he planned to sate it. He used one step mile to travel across the cloud, being even faster than Hockey at his maximum speed, if far less maneuverable. Predicting where Hockey would move, Jake appeared right below the hawk, quickly jumping into the air as he landed his eyes on his feathery friend. Hockey froze up from gaze of the apex hunter as he fell through the air, and just as he was about to be able to move, an all too familiar net of mana strings wrapped around him. The hawk was ready, however, and released a blast of storm mana to blow it apart, and the strings remained as Hawkeye saw Jake throw him a cheeky smile. That is when Hawkeye noticed the string binding him weren't the normal transparent ones, but made up of the same mana Jake's arrows consisted of. Jake flung Hawkeye down into the air cloud continent as he kicked upwards onto a hastily constructed barrier of mana, sending him down towards the hawk. Hawkeye tried to dodge, but failed as a blade penetrated down into the cloud continent right beside the hawk's small head. "My win," Jake said as he turned his attention back to the giant magic circle coalescing in the air. He smiled as he took a step away from Hawkeye, appearing nearly 200 meters away as he took out his bow again. Briefly, his gaze met with Misty, but he chose not to freeze her. He wanted to face her attack as Jake himself began charging his arcane power shot. Hawkeye stayed put even if he wasn't really injured. While he wouldn't have died even with a blade through his skull, it would have put him out of commission long enough for Jake to kill him easily, so he had already accepted his loss. All the Cloud Island inhabitants watched on in fright from a safe distance as the two degrades released insane amounts of energy. The entire scene seemed to pause for 5 or so seconds as both just charged their attacks. Boom, boom. Two giant explosions sounded out simultaneously as a massive beam of highly condensed mist mana was fired down towards the lone human standing on the cloud continent, a human that returned a single crystalline arrow in response, arcane mana swirling around it, leaving pink-purple light in its wake. A third explosion, even larger than the two prior, rang out as the two attacks met, making the air and the cloud island below have a huge part of it blown apart. The beam managed to hold back the arrow for a bit but was soon overpowered as the arrow continued towards Misty. At the final moment, she managed to summon a shield of mist. The arrow shattered the moment it hit the barrier, already weakened from the beam earlier. Misty was relieved until she saw Jake below arcana mana already swirling around him as his second arcane power shot was ready to go. "My win?" he asked cheekily, the Mistsong hawk deflating not unlike her daughter had done less than half an hour earlier. The birds and elementals gathered around the area where the three degrades had battled, a huge crater in the cloud continent just below where the two mighty attacks had clashed. A cloud elemental noticed a small pink-purple spark still floating in the air from where the human degrade had attacked, and feeling the energy within, moved to touch it. Oh. It made a screaming noise as a large part of its arm was instantly annihilated from the faint wisp of arcane mana, burning into its body before the remnant arcane mana ran out of energy. Some attentive birds saw this and quickly designated the entire area off-limits for now, swiftly retreating to the Cloud Island's outer edges, all of them thinking the same thing: humans are scary. Chapter 200, A Sculptor of Haven. Felix walked out of his small treehouse and took in a deep breath, enjoying the refreshing air of Haven. One would think that having a city inside a forest would get annoying, but Felix enjoyed it quite a lot. It did help a lot that no beasts were wandering about, and the number of insects was also far fewer than one would expect. The builders even had an enchantment of sorts that made all those small LVL0 insects avoid people's homes, which did wonders for having the windows open even during the night. Anyone who had ever lived close to any kind of greenery knew the pain of having mosquitoes and a whole slew of other annoying tiny pests enter just because you felt warm during a hot summer day. Felix was thrown out of his thoughts when he heard his neighbor already out on her porch in another tree nearby, working on her tailoring. "Good morning, any good progress lately?" he asked with a smile on his face, getting a nod and an answer in a stern tone in return. "Not bad, but yarn and wool supply is getting scarce. I hope those merchants will soon return with a good batch," the middle-aged woman answered, reminding Felix of that group that had come by earlier in the week. They had come from some city down south. It was some religious city or something, but they hadn't been overbearing, so that was fine. They had asked some questions about the city, but every new arrival did that, so nothing weird in that. Felix himself had bought some special clay to practice his profession with along with some glass to shape, also for his profession. Felix had entered the tutorial full of hope. A struggling artist before the system, he had been a failure both by his own metrics and the metrics of his parents and peers, so when the system arrived, he suddenly felt hopeful. He felt like it was his second chance. This time he couldn't fail. He felt like he had done everything right in the old world. He had gone to university, gotten a degree, but yet he failed to find any success. He tried to do some sculptures, his specialization as a freelance artist, but all he got from that was being lowballed by people who thought you could make marble bust for $5 or people who wanted things done for exposure. Fuck those people. This resulted in him falling into what he would describe as a deep depression, even if his parents kept telling him he was just lazy. Every day was spent laying in his bed, staring into the ceiling hopelessly. The only thing that managed to get him up every day was his computer and video games. Felix immersed himself in the online world, made friends, and finally felt like he had a place he belonged. He was great at games, and his creative mind allowed him to excel in most scenarios, earning the respect of his fellow players. Sadly, it wasn't to the level of earning any money, so his peers in real life still saw him as an utter failure. This only brought him closer to his online friends, as that was the only place he could find comfort. Back then, he had always played a mage because can you ever go wrong with magic? So of course, when he was asked to pick a class, he went with being a caster. The tutorial itself had been somewhat relaxing, at least to begin with, and the enemies they faced were these half-robot things. It was really like a video game, and Felix went with his preferred school of magic, fire. Again, how can you go wrong with burning your enemies? Once more, he found himself excelling. He joined a group of the peers that used to shun him, who now looked at him with awe and respect as he weaved his fire magic. It felt damn great. When he got his class to 25, he upgraded it to become a proper fire mage, and that was supposed to be when his true rise to power would begin. Until that incident happened. All Felix had ever fought at that point was those robots. Tin cans that moved like living things, but they weren't actually alive. It was a game to Felix, a game he was good at. He loved melting his foes and seeing the levels just roll in, but sadly he would soon face an opponent unlike any before. At that time, he and his party had been in a rundown city of sorts, and during one night they had taken refuge in a rundown apartment building. His party had consisted of 4 people, a girl and 2 other guys, and he had to be honest that he crushed on the girl in his party quite a bit. She was a supportive caster, and could also do a bit of healing magic, so she was great without a dedicated healer in the party. The 2 other guys were a heavy and a medium warrior originally, and were the muscle of the group. It was a new party, and Felix hadn't thought much about joining it. During that fateful night, Felix had been trying to sleep when he heard some noise from another room, the one his crush was in. A bit groggily, he had gotten up and gone to investigate, and the moment he opened the door, his eyes went wide. He saw his 2 male teammates press down on her with a dagger to her throat, their clothes already halfway off. She had been injured and nearly out of mana when they stopped to rest, and he saw the despair in her eyes as she couldn't get free. Felix didn't think as he yelled for them what the fuck they were doing. The warrior who didn't hold the dagger just told him to fuck off back to the other room. Felix was never going to forget the man's tone. Like what Felix had just seen was no big deal. The other warrior spoke up and said that it wasn't like Felix couldn't stay and wait his turn. The fire mage responded by attacking them. A stream of flames blew the warrior with the dagger off the woman and through the wall of the building, sending him tumbling down. The second warrior cursed as he ran at Felix with his broadsword and swung. Felix didn't know how to respond as he took a deep cut on his arm before instinctively reacting by blowing the warrior away and through several walls. Felix desperately yelled while he threw fireballs after the warrior he had blown away, and he didn't stop until he got the notification of killing the man half a dozen levels lower than himself. Standing there heaving, he only had a brief moment free to throw the woman a glance before he felt pain in his back. He turned around and saw that the warrior he had blown out of the building earlier had rushed up the stairs and stabbed him in the back. He was far from durable as a fire mage, but he still managed to stumble back and turn around as he was wrestled to the ground, the warrior trying to stab him through the eye with a dagger. The warrior sat on top of him, pressing down with the dagger as Felix exploded with fire mana. A torrent of flames sprung from his body and burned the man sitting on top of him, while also burning an unforgettable memory into Felix's mind. To him, fire magic had always been cool. It was destructive and good against nearly all enemies, but that was precisely also why it was so gruesome when it consumed an enemy. It was one thing to melt metal and another entirely to melt a human. The scream of pain as the warrior's skin began to blister and bubble as his blood was boiled inside his veins and flesh popping as blood poured out. The flayed skin melted and stuck together as the eyes looking down on Felix slowly liquefied, and he saw the burning empty holes staring down on him instead. Felix passed out, seeing the man die a gruesome death on top of him, his entire mana pool spent. He had awakened nearly 20 hours later based on the tutorial timer, alone in the apartment room. A small barrier to hide him had been set up, and he knew it had been done by the woman without a doubt, but she was nowhere to be found. Both corpses of the men were long gone too, and Felix even thought the entire thing had been a dream for a moment, until the vivid images of the man burning to death invaded his mind. Felix puked all over the floor as he sat there shaking and heaving for breath. He didn't use his fire magic at all for over a week after that, but just hid away in a camp made by other survivors, huddled up in one of the small apartment rooms. He didn't see the woman again before returning to Earth, where they only exchanged a single glance before going in opposite directions, they each going with their new respective groups. There were just too many bad memories between them. Since that day, Felix hadn't used his magic to fight, but instead focused solely on his profession. The mere thought of using his fire magic on another living thing made him nauseous, as it brought memories to his mind he would prefer not to recall. The reason why he was reminded of the tutorial again today was because of where those merchants had come from. Sanctomo, a priest-like man, led the group she had left with that day when they returned from their tutorial. He was well known as apparently he had been blessed by a god or something, and he promised people a safe place once they returned to Earth, a promise he had clearly fulfilled. Well, not as good as here, Felix thought as he slid down the rope that led up to his treehouse as he hit the ground, landing softly on the grass below. He lived in one of the many treehouses spread around Haven, all placed in the crowns of the tall trees permeating the forest city. It truly was the kind of city that couldn't exist before the system. The houses themselves were actually rather large, having several rooms and built around the trunks of the trees, often 15 or so meters up into the air, leaving plenty of space beneath. Small hanging bridges connected pathways built around non-residential trees, making it possible to walk from house to house without ever touching the ground. The way to get up to the treehouses themselves was decided by the people who lived there, with Felix having just decided on a simple rope to hoist himself up. Another thing that would be impossible before the system, but now many people could even just jump from the ground and up to their houses. Felix quickly went to the closest notice board to check for new quests. He had worked on a glassware commission over the last 2 weeks, putting his sculpting skills and magic to use. He refused to use his fire magic to burn anyone, but he had found other uses for his talents with the School of Magic through crafting. Skimming over the many quests, one instantly caught his attention. Open quest. Sculptor needed. The city office is looking for a talented and ambitious sculptor to assist in creating statues for the under construction temple. The sculptor must be at least level 60 in their profession and possess the ability to adequately shape both metals and stone. The statues will be depictions of gods or their insignias. Discretion is required. Reward, 240 credits per hour, extra bonus upon completion. Felix stared at it for a while before smiling. This one looks good. He had only been in Haven for 1.5 months, so he had met plenty of people before coming there, a few preachers and priests included. He knew that gods were now far more tangible entities and that some could even communicate directly with them. He felt like he was more than suited for the job, his profession at level 67. Also, that reward was way above the usual. The average for a job was around 100 credits per hour if the job paid hourly, though most trading was done just by selling or bartering products without having anyone pay you directly. He heard that the Smiths had a good time selling blades to the city lord recently. Who knows what she was using them for? Felix respected the city lord a lot. She was working all the time, always made new good changes to the city, and had managed to put competent people in charge. He didn't believe those rumors about her only being in her position because she was sleeping with that enigmatic city owner either. From what Felix had seen of her, she didn't seem the type to do that, even if she had the appearance to entice any man. Yeah, he had to admit that he had a crush on her too, and he doubted he was the only one. Accepting the quest, he got a new prompt saying there would be auditions in a bit over 4 hours, making him grumble a bit. Should have guessed it's with an audition with that kind of pay. With a bit of time to spare, he went to check out a few of the small stores that had begun opening up. With so many crafters working day and night, there was bound to be an overflow of products, and someone needed to sell them, which is where the merchants came in. Besides the overabundance of guns, because many citizens had come from a fort out in the plains that liked producing those, most products were more medieval. To be honest, it was a bit funny walking into a store seeing guns, swords, and other small trinkets sold alongside one another. Morning, Felix said as he entered one of the stores, the merchant in charge of it practicing by juggling with some throwing knives. A sight that would be weird before the system, but now most people did weird stuff to passively train their skills or get a bit of experience. Morning, looking for anything specific. The store owner said, putting away his knives behind the counter. Got any mana potions? Felix asked, already scouring the shelves behind the merchant for any signs of those small godly bottles. Got a few of inferior rarity ones, 400 or more mana per potions guaranteed. 100 credits each, but you can get 5 for 450. Not the best, but it could be worse, Felix thought as he bought a small batch of 5. A few people had been lucky to get common rarity ones restoring thousands of mana points, but he had never used any himself. The sculptor had heard that those were really only used by elites, such as the space mage and his party. He bought the potions for the audition to make sure he wouldn't run out during their tests as his way of sculpting was quite mana-intensive. Next, he went to one of the small restaurants. Well, it was more like a stall. There, he got some soup that would help boost his mana regeneration for the next day or so. The fact that it was damn tasty did not at all play into why he wanted it. 4 hours later, he attended the audition and found it run by Lillian, the city lord's assistant. She looked a bit scary with her scarred face, and Felix didn't know why she looked like that when evolving to E-grade should have fixed any pre-system issues, but he didn't dare pry either. The audition itself was easy, and only 4 others had turned up. One of them wasn't even 60 in her profession but was allowed to try out anyway. She crashed and burned early on as she failed to keep up, and Felix easily pulled ahead. After that, he had to go through some questionnaires and even had to sign a contract. He felt like it was a bit much for just crafting some sculptures for a temple, but he guessed it was an important task, so Felix just went ahead with things. Because heck, what was so special about making a few religious effigies for a few gods? He was just the sculptor, after all. Chapter 201, A Brave New World. Jake landed back in his valley with the two slightly listless hawks. The fight had been entirely one-sided, and they knew it. Sure, the two of them hadn't gone all out, far from it, but it was obvious. Neither had Jake. He had only used class skills from start to end, not even summoning his wings during the fight. He didn't use any poisons or anything alchemy-related at all, limiting himself significantly. Heck, he hadn't even used limit break at the safe 10%. From start to end, their little bout had a foregone conclusion. It was a fight he could have won even at E grade, albeit with much difficulty, and he would not have come out of it unscathed. Cheer up, you two. While I won today, haven't you already laid the groundwork to beat me up in the future? Jake said, nodding towards Sylphie as she was flying through the air, practicing her weird wind magic. Jake saw her fly over a few trees, and the following gentle green wind passed through the tree crowns. A moment later, the entire crown was cut into thousands of pieces, making Sylphie cheerfully cry out. Jake just smiled at the small hawk, happy for her and her ability to unleash a wind attack that could kill most humans in the city. He said his goodbyes to the two hawks as he entered his lodge, more than happy with his newfound strength. But he wasn't done yet. Yawning, he went back to the good old porch and took out his Altmer cauldron of supreme simplicity. For some reason, Jake didn't feel as much in a rush with his profession evolution as he had with his class and race. That is until he remembered a certain dungeon hidden in a cave not far away. Jake decided to craft mana potions, mainly because he wanted to experiment a bit with his mana practice. He wanted to feel how much easier mana was to manipulate after he had evolved more in depth because, during the fight earlier, all his energy manipulation felt easier than ever. He theorized it had something to do with the qualitative improvements affecting his body and Jake's energy, and thus, in tandem affecting his ability to control the energy. It could also just be an effect of the stat increases and stats working better now, but who knows? All he knew was that he was better than ever at manipulating mana. Going through the motions, he crafted the mana potion while focusing heavily on the process. He felt how much easier it was to nudge and move the energy as he wanted it to. When he added the ingredients, he instantly attacked them with his mana, and once more felt the difference. Without even noticing it, small traces of his arcane affinity had snuck in and tore apart the ingredients, releasing the mana far faster and more efficiently. Thinking on it further, Jake realized how this really shouldn't come as a surprise to him. He had discovered his arcane affinity through alchemy, and the first time he had used it for real had to be during the trial of myriad poisons when he thought back to when this change in his mana first occurred. The arcane mana was simply born from Jake's intent to tear apart and absorb the ingredients during the trial faster, though it had changed a bit by now, also focusing a lot more on also being stable. Not long after, Jake was done crafting a batch of mana potions, and he was honestly surprised at how fast it had gone. Even more impressive was the amount and the potency of the mixture. Mana potion, common, restores 85-47 mana when consumed. Jake knew that the amount restored by mana potions wouldn't grow as fast as one's mana pool, so to make one restoring over half of his own pre-mask boost mana was incredibly impressive. Needless to say, these were his best mana potions yet, and it was also the batch with the most he had ever made. A single batch could vary widely. If it was a new creation, it was customary only to get 1-3 actual bottles worth, but Jake had just managed to pump out a massive 11 in a single craft. It was a testament to how efficient he had been and how little of the ingredient's energy had been lost during the process. Damn, I am good, he praised himself as he, with a big toothy smile, dove right into mass-producing mana potions. They weren't even for himself, he just wanted to mass-produce because he could. At the same time, it allowed him to better experience his newfound ability to manipulate mana, and he was already looking for a way to improve it even further. The day quickly went by, Jake a bit impatiently waiting for the level to finally come. Halfway through his second day of grinding, he finally got a notification, and just as he was getting excited, he saw it wasn't the one he had hoped for, but maybe it was a bit important anyway. Announcement to all nobles: 100 pylons of civilization have now been claimed. In 7 days, the World Congress will begin, and anyone in possession or ruling over a pylon of civilization can attend, so make haste to claim one. Quest received. A brave new world as the wheels of time turn and humanity has begun reclaiming civilization. Clashes and disputes are unavoidable, but so are diplomacy and forming alliances. The World Congress will allow you to pursue both, as the political arena of Earth forms, and together you shall forge the future and establish the foundation of the civilization you wish to form. As an Earl and the first claimant of a pylon on your planet, you will undoubtedly have a substantial influence on this future. May you bear this responsibility and privilege with pride. Objective: be within close proximity to your pylon of civilization and accept to join the First World Congress in 6 days and 23:59:59. You can bring along 2 other representatives. Reward: participation and voting power in the World Congress. Jake read the notification over, saw the quest being received, nodded to himself, and closed all those menus. Gonna talk to Miranda when she comes by. She should be here within the hour. Which proved true, as Jake only managed to finish one more batch before she came. She wasn't alone either, but had brought along Lillian and even Philip. Jake saw them coming easily with his sphere long before they even laid eyes on the lodge. Jake identified them one by one as they walked in, starting with Lillian. Human 53, she had gained quite a few levels, and Jake assumed most were in her profession. Either way, good on her. She had only barely reached E grade when they met, and he doubted she had done much combat at all either, so it was impressive. Human LVL 64 next was Philip. When Jake met him a few months ago, he had been 59, and now he had only grown to 64. Jake didn't know why this was, but he assumed it had to do with him not really fighting in this period but had instead laid back and relaxed. He wasn't even leading people that much anymore, now just being another council member. And last but not least was Miranda. Human 81, of everyone in the city, Miranda was the one who had gained the most levels by far. Jake had heard that Neil was above 72, but he doubted anyone except Miranda and himself were above 80, not counting birds. He knew her profession had already reached level 99, but she had chosen to postpone her evolution. By the advice of her patron gods, she wanted to gain the perfect evolution title. Quick math showed that her class was still only in the 60s, so she still had quite a few levels to go. Unlike Jake, the citizens of his city mainly leveled by using the forest. Like when Jake traveled inwards to see where Misty originally lived, Jake had already encountered many high-level beasts, and he knew that deep within the forest, even a myriad of degrades could be found. Walking out of the lodge, Jake gave a quick nod to the 2 hawks chilling up in the nest, with Sylphie already comfortable sitting on his shoulder. Misty and Hawkeye acknowledged him and had also noticed the approaching humans. They didn't appear to want to deal with it as they both took flight and headed up towards the cloud continent above. After getting their asses handed to them, they had spent quite a lot more time leveling and practicing their magic. It wasn't going to help them with Jake only getting stronger too, but he totally understood their desire to grow anyway. Besides, it would be embarrassing if they were weaker than their own daughter within a year of her birth, and as things were looking right now, Sylphie would officially be approaching D-grade at that time. With the 2 hawks gone, Jake turned his eyes towards the 3 approaching humans who saw him the moment they also entered his line of sight. Contrary to expectations, they all abruptly stopped. Philip's eyes going wide, Miranda looking pleased, and Lillian with an unfazed expression, but he did see a tiny frown form on her brows. Oh yeah, Jake thought, I guess this is the first time meeting any of them since my evolution. The 3 E-grade humans looked at him for a bit before Miranda finally spoke up. Congratulations on achieving D-grade. The difference in grades was something everyone could detect instinctively. You didn't need to use identify or bloodline level instincts. It was entirely natural and even worked cross-species. This is to say, they all felt that he was a grade above them and the innate suppression that came with that. Thanks, Jake said, motioning for the 3 of them to follow him into the lodge. Philip felt a bit nervous, it being his first time here, but he was an experienced man and quickly got himself under control and followed the scary masked D-grade inside. Lillian didn't hesitate to go to a small tea kitchen Jake never used and began preparing something to drink. Miranda had insisted on putting it in months ago during one of their weekly meals to keep a few things stocked up within the lodge, so she didn't have to bring everything every time. When they were finally all sitting comfortably around the table, Jake was the first to speak, Miranda clearly waiting for him to open the conversation. Thoughts on the World Congress? I believe it will be a good chance to form relations with the other forces on Earth, Miranda said, clearly prepared as she waved her hand as she summoned a simple green map in the air with mana, with not only Haven marked on it, but also a few other points of interest such as the fort or a city called Sankt Domo. The closest major city to us is Sankt Domo, ruled by the Holy Church, and in concert the Holy Pantheon. They already have a population in the 7 digits and are growing at a startling speed. They are led much like a theocracy with a council of sorts, the official city lord and de facto leader being an enigmatic person known as the Augur of Hope, Miranda kept explaining. Damn, Jacob's popping off, Jake thought, giving his old boss a mental thumbs up. Thinking about it, I never told Miranda about him. I should do that when Philip is not here. So far they have been one of our primary trading partners, but even if they are the closest pylon, the distance is still vast. It takes at least a few days of travel to get there, even for someone fast. Besides that, many smaller settlements are scattered around the area, with populations ranging from a few hundred to a few thousand. All of this is to say we have only actually made direct contact with a single pylon-based city besides our own. This Congress will allow us to get a feel for other forces and get a better comprehension of where we stand in this new world. It will also open up many new trading partners. As for the issue of travel, I believe Philip has some good news in that department. Miranda finally finished off, Jake just sitting there silently listening while drinking his tea. His mind was equally occupied with the conversation and how the teacup just phased through his mask when he drank. It was the same with potions, and he wondered how the hell he hadn't questioned it earlier. System fuckery for sure. I have been traveling back and forth to the fort a lot these days, and the place has become quite the hub for many smiths, Philip said. To avoid too much smoke and open fires in the forest, we decided that having the fort be a large, dedicated smithing operation was wise. However, we ran into the issue of transporting goods the distance between there and Haven. This is where Neil comes in. That young man is quite something and has been working on getting a functional teleportation circle up for the last month, and as of last night he got it working. It can only teleport goods, but it is damn efficient and only requires mana to be maintained. With it, we can easily send materials from our mine to the fort and the finished products back here within the same day, he explained, looking very pleased with how things were going. Jake nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. Space mages were excellent for that kind of thing, and Jake was even beginning to suspect the system had kind of helped a bit in having more space mages around. There were other trials, and such in other tutorials focusing on space magic from what he had heard, and even that Kalok guy who had given his legacy to Neil had only been B grade. Based on what the Viper said, investing in a tutorial was expensive as hell, so how could a B grade get his entirely own tutorial? Jake theorized that the system had given a discount as it wanted more space mages in new universes. As for the thing about the mine, well, that was what had been found in the big cave that didn't contain a huge murder mushroom-turned dungeon entrance. As to what kinds of metals it contained and such things, Jake didn't know and didn't care. There were no herbs there, and he wasn't a smith, so he just left it up to people who knew more about stuff like that. The rest of the meeting was just discussing a few basic city things, with the decision to have another meeting closer to the actual World Congress starting. Throughout it all, none dared comment on the bird that had eventually climbed from Jake's shoulder to sit on his head, being slightly too large for it not to look incredibly silly, if having a bird sleeping on your head could ever not be silly. When they left, Jake handed Miranda over 100 overpowered mana potions to sell in the city's stores, or just to use for herself to level faster. Once they were finally gone, Jake jumped right back into doing what was most important, getting that profession's evolution.